Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Cataclysm by Matthew Peed. Narrated by Eva Kaminsky and Gabriel Vaughn. Chapter 1. Necromancer Stronghold. "This is impossible," Helicilia said, reading the report in front of her. The array of people in the room tried to hide their flinch. No one liked to bring bad news to the mistress. It generally resulted in someone being added to the army of undead outside the city. "My apologies, mistress, but everything we've done has barely slowed this force down. The biggest issue being the attack from the heavens," a man reported, doing his best not to stutter. People had died when reporting to Helicilia for less. However, Helicilia wasn't even mad. She just couldn't believe that nearly a century's worth of work was coming undone in the span of a few weeks. So much effort had gone into making sure everything was set. So much time spent converting the north into their haven. The only holdout was the goblin dungeon to the west. But even that was nearly about to collapse. "Tell me we've learned something by now," Helicilia said, standing up to look out the window in the office. She wouldn't let it end like this. There had to be something behind this mystery force. If they could find that, they would be able to deal with it, one way or another. "Again, I have to disappoint. An aura much like a dungeon surrounds the fleet. Even members from Shadow have been unable to penetrate it. They are attacked almost instantly when they cross the invisible barrier. All our current information comes from long-distance scrying and scouting," the man reported. Helicilia's fist turned white as she gripped the windowsill, and the stone cracking from the force. "Have we found its point of origin?" Necromancers were the best at gathering information. She just couldn't understand why this was happening now. Had she known a little less than she did, she would have believed it was divine intervention. Helicilia had the most invested in this endeavor. If it failed, the work of her family over the last 6 decades would be wasted. She couldn't even remember the number of people she'd sacrificed and killed in the last 2 years, let alone the last 2 decades. Her hands were thoroughly dyed crimson from the amount of blood she'd spilled. Not that she regretted anything, but if she was going to do something, she wanted to be the winner in the end. "Yes, mistress. It is the mountain fort that appeared overnight to the south. The mages have already confirmed there is almost a straight line between it and the dungeon that appeared in Rabia Valley a few months ago," the man replied. "How is that possible?" She frowned. Those mountains were several hundred kilometers thick. She couldn't think of anything that could get over them, much less carve their way through, in only a few months. "I'm afraid we would have to ask the host that, mistress," the man answered before he thought about it. Fear clouded his expression as he took several steps back. "My apologies, mistress. I meant no disrespect." "Huh? Oh, I don't care right now. What have the non-blessed learned for us?" she asked distractedly. The man gulped, glad he was still alive after his slip-up. "Yes, that has also turned into a fiasco. The town has some way of being able to tell if a person is lying. The method doesn't use magic, apparently." He read out loud from another report. "We have not been able to contact any of our people who we've sent in." Helicilia sighed. "Please tell me the other plan is still on track. As long as that one works, we'll have nothing to fear anymore." "In that regard, I have good news. All factors have been adjusted for, and the ritual can take place within the new time frame. The only variable is the prince, but a contingency is being worked up to deal with him." "Good. Return now," Helicilia ordered. The man bowed and backed out of the room. An observer would be impressed by the fact that he didn't bolt from the room once given the chance. Helicilia turned back to the window to look at the surroundings. An army that would rival any country's gathered outside. It was composed of undead ranging from Tier 1 all the way to Tier 3. It looked grand to Helicilia, but she didn't know if it would be grand enough for her master. He had his own vision of the world. That was what allowed the necromancers to gain so much strength. You appear to be having some trouble. A voice echoed throughout the room. The shadows started to bend at twisted angles, even though the single candle holder never moved. "Master!" Helicilia cried, then immediately bowed, her face nearly touching the ground. "It would seem a new piece has joined the chessboard. One that could upset the entire game." Cassin whispered into Helicilia's ear. He was losing power lately, and the bitch Laloon was making things even more difficult in the other countries. He couldn't afford to lose the north, not when he was so close. "We're taking care of it, Master. There is no reason to be worried," Helicilia said quickly as she stood up. "Worried? I'm not worried. I have many more toys I can use to dispose of this core that thinks he is more than a hole in the ground. Let's see him deal with true power." Cassin's voice echoed through the room. The shadows warped and rippled. Then Helicilia found herself in the gathering room. The shadows around the altar stopped moving and were pulled into a single spot. The fallen celestial Morka breathed in deeply, inhaling all the shadows that had been around the altar. She stood up as the shadow radiated from her, forming another pair of horns alongside the first pair. Her wings gained a liquid shadow appearance. Armor that appeared to absorb light formed around her figure. "But, Master, what about the attack from the heavens?" Helicilia asked. They had captured Morka a long time ago. The anticipation of the powerful weapon finally being used exhilarated her, but at the same time, the thought of losing it worried her almost as much. "I doubt the core will attack itself with that weapon." Cassin laughed. "Morka, my child, it is time for you to fulfill the mission I went through the trouble of getting you here for. Destroy those that would stand in my way," the Dark Celestial ordered. "Destroy the main core of this dungeon." "Yes, Father," Morka whispered. She held her hand out, and shadows swirled into a vortex around it. A double-bladed spear formed out of shadow and unholy green mana. It was deceptively simple, but Helicilia could feel the power rolling off it in waves. This was a celestial weapon, something that could destroy entire towns. "I thought the first council captured her," she asked, confused. "Ah, I let them think that, so they would be more confident. Sped up my timeline by nearly a decade, too," Cassin said, not bothering to lie. Morka could wipe them all out easily by herself, after all. Working up her courage, Helicilia asked, "What is your goal, Master?" Cassin considered for a moment. The plan was already in motion. Nothing could stop him from succeeding. Even if she had a change of heart, she was much too invested to leave the fold. He nodded to himself. "To return, or more precisely, to bring my brothers and sisters back to this hellhole." "Brothers and sisters? But you are in Celestia." Helicilia tilted her head. "Indeed, but my home is not here. It is in the heavens, somewhere you can't go to without incredible magic. My home is Deoris," Cassin said. He almost felt joy at being able to tell someone after so long. Helicilia blanched. She knew that name. It was buried deep in the old capital's records, but it was the name of the demon world that had attacked many centuries ago. How did a demon become a celestial? She recovered from her shock, then shook her head. It didn't matter, as long as she got her due in the end. "You are more powerful than I could have imagined in that case, Master." "Very good. Get Morka across the mountain. She'll take it from there. I leave this mission to you personally," Cassin ordered, his voice starting to fade. "As you command," Helicilia said, bowing. She looked over to Morka, who hadn't said a word since being addressed by Cassin. Helicilia couldn't help but feel that she looked more sad than anything, even with her face that looked more like a mask. Morka turned to Helicilia, then walked out of the cathedral she had stayed in for the last couple of decades. "I'll arrange the trip for us," Helicilia said before walking away. Morka stared after her for a long moment before walking over to the window in the hallway. Even the fields of undead out the window were changed to the cathedral she had been stuck inside for 67 years, 241 days, and 7 minutes. She may have been given a mission by her father, but she planned to enjoy the outside for as long as possible. He'd made her wait, so it was only fair that she does the same. Azal. The last couple of days had been rough, as I had to keep the nobles and merchants in line. The ominous-looking automata walking the streets did a lot to keep them in place, but nobles always try to take as much as they can. The soldiers were always worried about upsetting someone they couldn't afford to upset. Just the number of times they'd tried to cause trouble in the local restaurants and shops was enough to give me a headache. The locals had resorted to having Regan install those obelisks inside their homes and businesses to keep the nobles from getting too much of a big head. If he was accepting gold and silver, he'd be the richest person in town by this point. I sat down and rubbed the bump of my stomach that was steadily getting bigger. I didn't care about rank, money, or any of that. I just wanted this child to know his father. Though I thought, the next time I see Valimar, he better be ready for a fireball straight to his face for leaving like he did. "Bruce, anything to report while we were gone?" I asked. "2 of the nobles got into a fight earlier in the day. One was hurt severely enough that they had to be taken to the hospital, but should have made a full recovery by this point," Bruce reported with a salute. "Probably staged," I murmured. "Most likely. The nobles do enjoy their games. I don't doubt they managed to learn anything." He shrugged. "I do know that the hospital charged them enough to make several nobles cry tears of blood," he continued with a chuckle. "That's good to hear," I said, matching his chuckle. "While not all nobles are evil or cruel, just take Val, for example. Most do have their own agendas on their minds. Getting a bit of a kick every now and then was good for them. Anything else?" "There are strange rumors filtering in from Lekazar. People going missing. I have a feeling it is related to the event Lord Regan told us about a while ago." "Lovely. I just hope Regan manages to cut the head off their leader before they achieve their goal," I said, tapping my finger on my desk. "Immigration is only getting stronger as the culprit grows bolder. People fear the Lekazar cities. Make sure to keep the taxes under control. Remember, the protector of this area likes when people are moving here. The more the better. I know the lines at the gates grow worse every day, but do the best you can." I smiled at him. "Anything for you, mistress." Bruce saluted once more and walked out of the room. I felt bad about not telling him what I'd learned, but it was safer for him. I hadn't spent a lot of time with Bruce, but I knew he was the type of person who would charge off into the horizon if I told him Valimar was still alive. According to Regan, Val was in a peculiar situation. I would just have to trust him for now. After Bruce left, I started going through the documents of the people currently in jail. We were still trying to decide what to do with most of them. The biggest ones were Des and Chips. They were just unstable. One day they would cooperate, almost like perfect gentlemen. The next, they would appear quite insane. Talking to themselves, among other things, was not out of the norm. The irony was that I wanted to recruit them if possible. They were both powerful and worked well as a team. I just couldn't trust them with something as delicate as town security. I could send them to the dungeon, I thought after a moment. They would be a tremendous help in letting the guards reach further into the dungeon. They were also easy to control. I had never seen someone as obsessed with gold as much as Des, while Chips was interested in eating. Foya had flown in while I was working on the paperwork and thinking. I grabbed him and scolded. "You need to stop running off." I got the image of Gulv and sighed. "I know you like playing with Gulv, but it's dangerous right now. I never know when I'm going to need you." I got the distinctive feeling that he was sulking. I hugged him to my chest and felt him cheer up a bit, then channeled a bit of the fire mana that was getting stored in my arm and leg to him. While there were no immediate changes, I thought I could feel him growing stronger as I gave him more mana. I stood up and left my office, making my way to the jail section, pleased to find the soldiers hard at work training. Bruce was keeping them to a strict regimen. When I heard that the training was only half as much as the Royal Guards trained, I grew even more impressed with the guards who I'd seen on occasion on duty at the palace back in Lekazor. Surely they would have skills to match their Thonica doubles. I noticed a few of the ex-slaves that Luella had freed among the soldiers. In particular, a large bearkin that was dominating the practice fights. He was using gauntlets that had wicked blades for claws. Facing down that would require a decent amount of courage, practice fight or not. The guards stationed in front of the jail were alert and saluted me as soon as they saw me. "How is it today?" I asked them. "They're quiet today, Captain. Des even more so than normal," Todd, one of the guards, reported. He was one of the youngest recruits we had, and was from the original village. "Thanks. Keep up the good work," I said, then pushed the door open. The jail looked more like a giant box to me. If you were more than 10 meters away, you would think the walls were solid. But once you got close enough, you'd find that there were actually slits about 3 centimeters wide and 1 meter long. When I first came in, I thought it would be damp and humid like other prisons I had visited in the past. I was very wrong, and was surprised that it was one of the most comfortable buildings I had ever been in. Other Reagan-built buildings aside. Because of that, we got a lot less resistance from the inmates than I would think they would normally put up. They only got 1 meal a day, but if I was being honest, it was probably better than some food you could find in other cities. They were in here to be punished, but some street rats would rather find a way to live here than struggle living on the streets. Not that I blamed them. When someone under a certain age was brought in, they were sent to the orphanage Reagan had opened for Luella. The dungeon really had a soft spot for Luella. If I hadn't interacted with him on several occasions, I would think he was attracted to her. But I'd seen the way he looked at her, and other women, in fact, and knew he was not interested in her that way. I shook my head to clear my idle thoughts and looked to the pair in front of me. Des and Chips were separated in 2 cells so they couldn't help each other. I looked into Chip's cell and saw him sleeping. Loudly. Then I looked into Des's cell and frowned when I didn't see him. I channeled mana into my arm, ready for anything. "Boom!" Des shouted, as he fell face first from the ceiling, landing roughly on the ground. I looked up and couldn't figure out how he was staying up there in the first place. I stuck Foya through the bars and smacked him over the head. The solid black cuffs holding his arms didn't allow him to rub that area easily. "Hello, Des. Enjoying your time here?" "Oi, that hurt, woman!" he complained with slightly crossed eyes. I could just put an end to all the pain. I smiled, letting the bladed point sit on his shoulder next to his neck. "My lady, that is completely unnecessary," Des said, backing up quickly. "Good." I pulled Foya back through the bars. "I have a proposal for you." "I'm sorry, but I have an investment in a town far to the south. It would be cruel of me to abandon her for you." Des crossed his arms over his body like a woman would to hide her features. "Sorry to disappoint you. I like my men with 2 legs, I retorted. "Leave Stubby alone," he said, as he pulled his fake leg toward him with a pout. "I want you to be my soldiers," I said, before he could joke around more. "Me?" he said, growing serious. "I have to ask, are you insane?" I decided to be honest with him. "I can sense that the amount of fire mana in you is very high, and also very pure. I need someone that I can afford to lose, but who's strong enough to actually get farther than the 10th floor in the dungeon." Des stared at me for a moment, then shouted, "Chips, what do you think?" The snoring instantly stopped, and I couldn't tell if it had been fake to begin with. "Food good. You get gold. Win-win," Chips said with a shrug. You always have a way with words, my friend. All right, it's a deal, Des said, sticking his hand through the bar. I grabbed it, clasping a bracelet on him. Not that I don't trust you, but your record is a little spotty. I got this from a good friend. Try anything, and I'll know. It was made to resist mana and physical force. And even if you cut your arm off, it will still reattach itself to you. I warned with a grin. Des's expression turned sour for a moment, but he kept his mouth shut. Girl got you good, Chip said, as he laughed loudly. Chapter 2. Luella. Lady Luella, I am pleased to see that you are all right, Elder Ewan Skywood said with a smile. Indeed, it was quite an adventure. I was worried for a bit, I said with a soft chuckle. While I was making pleasant small talk on the outside, on the inside I was groaning. I was sitting in Elder Ewan's overcrowded tent again. It had been like this since I got back from the dungeon. Everyone wanted to see me for one reason or another, especially the nobles. They acted like it was the end of the world if I didn't respond to them immediately. My father had been spreading rumors that he was in charge, and I had to deal with that before someone did something they would regret. The nobles were playing their normal power games, while the merchants were doing their best to pull every loose coin in the valley into their pockets. Of course, the common people were getting dragged into the middle of it all. Luckily, there hadn't been any deaths yet. The various nobles and merchants had put requests in to see me as soon as they learned I was back. I knew most would express their well wishes and whatnot at my safe return, but I also knew it would all be shallow. What I really wanted to do was shove a lightning bolt up most of their asses, but doing that would get me into serious trouble. Maybe I should become a queen. Then I could do whatever I wanted, I thought with a chuckle. What happened, if you don't mind my asking? Elder Ewan asked, sipping his tea. We were on the 14th floor when... I started to say, but drew a blank. Why was I on the 14th floor for so long? Surely, if I'd known it was going to take more than a day, I would have returned to the town to make sure my affairs were in line. Only Izal had to come and find me. I rubbed my forehead. My apologies, Elder Ewan. I seem to have a headache. We managed to reach the 15th floor boss room, but the host said there was a problem and escorted us back to the surface, I finished. It was rare, but some hosts liked for their floors to work perfectly, and if something went wrong, they might give the party a pass to leave the dungeon. I see. That is most unfortunate, as well as fortunate. It would be a great loss to lose one such as yourself. Elder Ewan smiled. I appreciate your concern. How has your time in my humble valley been? I asked, to try to change the subject. Plus, it didn't hurt to actually hear what he thought. If anyone could offer constructive criticism, it was Elder Ewan. Quite enjoyable. It is rare for a market to develop so quickly. Even for dungeon towns, this is an amazing pace. That library is already a treasure worthy of the royal city. There are books on economics. He made an interesting face pronouncing the word. That have amazing insights on the workings of money and its effect on the area. It was almost a kind of magic as I read it. I'm glad you found something to your interests, I said, then sipped at my tea. Regan's library had almost too much information in it. I never knew what would end up causing more problems than it was worth. It makes me wish I was 100 years younger, he said with a faraway look. Elder Ewan was rumored to be over 600 years old. I couldn't even imagine what he had seen during his life. I was barely 2 decades old, and already felt like I was in over my head. It was almost a relief that I didn't have to deal with a more proactive Ewan. Thinking of his long life gave me an idea. Elder Ewan, what do you know of Quinn? I asked. She was the king's dog, from her own words, but I wanted to be sure there wasn't more to the story. Elder Ewan's eyes narrowed as they focused on me. "Where did you hear that name? Actually, no. I don't want to know." He shook his head. "She is the king's pet. From what I've heard, the king 2 or 3 generations ago helped her in some way, and she promised 10 favors in return. She appears and disappears like a rumor. I wasn't part of the kingdom at that time, as this was before the North completely fell." "I see. Have you heard about Unea?" I asked, taking another shot. "Unea. It sounds familiar, but I can't seem to recall where I've heard it. My apologies. A long life is sometimes a bad thing." He bowed his head. "No. I heard the word in a conversation the other day, and just wanted to see if Elder knew it. It is of no importance," I said, waving my hand. A dead end, I could feel that Elder Ewan was being truthful. As truthful as a man like him could be. "Either way, I will look and see if I can find any information of this word," he said, and bowed his head again. "It is much appreciated." I smiled. With Elder Ewan's resources, I wouldn't be surprised if he learned some more information on it as soon as I left his sight. A guard tapped on the pole at the entrance to the tent. "My lady, it is time for your next meeting," he said with a salute. "Already? Time sure flies when you're having fun." Elder Ewan grinned. "Indeed. I will leave you then, Elder," I said, standing up. I curtsied, then paced to the entrance. I was glad Elder Ewan was as old as he was. If he were younger, he might make a more serious effort to claim Robbia Valley, or the magic in the area. I wasn't sure if he was just playing with me, or if he really was too old to bother as much. But it helped me out for now. While I'd been talking to him, his eyes would sparkle, but I had no idea of knowing what could possibly be going on in his head. Next on the list was Brine Wintergrasp. He had spent most of his time in the dungeon library, rather than trying to dig his hands where they didn't belong. He was known for his extensive knowledge of potions, but I couldn't remember there being a lot of books on potions in there. There was an uncountable number of books on science, though. We made our way over to his tent. I let my guard announce my arrival. I couldn't exactly just walk in. Protocol and procedure, the funniest things about being a noble. The guard called inside, and a moment later an explosion shook the tent. Green smoke poured out from the entrance and under the edges. A man dressed in richly colored but efficient work clothes rushed out, coughing up green sparks. My guards surrounded me, rushing me back a couple of meters in case it was poison. One of my guards went forward to offer assistance, but the man just waved him away. Falling on his hands and knees, the man coughed for a good minute before the sparks stopped. Finally, he took a deep breath and sat up. "My dear, haven't you ever heard not to shout near a potion master?" he asked with an exasperated look. "I'm here for a meeting with Lord Brine," I said, nonplussed. "Yeah, that's me. My meeting wasn't for another hour," Lord Brine said, while pulling out a timepiece. He rubbed the back of his head and said, "Oh, looks like I got carried away again." Lord Brine was a tall man, probably around 210 centimeters or slightly over, which was above the continent's 2-meter average. I shook my head. It was scary what statistical data I saw as a lord of an ever-growing population. He had light brown hair that was unkempt at the moment, but would look nice if it was cared for. For a scholarly kind of person, he had strong features that made him look very alluring. One of my guards used wind magic to clear the remaining cloud of green smoke out of the tent, and we made our way inside. His tent was almost as cluttered as Ewan's was. There were work tables everywhere, along with shelves packed full of reagents and materials. I recognized some of the reagents. Just one shelf would be worth many people's yearly gold income. The tent smelled strongly of mint. There was a bright green sheen to a lot of the surfaces. Curiosity got the better of me. "May I ask what you were working on?" "A new healing potion," Brine said, excitement filling his face. "Many people say healing potions are a dying art, This is because they are horribly unreliable compared to a priest or light mage. The best potion I ever bought only lasted a few months, I said. I'd brought a few potions to the valley with me when I moved here. They had all expired, turning to sludge before I even had the chance to use them. Worst investment I ever made. Brine shot forward and grasped my hands. The guard next to me reacted, quickly putting his hand on the hilt of his sword. But Brine said, oblivious, "Exactly! It was one of the greatest mysteries of the potion community, with years sunk into figuring it out. Thanks to the library, I may have figured it out." Noticing the guard's reaction, he quickly released my hands and said, "My apologies. I tend to get overexcited when it comes to my work." "It is all right," I said, glancing at the guard. He lowered his hand and stepped back. "As you were saying." "I was reading a book about a thing called microbes. They are living things that are too small for us to see, but can easily cause us to get sick or diseased. In the case of potions, they can change the microbial composition enough that they will no longer work in the intended way," he explained animatedly, using his hands to gesture. I felt that if he were a teacher in an academy, I would have liked his classes. It helped that what he was talking about was actually interesting. "If we can't see the problem, how do we stop them?" I asked. The microbes sounded similar to the atoms that Regan had explained to me before. I wondered if there was a correlation between the two. I would need to find some more private time to read a bit more of Regan's books. That is the biggest problem right now. But I think I might have a solution. It is a solution that was so easy to think of, I'm surprised no one has ever tried it before. It is amazing what people will overlook once they are set in their ways." Lord Brine groaned. "If you really did find the solution, no matter how long it took, then people in the future will surely remember your name," I said with a small smile. "While I do this for the money, being remembered in history doesn't have a bad ring," he said as he turned a bit red. "Well, do I get to know?" I teased. Of course, Lady Luella. It was magic that had been around for decades. Preservation magic cast by an ice mage. The microbes inside the potion should take much longer to spoil the potion. At least that's the goal. Currently, I am trying to deal with the ice mana corrupting the potion itself," he finished with a large smile. "Couldn't you enchant the bottle before putting the potion inside? Or will that still affect the potion?" I asked. "Interesting. I must admit I was focusing on preserving already made potions. If we scrapped everything we've made up until now and started a whole new batch pouring the potion into the enchanted bottles as it was made, then we might be able to achieve the goal," he exclaimed. "Wait, I thought you were working on a new healing potion," I asked, remembering what he'd said at the beginning. I got sidetracked. Yes, I was working on a new potion. I was working to make it target the... He paused for a moment. "That's right, the cells of a person. According to the book I found, all healing revolves around the body's cells repairing the damage. They are the smallest unit of life, if it's to be believed." He got up from his seat and moved to a work table that was so covered in green powder it looked like it was made from it. He brushed the powder out of the way and picked up some sheets of parchment that had diagrams and lists of reagents on it. I worried I'd lost him when he started mumbling as he looked the sheets over. "Lord Brine," I called. He jumped, coming out of his trance. "Sorry, I'm very enthusiastic with my work, as my assistants like to tell me," he said, rubbing the back of his head. "That's all right. I better leave you to it. Wouldn't want to delay a history-making event because of idle chit-chat." I laughed. If he truly made this happen, then it would be good for all mortals. I didn't feel like Brine was the type of person to restrict access to these potions. "My apologies," he said with a small bow. "But yes, I would much like to get back to work." "Please try not to blow up the area," I called as I walked out of the tent. "The worst I've done is 2 blocks in the capital," Lord Brine mumbled, which, with my enhanced hearing, I was able to make out. I groaned, hoping that Regan would be able to repair this area if such an event happened. I also made a mental note to have Lord Brine moved to a less inhabited location. At least Lord Brine was enjoying the town and being helpful.
"My lady, we should head that way,"
one of my guards said, with a gesture toward the opposite direction I was going. "I have more meetings. What's the problem?" I asked.
"Your father appears to be waiting to ambush you while you speak with the other nobles. We have marked him, but as you know, it's not easy to make a move on foreign nobility," the guard reported.
Isn't that the truth? I laughed, then grew more serious. I need to deal with him eventually. Might as well get it over with, I said, rubbing my forehead. Send a runner to inform the other nobles for today that I will be late.
"Yes, my lady."
The guard saluted, then walked off. Should I just kill him, I thought, but shook my head. That would only cause more problems at that moment. I started heading for the next noble on my list. About halfway there, sure enough, my father literally blockaded the dirt path. I'd never realized that he would go to such lengths to achieve his goals. The eyes of a child, I guess.
"Daughter!"
Father exclaimed when he saw me.
"I heard you nearly died in the dungeon. I'm so glad you're all right."
Didn't feel like coming in to save me, I asked, crossing my arms over my chest.
"I only heard yesterday, when you were saved," he replied instantly.
"I'm sure. What do you want?" I asked, exasperated by this facade.
"Just for my precious daughter to forgive this stupid father," he said,
with an almost convincing, sad expression. I could still see the glint of greed hidden in his eyes. I was much more accustomed to it recently. Everyone wanted a piece of my valley. "All right, you're forgiven. Go home. There is no more reason for you to be here," I said offhandedly. Father's expression hardened as a frown replaced the sad look. He started to get angry, and I could see the veins in his neck start to bulge. I wanted to shake my head at how obvious he was with his display. I couldn't understand why the Emperor allowed the nobles to have so much power that they could act like children to get what they wanted. I was more disappointed in myself for loving this sorry excuse of a father for nearly 18 years.
"Why are you being so difficult?" he growled.
"Because I don't feel like giving you anything," I answered honestly.
"You little brat!" he shouted,
stepping forward. I lifted my arm, lightning arcing across my skin and between Helios. I made sure that the mana rolled off it so that even non-mages could feel it. A small crowd had formed around us, as such things attract attention, but they immediately backed away when I created my lightning. Gulv spun around me as he floated near my head. "I warn you, I will not hesitate," I said calmly. My father was a relatively powerful air mage, but he was a coward. He glared at me before he backed away, his guards forming a protective wall around him. I laughed, but let him move away, then lowered my arm, letting the spell die. I turned to one of my guards and ordered, "Please tell the nobles left for today that I will reschedule our meetings. I'm in a foul mood." I had taken a few steps away when my barrier activated. I could sense the needle-like strands of wind impact its surface. One of my guards wasn't so lucky, and had several holes through one of his arms, as well as his legs. The armor made by Regan protected his vitals, but it would still be painful. Anger rippled through me. How dare he attack me? His own bloody daughter, and my people. Lightning flashed around me, uncontrolled and raging. I turned back around to see my father being held back by two of his guards, but with an expression of victory on his face. It quickly changed to horror, though, as he saw I was unharmed. My grip tightened around Helios as I tried to control myself.
"My lady, there are innocents around," one of my guards said urgently.
"Don't worry. I won't hit them," I murmured, before I exploded toward my father. Lightning rippled around me, but avoided any people it came near. Father's guards reformed their wall, but were looking like they would rather be somewhere else. I pulled Helios around and impacted the chest of one of the guards. A decent dent formed in his armor, and I unleashed a full dose of lightning into him. It got so hot that I not only electrocuted him, but cooked him. I spun around and kicked the next guard, angling the kick so that he shot into the air and sent him flying with a burst of lightning. The bystanders would be able to avoid him when he came back down. My mana surged, and I sent out a burst of lightning around me that struck the rest of the guards. 6 bodies fell to the ground. I wasn't sure if they were still alive. My father managed to avoid the burst by creating a wall of air in front of himself. He was well into Tier 2, so he should have been able to protect at least one of his guards. The fact that he chose not to just made him look even worse in my eyes. "Don't you realize the consequences of your actions?" Father shouted, a terrified look in his eyes. "I want to see anyone try to take my valley from me. This is my land, my people," I growled in answer. "How could you gain so much in so little time?" he whimpered. "I didn't try to use my friends and family like chess pieces. You would never understand. The world isn't such a nice place." "Maybe. You've certainly shown me that." I nodded and raised a lightning-clad fist, ready to drive it through his skull. "My lady, please wait," one of my guards shouted. "What is it?" I saw it was the man my father injured. He held his arm while another guard wrapped bandages around his wounds. "I understand you're wanting to kill him, but it would be more useful to keep him alive," he argued. "Plus, he was so weak that I barely even feel these wounds anymore," he added, patting his leg. I noticed him wince, but he did a remarkable job hiding it with a smile. I might not have seen it without my enhanced senses. I looked back to my father. "Very well. I know a good place to throw you." I smirked. It would be a waste not to make him suffer for the incident he caused today. Gripping his hand, I channeled lightning through it, making sure that it flowed back into me rather than the rest of his body. He screamed from the pain as the skin under my fingers quickly turned black. "Stop! Please stop!" Father begged, tears running down his face. I released his hand and turned to the guards. "Take this man to jail. I'll see to his future accommodations," I ordered. I glanced at my father one more time, then walked away without a second thought. I didn't think he would ever be using that hand again without a high-level healing.
Chapter 3. Regan. I cracked my metal knuckles as I looked around the area. It looked as though we would be stuck there for a few hours, but I wasn't going to let it go to waste. If the necromancers wanted to play hardball, I was game. The main thing about zombies were their wave tactics. They would literally swarm their enemies until there just weren't any left to withstand them. Unfortunately for the necromancers, robots have the same playstyle. If they were going to respond to everything I threw at them, then I would just throw so much that they got overwhelmed for once. I moved to the surface under Alpha and looked around. I needed a good location to get started, and I didn't want to disturb the husk of the Dryad until Anubis was able to perform his magic on it. A suitable spot appeared roughly a kilometer away. I needed a clearing, so I tossed one of my black hole gems into the air. The surroundings were quickly pulled up. I controlled the spell so that the ground would remain roughly how it was. When the spell was completed, I quickly created a terra spell to smooth over the roughed-up turf. My original goal was to do this much closer to Alara, but I wanted to force everything to ground. I had no idea what was hiding where, and using an air assault, while faster, left me exposed and at risk of passing a threat from the rear. It was a good thing I was uniquely equipped to handle an enemy like this. Pulling materials from my subdimension, I started designing a portal. I have to watch those copyrights, I thought with a chuckle. Being trapped in that tower for so long had given me time to watch just about everything science fiction related. My favorites, of course, were the 3 Star shows. I designed a giant portal that would allow hundreds of my automata to pass through at once. It was connected to one of the floating islands, which was set to explode if something managed to breach my defenses there and was deemed too dangerous for the dungeon. It was an extreme precaution, but being that close to my core, I didn't want to take any chances. Internal teleporting inside the dungeon didn't require any type of device, which made wherever I put the portal moot, but I didn't want an adventurer to stumble upon an army of robots teleporting God knows where. However, teleporting outside my dungeon required a decent amount of mana to perform. Constructing a portal there would cut the mana cost by nearly half, or more, if it was maintained. Thinking ahead a bit, I added a dialing system. That way, later on, I could add portals in other places to allow rapid transportation. I could potentially link it to another planet, though the mana cost would be horrendous. Maybe I would design an energy storage crystal that would force adventurers to dive in my dungeons in order to use the longer-range teleportation. I still couldn't understand how the demon world had managed to gather enough mana to create not just one portal, but hundreds across the world, if the records were to be believed. The portal mainly consisted of my mithril alloy. It cost several million points in mana, but was worth it. Much like the sphere around my core on Alpha, nothing was going to be able to get through this easily. I decided to add some aesthetics around the area to make it fit in a bit better. I went with a quartz material for the main structure around the hardware, the pure white material versus the black ground and forest making it stand out. I used a paneling design to give it a futuristic feel. The whole construction was 100 meters wide with about 100 meters in height. It was not small at all, but I wasn't trying to hide after all. I created a large temple-like structure around the portal, going with a Greek feel. A few dozen meters from the Pantheon-like building, I created a pillar every 20 meters and inlaid hundreds of magic scripts for defensive spells. Everything from barrier magic to illusion magic. I didn't hesitate to throw the magic down. This was the first line of defense straight into a deep section of my dungeon. I didn't want something to make its way in without my knowing. I glanced over to the Dryad, wondering if I should include it in the enclosure. Anubis really needed to wake up so that he could do his ritual. I could do it myself, having studied it 3 times, but I was worried that it would be corrupted by my mana, much like everything else I used magic on was. Izora was still getting used to her, what I like to call battle robes, while the goblins were slowly changing further into a machine-type life form. I used gears with tree-like branches interweaving through them for a little visual touch. I hoped that Alara would like it when I freed her. Was this like getting flowers for a girl you liked? Since dungeon cores could literally create anything they wanted, I needed to think up a good present for her. Men brought flowers to the first date, right? I mentally laughed at the thought. Rather than a date, it was more like a fight to the death. I was finishing up the structure when I felt Anubis awaken. The unholy mana absorption device finally finished, and he groaned as he stood up from the operating table-like bed he was on. Vedder clapped him on the shoulder and helped him up. Those two were really like brothers. I could see the mechanisms inside his body warming up as he activated and moved next to him, waiting for everything to start up. It was strangely interesting, as none of my creations needed sleep. I never had to wait for them to wake up. Finally, it looked like the process was done as he released a pitch-black breath of smoke from his nostrils. "Anubis, how are you feeling?" I asked, truly concerned about the effects absorbing so much unholy mana might have had on his psyche. Anubis, as well as most of the creations from my dungeon, was like a child to me. I would hate for something to happen to him due to my oversight. "I never want to go through that again," he moaned in answer. He turned to Vedder. "Thank you, brother. If not for you, I would be a melted puddle of metal outside. I will not let you die in battle without me, my friend." Vedder smiled, and they clasped hands, grinning. I wanted to shake my head. I just knew these two were going to die in a battle surrounded by enemies, likely laughing the entire time. "Are there any lasting effects?" I asked, turning the conversation back to the topic at hand. Anubis checked his body over, then closed his eyes as he did an internal check. None at this time. I feel Father's help saved my mind from being corrupted. That's good. I won't allow this to happen again. Even with the loss of Gamma, we can still proceed via air, and will be doing so, but I'm launching some additional forces. If they are going to use wave tactics on us, we'll do the same. Yes, Father, Anubis said, and looked off into the distance. The Dryad's soul dwindles. I'm amazed she held on even after igniting her pool, but it won't last for much longer. Anubis tried to stand, and I sensed several gears inside his body start to whine in protest. How long do you think she has? I asked quickly. Minutes, Anubis answered. Then I'll have to work fast, I grinned. I pushed him back on the table, then used my magic to create a diagram of his internal workings. I saved all my creations' diagrams on a type of mental drive so that I could repair them if the worst should happen. While the siphon device had indeed cleansed his body of the tremendous amount of unholy mana, the damage was still done. Rusted gears, twisted circuitry, and other corrupted hardware were the significant result. Because it was unholy mana, his body couldn't just heal like an automaton normally did. I held my arms over him and changed its structure. After a few seconds, a mini assembly line was created over Anubis, with hundreds of arms with dozens of types of tools. Above the construct, I formed the new parts out of mana. I decided to go ahead and replace the parts with a new version of Anubis's metal while I was at it. Mithril, the metal of the Celestials, as the mortals called it, could be alloyed to just about everything. I had the goblins and labs working to find as many different combinations as possible. One of the permutations they'd found was with Anubis's metal. The alloy created was much more durable and allowed for a higher level of mana absorption. Its mana cost was lower than the defensive version, but still decent enough to warrant a double check before using it to create things. So far, I mainly used it for the Anubis swords I'd sent to Valimar and the one I'd given to Vetter earlier. My assembly line went to work pulling out the damaged gears. Specially designed gear arms allowed for his internal structure to continue to function without pause while the new gear was inserted. 2,459 gears were corrupted along with various numbers of circuits and mechanisms that needed to be replaced. The assembly went into overdrive as corrupted parts were flung from Anubis's body and the new parts were inserted without pause. I worked quickly, not wanting to take too long and risk the Dryad. At one point, a flung gear nearly smacked Vetter in the head, but he managed to dodge it. 50 seconds, give or take, went by while I replaced Anubis's chest plate. All the corrupted parts were absorbed, and I backed away from the table to allow him to stand. This wasn't the first time I'd tried to raise the power level of one of my creations by replacing the parts. The other times, though, had never managed to yield much of a gain. Anubis channeled his mana through his body, then stood up. I could sense his body truly incorporating the new parts. Maybe that's where I went wrong. The automata I tried with never had a true consciousness. Anubis's power began spiking to a new peak. It stopped just before he hit what would be considered Tier 3. "You're repaired. Quickly, go help the Dryad," I said, grabbing his shoulder. "Yes, Father," Anubis exclaimed. I teleported him outside next to the still smoldering stump of the Dryad's tree. I would have watched him, but I had my own job to work on, so I moved back to the portal structure and generated a ball of mana between my hands, so powerful that it turned a dark orange color as it quickly moved toward non-visible levels. I was creating a portal. Different from a teleport spell, it would be like a doorway permanently set in this spot. This also meant very high initial mana cost, but once it was created, there was much less upkeep. With my mana generation capabilities, I could easily maintain it for the duration of this campaign, or even well into the future if I chose to do so. The ball of mana grew denser as I poured more mana into it. It was slowly losing its color, becoming completely clear. I knew if I dropped it, or even used it as an actual weapon, I could easily level a city and the surroundings with ease. Finally, after nearly 300 million mana, the ball reached maximum density. I felt it was on the boundary of changing into another form, but I didn't have the leisure nor the safety for continuing to condense it. I wove a shell of spell script that would build the pathway to the portal in the dungeon. It had to include every variable so that the bridge would exist separate from this reality, but would allow people from it to still move through it. If I wrote the script wrong, people could end up shredded to pieces during the traverse. Luckily, I had plenty of practice with my teleport spells. This one mainly required the borders of the bridge to be properly defined. 3 hours later, the script for the primer spell was done. It was some of the most complicated spell work I had done to date. Even my creation's minds were less complex than this spell. I walked up to the opening, where an invisible wall pressed against me. I pressed the ball against it, and the ball sank into nothingness. I quickly teleported a kilometer to be safe. Gears of all shapes and sizes made from magic formed inside the giant circle that made up the portal. I wasn't sure why my magic was represented by gears rather than circuitry, but I liked the aesthetic and didn't try too hard to change it. The gears started to turn as arcs of mana shot off the portal's surface. The gears fused into bigger gears as I felt the bridge form. Finally, when there was only a single gear that took up the entire surface of the portal, it acted as if it were pulled back into a single point. A whirling pool of white light formed after that. I looked at it in appreciation. Back on Earth, science fiction and then regular science had tried to create a wormhole. I'd opened up a door to all kinds of possibilities. A doorway to the future, if you will. I nodded and walked forward. When I reached the portal, I stuck my arm into it and could see it in my main dungeon. That was an interesting feeling for me. Nodding to myself, I stepped through. A feeling of hot, then cold, and I was at the island created for it. I looked at my arm and saw some ice covering it. Frowning, I reached over to touch the gate. I added a new sequence that would adjust the surface of the portal so that people didn't suffer from the effects of thermal dynamics on the fluids that weren't part of themselves. Technically, their particles were moving faster than the speed of light, then instantly slowing down to reform their bodies. It wasn't surprising that the moisture on the surface of their skin would also superheat, then supercool as they crossed through. "Ignia," I called through the dungeon. She appeared a moment later. She was bigger, as she mainly spent her time cultivating mana in the dungeon. Right now, she tended to her treant forest on the 6th floor. They were getting rather large lately, and I was planning on moving them to one of the floating islands. The adventurers left them alone, but only because there were a lot of them now. "Yes, Father?" Ignia asked, floating around me. "I was wondering if you would let me move your treant forest to a nearby island so that you can help watch over this portal. Of the people who remain in the dungeon, you're the one I trust completely." I smiled at her. She spun around my head a few times as if in thought. "All right. The treants were complaining about hitting their heads lately," she replied with a giggle. "Excellent," I said, clapping my hands. Casting my senses more fully over the floor, I grabbed one of the larger islands. I rearranged the other islands a bit so that it would fit near this one. I loved space magic, as it allowed an island nearly 50 square kilometers to exist underground with other islands of various sizes. "I see you're almost to Tier 2, I said, observing her while I worked. "Yes. I would be a much higher rank if not for the drawback of the fairy race," Ignia said sadly. Drawback? This was the first I had heard about this. She was usually very open about her issues after I'd talked to her a while ago. It was her idea to tend the treant forest, and she enjoyed it from what I saw. "Fairies can only draw in pure mana. No contamination whatsoever. Father's dungeon actually has a decent amount that lets me cultivate it to the point that I have. From my memories, other dungeons take many years to start producing pure mana, Ignia explained. I thought I was cleansing the mana into its pure form, I asked, even more surprised. You are, or more accurately, into the world spirit's form. Pure mana is more of a byproduct, Ignia said. She landed on my shoulder, just barely able to fit. Pure mana is no aspect. It's a blank slate. You've done it a few times when working on your various projects. I held my hand out and formed another ball of mana. From there, I created a type of tree that branched off into the various types of mana. Fire, water, terra, and air were the thickest, followed by light and dark, which went in opposite directions. Space and time also branched in opposite directions of each other. After that were the several dozen lesser branches that some people could use. Lightning and nature, for instance. Finally, once the last of the various types of mana was pulled out of the ball, all that remained was a clear, transparent shell. It reminded me of the roots that held up a tree. This? I asked to be sure. Yeah. As you can see, it takes a lot to process it, and it doesn't remain untainted for long, Ignia said, taking the small, clear ball into her hands. The energy quickly flowed into her palms, and she took a deep breath. She grew maybe a centimeter, then jumped into the air, made a few mid-air spins, then hovered in front of me, smiling. I can create more now that I know you need it, I offered. She shook her head. Later. It will take me almost 3 days to cultivate that little bit you made just now. If you say so. Don't you have things to do, Father? She said, tapping my cheek with her tiny hand. Yeah, have to love wars, I said as I sighed. I looked off the edge of the island the portal resided on to where one of my asteroid harvesters had just finished teleporting. It landed on the edge of the island, and my forces started to pour from inside. High Tier 2 automata marched in perfect synchronicity as they moved toward the portal. These were the latest models that I'd recently created. The lower tiers would be moving to the portal next, but they would be using vehicles. They're going to regret messing with you, Father, Ignia said, watching the first batch of 200 automata march off the ship. Of course, I said, then grinned sinisterly.
Chapter 4. Azora. All right, everyone. Be ready. I'm not sure what to expect on this floor, I called to my group as we exited the elevator to the 16th floor. I had wanted to wait longer, but everyone assured me that they were ready and raring to get on with the dungeon exploration. I do have to admit that after the 15th floor boss prelude, or whatever that was, all the guards who were with me were showing much better control over their mana and magic. 3 of the newer guards even managed to break into Tier 2, while some of the senior members stated being close to a breakthrough to Tier 3. I tightened my grip on my new lance. I had tested it a bit, and found it was a more controllable version of the ancient device. Some of the engineers had started to drool as they'd examined the weapon back at the embassy. It possessed all the same functions, but I knew there was more to unlock. The image of the other me from the illusion using the ancient devices in unique ways flashed through my mind. Next was the armor. While it only appeared to cover from my waist up, it had a barrier of some kind that reacted much like a set of plate leggings would. I couldn't test that feature extensively without risking my legs, but it had withstood Sasori's barrage, and I could tell she wasn't holding back toward the end. The wings were a nice addition, letting me cross the valley in minutes, or in seconds if I really pushed the mana. When they were in their clock form, I did attract a lot of attention, but mostly in awe from others. I was ready to face whatever was going to be thrown at us in the next few levels. The wall slid back as the floor opened up to us. Like the last floors, I thought we were outside at first, as a large forest opened up to us. The trees were a kind I had never seen before, with silver leaves that appeared very sharp. The air was damp, making me think that this was how it would feel at some of the southern forests I'd heard about when I was younger. We didn't see any threats as we moved deeper into the forest. I was wondering what the challenge of this floor could be when I noticed Morita moving toward one of the trees. I trusted her and knew she wouldn't do anything rash. I called the group to a stop and waited for her. She placed her hand on the tree, and a moment later I felt a surge of mana from the tree and her as arcs of lightning started jumping between it and her body. One of the guards started to rush forward, but I quickly held him back. I could see she wasn't in any danger. "Princess Azora, this place is amazing for lightning users," she finally called after maybe 5 minutes. "I could see you were enjoying yourself." I chuckled. "My apologies. The mana was just so pure that I couldn't resist. As you know, lightning mana is hard to cultivate safely. I didn't have to worry about my skin burning off when channeling it here," Morita said flatly. "That means the voltage is low enough," I said, thinking about the book on electricity that Vern had made me read. "I'll be visiting this place regularly from now on." Morita smiled, looking back at the tree she was using. "We still have to be sure there aren't any threats," Hatsu warned her. "I know, but we've been in this outer reach for almost 20 minutes, and nothing has bothered us. Even if I cultivate mana out here, I'll still gain a decent boost to my cultivation. Not to mention how deep we are," Morita replied quickly. "Let's move on and actually find out what this floor has to offer," I said, turning back to the main forest. "But I feel this floor was made with a particular person in mind," I joked, and everyone chuckled and nodded at that. After another 10 minutes of the same thing, we found something new. It looked like a ruined temple that had been here for several centuries. We approached cautiously, in case there were traps. One of the guards scouted inside. After a few minutes, he came back out, waving us inside. I could tell that the temple would have been a grand place back in its heyday. The inside could easily fit 100 people. In the center was a large statue of a man with a lightning bolt. In his other hand, he held a tablet. Morita jumped up the platform to read it out loud. "Strike my bolt. Strike, and a storm to grant your power will come. Strike my bolt. Strike, and let your will be known to all. Strike my bolt." "I think it wants us to use lightning on the bolt," Suzuki suggested. "I agree. I'm beginning to think this really was a floor made for a certain someone. It is probably safe, so let us hurry and move on to the next one," I said, after considering it for a moment. "Morita, you can come back later to test it out," I called, when I saw her looking slightly depressed. "Yes, Princess," she answered, quickly jumping down. The exit to the next floor was on the opposite side of this one. As I'd figured, the floor was completely safe, especially for lightning users. Morita looked like she was having the time of her life while here. I just shook my head and pushed open the door to the next floor. Another forest greeted us, only this one looked normal, with an abundance of terra and nature mana in the air. In the distance, I made out a dome-shaped mountain. There appeared to be a snowstorm raging around the top. I gulped, worried that the entrance to the next floor was up there. "Princess, there is a path to the left," Sasori said. I moved next to her, and sure enough, there was a path that led along the edge of the room. Looking back over the massive floor, I decided that Lord.Regan must have created this floor for people to cultivate mana as a team. I could tell right now that even a water mage would have trouble surviving that snowstorm for long. We made our way around the mountain without any trouble. Some of the guards said they would want to return later and cultivate mana if it was allowed. I agreed to it, as long as they came in groups. The floor was safe, but halfway through there was a quake that caused cracks to form in the ground that quickly resealed. I wouldn't want someone to be by themselves and get trapped, or worse, crushed. We reached the entrance to the next floor after only a few minutes. "I wonder how many floors Lord.Regan has to be able to have floors that offer no resistance to adventurers," Suzuki asked when we reached the door. "His power far exceeds that of a normal dungeon. I wouldn't be surprised if he was in the triple digits by now. Plus, He has the heaven floor, I said, remembering the structure that inhabited the area outside the planet.
That is indeed true. I would like to see how the Celestials are taking his presence. Even in our records, they had plans that stretched for centuries. I can only imagine that Lord Regan is like a colossal wrench hitting their engine.
Suzuki snickered. Serves them right, I scoffed. All our collected history showed the Celestials causing just as much harm as good. The fact that our world was suffering due to Laloon was enough reason for me to want to curse the lot of them. The group made its way down to the 18th floor, where we entered a large cavern that appeared to stretch on for kilometers. I knew of dungeons that made massive, almost space-defying structures underground, but Lord Regan really took it to the next level. Just the last floor alone must have been at least 4 kilometers in height. Adding all the previous floors, if I did my math right, it put us around 20 kilometers beneath the surface. I was amazed at the level of magic required to keep this place intact. Dungeons had been created when the world spirit came into being. Everyone knew they cleansed the mana of the world, but no one was sure why the mortal race's mana was poisonous to the world spirit to begin with. It was one of the biggest mysteries for the Mages Guild. This floor looked like an enlarged version of the 6th floor. It was a giant mine, with building-size automata that were digging out large sections of the walls and floors. If Lord Regan was able to use all the material that we saw mined in just the few minutes we were standing here, then he must have had an army that could match either the kingdom or empire. In the center of the room was what looked like a town. It had a dirty look to it, made from metal and covered in dirt and soot. I could just make out smaller automata working around the area. We set out toward it, as I reminded everyone, no hostile action. If this was another mining floor, then we would be perfectly safe. It took us nearly half an hour to make it down the edge of the mine. From the entrance, the ground looked relatively flat, but once we actually started moving down, it turned treacherous. We reached the bottom of the mine and started heading toward the small town with only one guard getting a bruise when the rock he was standing on gave out, and he slid nearly 20 meters in a small rock slide. We were halfway to the town when we saw a sign. It was rather obnoxious, with flashing lights and words that changed colors every couple of seconds. We had to get closer to read it, since it was hard to focus on from far away.
Greetings, adventurers! Feel free to mine here as much as you did on floor 6. Do not go near the BWEs. They will attack you based on proximity. This has been your one and only warning. The depot in the center will provide you access to the next floor, but the BWEs do drop their load there once every few hours.
Seriously? Who would purposely piss off one of those things? Sasori asked, shaking her head and laughing. I had to agree. Even from here, I could tell they weren't something to mess with lightly. Not only were they huge, but they had several other smaller automata crawling over them. My guess was it would be like trying to siege a castle if a party attacked one of those. It looked like the depot, as the sign labeled it, was clear for now, so we picked up our pace to reach it before one of the BWEs started heading toward it. We made it a few minutes later. Not that hard when a party of adventurers actually starts moving at their max speed. The automata in the depot gave us a cursory glance, then went back to what they were doing. I looked around, but saw no hint of where the next floor entrance was. Deciding not to waste time, I moved toward the nearest automaton. It looked like a cross between a miner and a gnome tinkerer. The automaton possessed several dozen tools all over its body, and was covered in the dirt and grime that came with mining for many long hours of the day. It was working on a jumble of wires and tubes when it noticed me approaching. It stopped its work and gazed at me as I closed the distance. "Excuse me, can I bother you for a moment?" I asked politely.
"What does the Selected want with me?" the automaton asked in a deadpan voice.
"Selected?" I asked, caught off guard.
"Servant of the Creator, receiver of his favor," it replied.
A little confused, I replied, "Ah, He is a great being that I have decided to give my all to. I do not think he has given me much of his favor, however." The automaton glanced at my back before he said, "Then you do not respect the gift that has been given to you." The memory of Lord Regan's mana flooding my body flashed to mind, making me both blush and twinge a bit from the echo of the pain. I suppose to the members of Lord Regan's dungeon, it would appear that he had favored me quite a bit. I'd have to remember that for the future. "I apologize. My mind slipped a bit. Of course, I'm thankful for the blessing that my lord has given me. That is why I'm trying to prove my people are worthy of it," I said with a curtsy. The automaton just stared at me, then pointed toward a building toward the center of the town. "A device that will send you to the next floor is inside." "Thank you," I said, bowing my head. We rushed over to the building as one of the guards noticed that a BWE was heading toward the depot. I had no desire for my people to try to fight such a thing, so I hurried them into the building. Inside, there was a platform much like the elevator. We rushed to the top of the platform. Then I hit the only rune I could find. There was a flash of light, and I blinked as spots appeared in my eyes. Looking around after my vision cleared, I couldn't see anything different about the room we stood in. Two of the guards moved carefully to the doorway and searched the area. They paused for a few seconds before they turned around. "Princess, you need to see this," one of the guards called. I made my way over to look out of the entrance, gaping at what I saw. There was a city sprawling from the building we were looking out from. A layer of fog coiled through the air that made it hard to see far. I couldn't even make out the ceiling from where we were, but I knew we must be underground. A group of figures emerged from the fog a ways down the street. They were hard to make out, so I told everyone to be ready for anything. As the group got closer, I started catching more details. They wore gritty metal armor that covered most of their bodies. I wasn't sure what it was, but something told me that they weren't automata. As I watched, I realized that it was the way they moved, more random than the way automata normally ran or moved around at all. The group of people stopped in front of us.
"Look here! We finally have some guests. It took them long enough, but given the power of the boss, it makes sense."
The foremost figure laughed loudly. "Where are we?" I asked carefully.
"You're on the 20th floor! The Goblin City of Gears!" he shouted happily, pulling off his helmet.
I took a step back when I saw green skin. It was smooth like a human's, and they looked more civilized than any goblin I had ever seen in my life. They wielded armor and weapons that echoed a lesser version of what Lord Regan might create. One of the goblins had a large weapon that looked like 7 or 8 of our air rifles welded together.
"Alfonso Genkins!"
one of the goblins suddenly shouted, and there was a massive explosion of light, blinding everyone in the area, other goblins included.
"Damn it! Alfonso! They're guests until they attack!"
The leader goblin shouted angrily.
Chapter 5. Regan. Watching my forces gathered on the Deadlands side of the portal, I was impressed, to say the least, at the seemingly unending army marching through the portal to stand at the ready. I hoped it curled the toes of any of my would-be watchers from the necromancer side. They did possess a significant army of their own, but unlike mine, theirs required dead bodies to create. According to Julie and Rockruss, and what we'd learned in the labs, the undead were pretty fragile without a necromancer actively feeding them unholy mana. They could generate it on their own, but it was less pure than a necromancer's. That was why the undead near the edge of the north were so degraded. They had gone too long without pure unholy mana and were feeding off the ambient unholy mana. The treants pulled their mana from the dryad, which acted more like a giant necromancer. Some of my stationed forces already reported that the few treants that had survived and also somehow avoided the call were rotting even faster than the undead could take them. They were quite large, after all, and required something like a dryad to maintain their form. I wondered if that was due to the Dryad's original formation as a nature mana creature. I shook my head to clear my thoughts and looked back to the field in front of me. 2 of the harvester ships had emptied their bays, with the 3rd well on its way. That gave me 6,000 units that were ready to march full force to the north, and the number was still increasing. Unlike mortals, my forces didn't get tired, didn't need food, and thanks to the Anubis filter they used to breathe in mana, they wouldn't get corrupted by the ambient unholy mana. I really needed to thank the labs for that one. They'd taken Anubis's metal and hit the ground running with it. They'd created weapons, armor, the filters, and a manner of other devices to counter the unholy mana, mostly all thanks to Jarvis. When I'd moved Jarvis to the Zeta, I fully intended for him to treat it like a battleship, as that was how it was designed. Shortly after he took command of it, he quickly converted the thing to a very heavily armed research ship. He took some of the bottom turrets and converted them to tractor beams, so that he could literally snatch samples up without having to send out his crew. Those would then be sent to the labs on Alpha or his own personal labs, which he'd added to the ship. The 3rd Harvester's forces started to come through the portal. These were the big toys. Hover tanks, large mechs of all shapes and sizes, and the generator vehicles approached and started lining up along the other forces. When the 3rd Harvester was empty and its forces all on our side, I started splitting the forces into battalions. There was a command automaton assigned to each battalion that would control the units. It was linked back to the command center in Alpha, so I could control them at a moment's notice. You have to love satellite uplinks. They took a little tinkering, but I managed to get the signal through the ambient mana that acted like a barrier for the planet, as well as through the unholy mana that corrupted everything it touched. There was still a bit of time as the army organized itself, so I decided to check on Wren, since her duties as the corrupted beastkin leader were quickly reaching levels I wasn't sure she was prepared for. There were nearly 1,000 down there now, and the group was slowly growing. Every time the fleet moved even a kilometer, we would find some more holed up in caves or rudimentary treehouses. I teleported to her island after I mentally looked for her and found her in the village leader's hut, or building, whichever you wanted to call it. The other beastkin had built it for her out of respect, I think. She was devoted, though, and used it. The only thing out of place were the large obelisks that lined the mud streets. These were similar to the ones up on the surface in the town, only without most of the rules. Designed to filter the unholy mana from their bodies ever so slowly. If they were at 100, then it pulled a point from them a day. Many would take nearly a year to recover completely, but I wasn't sure at which point would they regain more control over their mental faculties. A few were so far gone that it would take them over 200 years to recover. I had wondered if it might be easier to just put those down, but Wren said that she would take responsibility for them until all were recovered. I couldn't exactly ignore the girl's determination. "Wren, are you busy?" I called from the entrance to her hut. The other beastkin had learned last time I visited not to test me. Most were shrinking away in fear when they saw me. I noticed a few of the new ones eyeing me, but they wisely took in the others' reactions and backed away as well. You had to love pack societies. "Master Regan, what can I do for you?" Wren asked as she appeared from inside the hut. She was fully armed and armored, and from what I saw, she stayed like that almost every hour of the day. She never knew when she was going to get a challenge, after all. When she slept, she activated the sigil I'd installed in her room to create a barrier around her house. Echo also guarded the hut at night. It looked like leadership suited her. She stood up straighter than when she'd first come to me. There was an energy that permeated the air around her. I wasn't sure if it was the removal of the unholy mana in the air she breathed, or if she was a natural leader, but it was working for her. I wished for a few more like her, but none of the other beastkin from the north had come anywhere near her level of mental facility. I wanted to check on you. We're about to restart the invasion, and I wanted to make sure you were ready for some more citizens. I smiled. Oh yes, we can handle quite a few more. The fields created on the islands are growing like wildfire, and many of the corrupted are more than content when they have a full belly. From what I have learned so far, they really only live based on instinct. Some of the ones that are young, less than 5 years, have already started showing signs of recovery since you erected those pillars, Wren said in a ramble, clearly excited. So, you were able to get them to farm? I asked. Yes, it took a day or two, but when I made a small garden that created enough food for 5 people overnight, the rest quickly caught on, Wren said as she started pulling me toward the fields. Especially the older ones. I feel like their memory is still there, just clouded. I smiled at the teenager, acting like a, teenager. I was glad she was able to let go of her time in the north a little and was currently embracing her new life. Not only did she lose her parents at a young age, but she was forced to survive on her own in a monster and undead-infested land. I had to give her credit. That's good news. Honestly, better news than I was expecting, I said, as we emerged from a tree line into a cleared field. It was literally growing before my eyes. The dungeon mana was being converted to nature mana as the plants were pulling it in like sunlight. The nutrients in the soil were also being refreshed as they were pulled out. The plants didn't have their usual restrictions that they usually would have on the surface. Echo did a lot of the work. Without him, this field would be half its size, Wren said, turning a sweet girlish smile toward the large robot, which was tilling a stretch of land at the moment. This is right up his alley. Easier, really, I said, laughing at the mining robot being used to till a field. But it was just one, and they weren't too busy right now anyway. Most of his brothers were digging what could be called ant trails through the mountain looking for materials or resources, or hell, even ruins. A race like the Arcarans would have had a large presence on the planet before leaving, and mountains are a good place to look since they are more consistent over the years than other types of landmasses. Wren was looking at me with wide eyes. I really can't thank you enough for letting him work with me. Trust me, without you, these people would most likely be sitting in large cells. You're worth your weight in gold, I said, patting her head. In fact, I want to reward you. Is there anything you want? Her wide eyes grew wider for a moment, then she put her chin in her hand in a thinking pose. I gazed around as she thought. I could tell some of the beastkin were doing better than others. There were those that walked around boldly, while there were also those that looked like frightened animals, jumping at the tiniest of sounds. I really hoped these people would recover in the future. I would like Echo to be able to talk, Wren said finally. Echo to talk, huh? I replied. It wasn't outside what I expected, but posed one of the harder options. It's one thing to install something like a voice box, but then his systems had to be able to use it. I would just have to try to see what happened. I sent a command to Echo to come over. He stopped pulling his hand along the ground and walked toward us. Echo, Master Regan is going to make it where you can talk, Wren said quickly when he reached us. Is that okay? I asked him. I got a nod in response. I nodded back, then had him sit down so I could reach his head and neck area. Being careful not to damage anything, I pulled the plate covering his neck off and went to work. Echo was built to mine, and all his parts were bulky and robust so that he could survive a cave-in or other accidents that might happen in a fantasy world with monsters. I created a voice synthesizer. It would sound weird for a while until his mental magic script adjusted and learned how to use it properly. I would guess that if he broke through soon, he would gain much better control over his voice. Gray had gained speech when he'd broken through thanks to his connection with Anna. So, desire went a long way to controlling what happened when you broke through. I carefully added the speech magic script to his brain, then reattached the metal plate to his head and neck. Then I patted his giant back. "All right, try to say something." "Ren." A screeching sound emerged from him that had Ren and all the other beastkins holding their ears in pain. I quickly snapped my fingers to kill the sound before it could travel farther. "You have to take volume into account. You should know how to do this if you concentrate a bit. After that, calmly and carefully think about what you want to say," I explained. "Ren," Echo said again, still loudly, but at a shout level rather than an attack level. "Yes, Echo?" Ren asked, still rubbing her ears. "I help?" Echo asked, the volume going down some more. "Of course. I couldn't do this without you," Ren said. She climbed up his back and moved to sit on his shoulders. "We're partners." "Partners," Echo said, finally reaching conversational levels. "I'm also happy with you here rather than out in the tunnels," I added. Echo looked at me, then just nodded before turning back to Ren. I shook my head. These robots were going to be the death of me. At least the locals were taking to them. It was also fascinating to actively watch, rather than sit in a tower all day as you knew the world was going to crap around you. "Creator said it good, I hear," Echo said to Ren. "I know, I heard him," Ren said, giggling at his speech. "All right, I'm sure you two have some heart-to-heart to do, so the old man will get out of the way. Ren, Echo, keep up the good work. Echo, make sure to keep her safe," I said with a smile. "No one touch Ren. No one hurt Ren," Echo shouted. "Good." I moved back to the Force's staging area. The command automata were standing at attention when I finished teleporting. I looked over the arranged forces and nodded. The necromancers were going to regret ever being alive. I switched mental gears and stood tall. With a grand gesture, I shouted, "Move out!" The command automata saluted and teleported to their command mechs, large, 8-legged constructions that were armored enough to survive a nuke on Earth and big enough to house nearly 100 other automata. The biggest thing was the massive generator inside that would keep their battalion powered. I grinned evilly as my forces bulldozed a path through the forest. There were 4 battalions. Only 2 dryads remained on the path to Alara. The rest surrounded her in a sort of protective barrier. I was already working on how I was going to launch a coordinated attack on them. I would most likely need to do something to drain Alara in case they were able to link her mana reserves to the dryads in a giant network. Well, they could adapt to me. They better be ready for me to adapt to them.
Chapter 6. Azora. After the goblin Alfonso was scolded by his superior, we made our way into the city, led by the goblin squad. The city was amazing. Technology completely different from the gnomes, but on a level that was equal to or even higher than ours infused the city at every turn. Goblins that reminded me more of humans by the way they carried themselves could be seen everywhere. This was truly a goblin city. I couldn't yet tell the size of the floor, but it had to be at least 1 kilometer, if not more. I supposed that wrong.Regan could create the food to feed such a city from mana, but I doubted he would allow the boosted properties of dungeon soil to go to waste. In fact, I knew he already made use of it for his restaurant, so a few large fields should have been able to feed a city of this size. The buildings were all of a material that looked easy to build with, but wasn't just straight terra magic molded into the shape of a building. Magic allowed buildings to be created quickly, but they tended to lack a certain character. These all looked like they were created by someone who took several months working on them. The road we were on could easily allow 6 or so carriages to pass each other and still have room for pedestrians. I got a report that a man found blueprints for a large building in the fort town on the 9th floor, and wondered if I could acquire anything like that here. Just the large-scale use of glass was amazing. Every building possessed some, and one building that took up part of the view in the distance almost looked to be made completely of glass. "Is there going to be an escort for every party that reaches this level?" I asked as we walked.
"No. We're assigned to escort the first few parties so that any adventurers that reach this floor don't start outright killing civilian goblins,"
the lead goblin explained with a weird accent. "So this is a safe zone?" I asked excitedly.
As safe as free-willed beings can be around one another."
He looked like he was about to say something else when a large metal leg crashed down on the street from around the corner of the building we were passing. Soon, 3 more metal legs joined the first, and a large metal construct moved completely into view. The image of the mechs that wrong.Regan used in the north flashed through my mind. I could tell this one was a bit cruder than his, but it was still formidable. It was a 4-legged machine that reminded me of a spider, and at a glance several weapons were visible. I was more surprised that it appeared to have seen combat, as it had jagged scars and places that had been patched roughly. Part of me was excited about learning about the mechs. I really hoped that wrong.Regan made it so that people who earned it could learn from the goblins.
"Oh, crews! We finally get some guests," a voice called from the mech as it came to a stop in front of us.
I was glad it did, giving me a chance to take in more of its construction. I always regretted that I couldn't devote more time to tinker, having to study stagecraft instead.
"Ah, Treno! Yeah, they just came through. They aren't giving us trouble, but want to escort us,"
Cruz, the goblin leader, shouted back.
"Sure thing. The people need to know that goblin tech is back and will soon be stronger than ever."
The mech pilot Treno laughed. "wrong.Regan really managed to fix your race, then?" I asked excitedly, once we got back underway. Cruz eyed me for a moment, then said,
"I can see you're a selected. Yes, he was able to fix us partially. The world curse on us still very much affects us, but it can't reach us here. If you take a moment, you would be able to realize that there is no ambient mana here."
I took a deep breath while trying to pull mana in, and sure enough, there was a completely different taste from usual. I knew this taste, though. It was wrong.Regan's. I had channeled it enough to remember it. Some of the others tried as well, and most started to cough like they'd pulled in a mouthful of dry air. "Suzuki, how is it?" I asked, when he reacted the least.
"Very interesting, to say the least. I felt I could cultivate mana with it, but it would take a while to adjust my body to it. It would be hard to leave and come back often," he answered.
"I like it. Reminds me of home," Sasori said, taking another deep breath.
"Especially near the generator rooms." "Interesting, now that you mention it."
Suzuki pulled in another deep breath. Cruz interrupted us.
"You have plenty of time to worry about that later. You're about to meet the Godfather. I recommend being polite."
He pointed at a grand building. It looked like a mansion that had been magnified a few 100 times, and covered such a large amount of space that I couldn't take the whole thing in with one glance. Large gates opened for us as we approached, and 2 goblin butlers bowed as they held the gate for us. The grounds were amazing as well. For a moment, I completely forgot that we were underground and in the middle of a city. Neatly manicured gardens, trees, gravel paths, and stone sculptures decorated the yards as we walked to the entrance of the grand building. I had to close my mouth several times at the magnificent sight. As we approached, 2 lines of goblins met us, a line of butlers and the other of maids. Even as goblins, they had a beauty that would be hard to top, even on the surface. They reminded me of elves, but with green skin. They bowed as we passed, and the 2 at the end of each line moved to open the giant wooden doors. I had to shake my head when I noticed pulsing green lines that etched out runes. Surely it wasn't Mithril. We gathered in the entrance hall, not really sure what to do from here. There were 2 halls and a grand staircase that led to the next floor, but I didn't want to make anyone mad by exploring on my own. My people were relaxed at least, though I wasn't sure I liked that. But it wouldn't do much good for them to be hostile to everything that moved. I just sighed and let it go for now.
"Will the leader please follow me? The Godfather would like to meet you,"
said a goblin that was quite honestly more handsome than any man I had seen on the surface. He had long silver hair that reached the small of his back and was tied up in a ponytail. His face was perfect, with a strong but gentle jawline, softly glowing purple eyes, and a nicely shaped nose. He was wearing a suit that accented his body in all the right places.
"Princess,"
Suzuki asked. "Huh? Ah, yes, that would be me," I stammered quickly. I could feel the others' gazes on my back as a blush crept over my cheeks. "Is it all right if I bring 2 along with me?" I asked.
"Of course,"
the handsome goblin answered with a smile that showed perfect white teeth and may have burned a few of my nerve endings. I coughed and waved Suzuki and Hatsu forward. I needed both my main mage and guard with me. We were walking into something that I wanted to be sure we walked out of. The goblin gestured with a slight bow up the grand staircase, then turned and walked ahead of us. Decorating the hallway we walked down were tons of gold statues and other types of artwork that looked like they were created by master hands. Sure enough, many other rooms lined the halls as well that could easily house several hundred people comfortably. It made me want to make Jade Wind much grander in the future when I took over as queen. My foot faltered for a moment at that thought.
"Lady, are you all right?"
the embodiment of beauty asked with a light smile. "I'm fine. The majesty of this place is just overwhelming," I said quickly. I shook my head. I always knew I was going to be queen someday. Sure, some days I looked forward to it more than others. But I never didn't want to be queen. I just never knew I would meet someone like Lord Regan. I didn't want to part with him. Maybe I could move the city over the valley, I thought idly. I had some serious thinking to do in the future. We finally reached a room that lay toward the end of the right wing. The doors weren't quite as grand as the entrances, but they were clearly for showing off the individual named the Godfather's power and influence. 4 goblins, each armed with different weapons, stood guard. 3 of them had weapons similar to our air rifles in design, but with a round drum attached toward the middle. The last one possessed what looked like a sword hilt on his belt, but I couldn't see an actual sheath.
"One lady and company to see the Godfather,"
our escort said. His face wasn't distracting me this time, but that made me realize that his voice was like honey or silver. One of the guards pressed a button on the wall and said something in a different language. It was like the goblin's language that was still used on the surface, but sounded like it had developed for 2,000 years. I heard a click, and one of the guards held the door open for us. I nodded to the guards as I moved past them. The new room was a large office. There were fewer decorations in here, but the few presented were obviously a show of power. 2 of the walls were covered in weapons, all kinds of guns and rifles, and so many that I wasn't sure how much firepower was actually represented. The last wall was filled with bookshelves. The language was the same Lord Regan printed his books in. The one thing in the room that quickly grabbed my eye was the goblin sitting behind a large desk in the center. He was wearing a large suit that managed to be nicer than the one our escort was wearing. There was a large cigar in his hand, and he looked pleased to see us.
"Adventurers, I want to welcome you to my humble abode," the older-looking goblin said, with a gesture around him.
He pulled a drag from his cigar.
"The boss wanted me to greet the first few groups to the floor to spread the word that we won't attack unless provoked. As you can see, we aren't like our sick brothers and sisters from the surface. You may call me Tony," he finished with another pull from the cigar.
"I want to thank you for the amazing welcome we've received, Tony," I said with a deep bow.
I guess I'm not surprised a selected made it here first." He chuckled.
"I've been hearing that all day," I said with a chuckle of my own.
"Again, I'm not surprised. Depending on what floor you're on, the treatment you receive might change."
His tone was light, not a threat. "Yay me?"
"Indeed. Now, if you plan to go back to your—"
Tony started to say when one of the guards walked in. He moved over and whispered something to Tony.
"Is that so? Thank you,"
he said to the guard, then looked back to me.
"It appears I already owe you a debt."
"Debt? What do you mean?" I asked, truly confused. I couldn't remember doing anything to earn a debt so soon after entering the city.
"It appears Alfonso attacked you soon after you entered the city. While no harm was done, this could leave a bad mark on future proceedings,"
Tony said, taking a drag. I waved him off. "Please, there's no reason to be worried about that. Like you said, no harm was done."
"Are you saying I should overlook a debt?" Tony growled.
No," I said, caught off guard.
"Sir, calm down,"
the handsome goblin said. I didn't realize he had moved next to Tony.
Sorry, Owen," he said,
then looked back to me.
"That's not how things work here. We'll do this. You take Alfonso with you as a servant for now. Once he works for you for, let's say a month from now, then he can come back."
I had a feeling I was getting the short end of this stick, but I didn't want to make it worse. "All right, sounds good," I agreed with a tight smile. We talked for a while longer about the rules and laws of the city. Adventurers could buy buildings in the city for mana if the building wasn't already occupied. There was a no-killing policy, which I was glad about. But Tony did warn me that wouldn't prevent people who got into a fight from being beat to within an inch of their life. He had a very feral grin when he said it, his fangs poking out partially.
"With that, please enjoy your stay, Princess Azora,"
Tony finished with that uncomfortable grin. Owen let us out after that. Privately, I wished that Tony had lent us him instead of Alfonso, but at least it was only a month. I would have to try to get him sent back earlier. I just had a feeling it was going to be trouble. Chapter 7. Luella. It was the day after I sent my father to jail. That act alone had been very satisfying, until the woman I thought of as the root of evil came to get him free. I straight up told her to leave, or I would throw her in with him. She had a sour face, but left without pushing her luck. I wanted to find a reason to have her taken away as well, but I tried to remain as civil as possible. I really wanted to have a day to myself, a day to just lie in bed and stare at the ceiling, but my duties called. A list long enough to keep me busy for the foreseeable future. My staff in the castle grew more competent by the day, which I had the schools being opened around the city to thank for. Regan may have been big on allowing access to knowledge, but that didn't mean everyone learned as well as others. Some of the more engaging individuals were able to pass on knowledge in easy-to-learn ways, which for some beat trying to learn from a book. The biggest issue on the agenda was the Winter Welcome Festival. With how booming the town was, it would almost be a crime not to hold it. The commoners and adventurers alike all enjoyed the festival, as a town would normally hold a grand feast if it could. Many of the forms on my desk were suggestions for the event. The festival used to honor the god of kin, but since worship of Laloon had spread so much, many places were changing their target of devotion. It wasn't unheard of, even before the demon wars, for gods to tend to be loose with their worshippers, caring more about the world itself. I grabbed the engraved golden parchment from the top of the stack, and was honestly not sure whether to laugh or cry when I first read it. The Gnome Embassy had sent a formal request to have Regan be the patron of the festival. I wasn't sure I wanted that to go to his head. Azora being straightforward wasn't new, but I worried this might go just a tad over the line for some people. As I thought about Azora, I read a report that she had gone back into the dungeon this morning. After the last floor I'd experienced, I wasn't sure I ever wanted to be a first diver ever again. Regan just threw too many unknowns around. No. Next time I dove, I wanted a book written and certified by at least 10 other adventurers. My hands were already full with the amount of power I'd amassed in the short time since knowing Regan. Someone else could have fun with it for a while. I shook my head and pulled the plans for the festival forward. The Mages Guild wanted permission to hold a display and competition. It sounded like a good way for some of the rowdier people to show off while expending their energy. The last thing I wanted to deal with was a drunken mage with access to firestorms and terraquakes. A whole district of a town in Lekazar had been turned to rubble one night, thanks to a mage with more power than wits who'd gotten drunk. There was, of course, the feast that needed to be planned. As the Lord, I would be footing the bill. But in turn, that meant I wanted everyone to bring out their best work. At least thanks to Regan's library, we would have a considerable increase in quality compared to the previous feasts I remembered.
"Little lady, you have a guest," Rockris called from the hall.
"Send them in," I said with a sigh. I was confident I was more powerful than him now, but that didn't stop him from treating me like a child. It only made it worse that I couldn't see his face behind the mask he always wore. A moment later, Lyons strode into my office without much hesitation. He was dressed the same as last time, though the black bags under his eyes made him look like he was missing a few nights of sleep. He still radiated a sort of energy that spoke volumes about how seriously he took his position. "Lady Luella, thank you for seeing me," Lyons said with a bow. "It's not a problem. What is it?" I asked curiously. "Yes, we may have a situation. I felt like it was a good idea to inform you." He sat down, looking quite tired. I could only wonder what would cause him to miss so much sleep. I just hoped it didn't affect my valley. "Go ahead," I said, then waved to Rockris. He pulled the door shut as he came inside. "A few nights ago, a town was attacked. Or liberated. It really depends on how you look at it. The Lord was slaughtered to the point that only his head remained. The assailant claimed that the Lord was a necromancer supporter, but... Anyway, to support their claim, they gave a few parties in the town a weapon that allowed them to not only defend themselves, but also detect the necromancers still remaining in the town." He sighed. "That sounds like compelling evidence in itself," I said, resting my chin on my hand as I leaned forward. This had Regan written all over it. "I also agree. The other nobles, however, do not. Thonica is entering a state of civil defense. I felt I should warn you, because you are from Lekazar, and may be judged more harshly than is otherwise necessary." Lyons was actually frowning for once. The change in expression did work to make him seem more human. "At least I have you as a voice. Haven't you been inspecting the valley from top to bottom this past week?" I smiled lightly at the thought. Even with his investigation, he'd cause less problems than the nobles. "Indeed. The king will heed my counsel. I haven't received any news of the second dog that was supposed to be working this case with me, which worries me," he said, lines forming on his brow. My eyes widened. "This second dog wouldn't happen to be named Quinn, would she?" I asked quietly. "Yes, that is the name. Why?" His tone was tense. "She pissed me off, as well as Regan. He caused her quite a bit of pain while he questioned her," I answered with a soft growl. Lyons actually slumped in his seat with his head in his hands. I wasn't sure if he wanted to laugh, cry, or just moan from what I could only assume was now a large amount of stress. I quickly waved to Rockris, and he smiled with a nod and stepped over to a table to the side of the room. He poured a glass of what Regan called dungeon whiskey. It automatically refilled every night, and I had taken to drinking a few glasses when I was actually able to work in my office.
"Sir,"
Rockris said lightly, handing the glass to Lyons. "Thanks," Lyons mumbled as he took the drink. Rockris moved over and handed me a glass as well. I thanked him with a nod and took a sip. It felt cool, then hot as it touched my tongue. As the sweetness drifted through the warmth of the drink, my nerves relaxed. The alcohol always brought a little smile to my face as it took the edge from my more stressful days. "Where does this leave me, Sir Lines?" I asked, once he'd drunk a few sips. "The situation could go many ways, to be truthful. I personally hope you showed that woman her place. But I doubt she'll let something like that go. No. The more likely response is that she will blame our current case on you and your friend. And unfortunately, she possesses more pull with the king than I do," Lines answered, leaning forward as he thought it through. "And what, Sir Lines, would be the king's response to such information?" I asked with a straight face. "Destruction," he replied with a small smile. I tapped my chin. This was, I wanted to say bad, but something inside myself just didn't care. I'd fled to Thonica because I couldn't do anything in Lekazar, and my father would have always hounded me if I'd stayed. This wasn't the case anymore. I possessed a power that was hard to equal for someone my age. If I practiced more, I would become unmatched by all but a few. Then there was Regan. He was a walking legendary-grade magic weapon that could level cities if he got serious. Who could have an army that could match anything the kingdom could throw at him, and didn't have to feed them or even pay them? I had been lord the entire time he'd been building his dungeon. I honestly worried about the mortal races if some of the other nobles tried to get him to do what they wanted. The dungeon itself would allow the valley to be self-sufficient, even if they cut us off. I didn't see the two countries working together to deal with us, but it was always a possibility. That would be interesting to see in its own right. Even with that thought, I still wasn't too worried about it coming to a war. The adventurers and citizens who came here wouldn't fight the war, but my martial forces grew by the day from people looking to make money, or relocating here due to the rumors of a better life. I leaned back in my chair and smiled widely. Let them come. "Are you crazy?" Lines asked skeptically. "No, not that I blame you for thinking as much. Let's just say I know the cards I have to play, and I'm in possession of a very nice hand." I chuckled. It sounded like something Regan might say. I can't see this ending well," Lines mumbled as he shook his head. Dar.
The airship quickly gained distance from the fleet. It felt odd to be left in charge over what could be an important mission. I would much rather have been in the mech bay working on Bervin. He was my masterpiece, after all. He could crush anything in the same tier as him, and easily give one tier higher a run for their money. If I used the lab's charts, then my mech Bervin would be end tier 2. That was before I included all the ideas I had about him almost on a daily basis. I felt he would truly be formidable in the future. "I'll just call this mission a trial run for Bervin," I mumbled.
"What was that, ma'am?"
The goblin at the controls asked. "Nothing. How much farther?" I asked, watching to stand next to him.
"According to the maps the boss gave us, it shouldn't be more than a day away. We may possibly even be there tonight. We are putting out a lot of speed,"
the pilot answered, glancing at his charts. "Good. Try to aim for the morning. From the report I got, it sounds like they are firmly entrenched in the dungeon, and we won't have to worry about friendly fire. That doesn't mean I want to send our forces in without the sun on our side," I said, more to myself than the pilot.
"Understood, ma'am."
The pilot nodded, then focused back on the sky flying by. "Keep comms up. I'm going to inspect the mechs," I ordered, and left the bridge. The ship was large for us, but small compared to others that Boss had created. It could easily house the crew of 40 goblins that Boss had assigned to me. Most of the space was taken by the cargo and mech bays. There were almost enough mechs for the entire crew. We needed them to actually go outside, after all. A few of the other engines were moving around the mechs as they did pre-combat checks and prep. "How's it going, boys?" I called to the 3 that were working on one of the mechs.
Ma'am, all green for the kids. Need to use the material ammo sparingly. Only have a few 100,000. We can't have you getting trigger-happy,"
Terry, the lead mechanic, called as he leaned over the railing. "I'll stick to energy weapons. Honestly, I'm a little afraid to use those antimatter rounds the boss gave us," I said, as I climbed the ladder to join him on the scaffold.
"I was reading the notes that came with them. That's some serious shit. Need to use them on enemies we deem too strong to fight conventionally. Apparently, they can rip a hole through most materials,"
Terry agreed. "Boss is amazing," I said, thinking about him scolding me earlier. He was scary, that was for sure, but he was so powerful. The ultimate machine. I got shivers just thinking about those perfectly aligned parts moving in his chest. I wondered if he would allow me to inspect them someday.
"Careful," I heard Terry say.
I know. At least let me daydream," I pouted.
"I don't care if you daydream. Just don't do it about the one being that we owe everything to. Last thing I need to hear is how you pissed him off enough to take us down with you."
I nodded and looked at the mech under us. It was humanoid, but sized down to fit inside the dungeon. It stood 3 meters tall and about 1 meter wide in the shoulders. Made from an orichalcum alloy, it could withstand many levels of magic and physical attacks. While it was designed by goblins, Boss had manufactured them so they were much smoother than what a goblin would make. It was truly quite imposing. There was an assortment of weapons it could be equipped with, depending on what was called for. Blunt, sharp, projectile, and all the way to energy were available thanks to Boss. The mechs came with a limited barrier projector that could last for several minutes under intense fire before its own internal battery drained. We reach our destination in the morning. Make sure everything is triple-checked. This is the goblin's first mission from the boss. We won't fail him, I ordered.
"Yes, ma'am. We'll get it done,"
Terry said with a grin that showed his fangs.
Chapter 8. Regan. The sound of dead and rotting trees being trampled echoed out as my forces moved through the undead forest. Units with teleport matrices sent the debris back to the dungeon without much issue so that I could quickly absorb it. Of course, some of the dead and rotting stuff simply turned to ash a lot of the time after being crushed by the marching automata. The number of beastkin had also exploded. This deep in, the corruption was much worse, but there were still large concentrations of them. I found that their survival rate depended on their having a leader with at least end Tier 2 level strength. This also meant that Ren was receiving a lot of challenges right now. The combat was well taken by the girl, and I could feel her power increasing by the day. It appeared a lesser version of the mana absorption that my minions have on their defeated enemies was at work with her. I did get some good news from Tony that some adventurers had finally reached the 20th floor. I would need to expand the number of floors again soon. Unlike a traditional dungeon, I used mine more like a resource for outside ventures. So instead of fighting through 40 floors to reach my core, a group would actually only have to fight through around 20 floors total. My floating island section would be a decent block for many parties, but they could easily hire a mage who knew flight magic to get them across. Maybe I would make some wyverns or something to attack anything that was not supposed to be in the air. At least the island that led to the next set of floors wasn't marked in any way other than by some ruins. I shook my head and decided to worry about it later, doubting anyone would get through the Goblin City in only a few days. It was still technically a boss floor. There were a few ways to get to the next floor, but all of them required dealing with Godfather Tony. Tony had a very large and encompassing love for coins. I looked back to the screen. My forces were encircling Alara's dryads. There was still one more on the path to her location, but the rest were all around her in a circle. I planned to launch a coordinated attack on all the dryads at once. Anubis was already prepped to teleport to each of the dryads once they were incapacitated. My forces would take a few days to surround the entire area that made up what I decided to call Alara's influence. They were having to fight their way to each location, after all. Each commander unit was equipped with a few transponders to install at suitable locations. I didn't have full control over them like my dungeon aura, but I could move my forces via teleporting much easier at those locations, mainly due to the unholy mana being weaker in those zones. For now, I looked toward the one dryad that was still in the way of my path to Alara. I wasn't even playing any games with this one. It was magnified on the screen, being over 100 kilometers away. I wanted to see the necromancers deal with my attack this time. I looked over to Anubis. "You ready? You won't have much time and will most likely be under fire," I said. "Yes. With Father fully equipping my squad, I'll be fine as long as it doesn't detonate again. That shouldn't happen with your plan." Anubis grinned, his fangs shining in the light. "Very well." I gripped his shoulder, then turned to the bridge crew. "Begin bombardment." A screen came up that showed a zoomed-in view of the Dryad from space. An army, nearly twice as dense and made up of treants, corrupted beasts, and other monsters, surrounded the Dryad. I was sure there were some airships using illusions to hide in the area. They were about to receive a very rude awakening. 10 seconds from my issuing the order, 6 brilliant beams of energy lanced down from the sky, 2 hitting the Dryad nearly directly, while the others hit within 100 meters of it. The monsters that were hit by the initial beam were vaporized. The Dryad instantly started to char. A mid-air explosion signaled one of the enemy airships being turned into cinder. 3 seconds passed before they were able to get the barrier up. Unfortunately, it was pointless. It held for a max of 5 seconds before the ion beams pierced through. There was a moment of stillness before the pulse from the satellites crashed into the Dryad and its surroundings. Everything within 5 kilometers turned into a blazing flame that looked like it was straight out of hell. All the screens turned into the magic version of static from the magical blast wave. Mana in the area has reached dangerous levels. Corruptions will spawn if not handled within a few minutes, one of the bridge automata said. "Noted," I said to the automaton, then ordered, "All forces move. Anubis, once temperatures reach levels you can handle, go in." The airship fleet moved forward, while the land forces worked to make ground. Through doing controlled tests, we knew how long it took for what the labs were calling corruptions to manifest. Another thing I owed to Jarvis with my being too busy to do the testing myself as of late. I wondered how I would be if I had built my dungeon similar to a regular dungeon. Probably significantly more bored, I thought with a chuckle. "Temperature within tolerable levels," an automaton called. Anubis readied his weapon. Then a blue light formed around him as the teleport matrix activated, sending him into the dying inferno. Maybe 6 ion cannons were a little much. A minute later, Alpha was close enough that I could start pulling the excess and raging mana into my aura. With my interference, the inferno died down quickly. The sensors quickly found Anubis and his squad. They were completely unharmed, maybe a bit of ash on them. I didn't think anything could survive that attack, but wanted to be sure. Needless to say, none of the airships survived. Anubis quickly finished the ritual, and the golden sapling grew from the ashes of the Dryad's former body. I wasn't surprised, given the fire's size, that I felt a large amount of fire mana emanating from it. With this Dryad dealt with, we possessed a direct line to Alara. If I pushed the fleet, we could arrive by midday tomorrow even. I wouldn't do that, however, as the necromancers had already proven to be more inventive when challenged. I would need to make the one responsible one of my new toys. The will required would be high, but I felt I could manage. Speaking of toys, I needed to find out what Julie had learned. I ordered the bridge to handle this section the same as the others, then moved to the cells. I had set up a torture room for her there that was equipped with everything I thought a torturer could need. Honestly, though, I felt the knife would probably be enough to make most people open up, so to speak. "Julie," I called from the entrance. I could see exactly what and where everything was in the room, but I didn't want to be rude when entering a ladies' room. An insane and very unstable ladies' room, but a ladies' room nonetheless. In my mind's eye, I saw her peek up from where she was peeling one of the men's skin back. "Coming, master," Julie shouted and hurried over to me. She was dripping with so much blood that I was actually surprised the group wasn't dead. Her monochrome jester outfit I'd made for her was crimson now. It was only made creepier by the large grin she wore when she ran toward me. She came to a full stop in front of me, and I could see her desire to hug me flashing in her eyes. "Hello, Julie. How goes it?" I smiled. "Good. I got everything they knew, I think." She glanced back to 4 who were in various states of dismemberment. "I might have broken them," she said, tilting her head to the side like a child that knew they were cute enough to get away with anything. "Well, as long as you're sure you got all the information from them," I said, shaking my head. "Yes, they knew little. They were recruited at Jade Wind and were on their way to the Citadel when they received orders to intercept the force approaching from the south. Of course, they figured it would be a walk in the park with their new power. They said there is a large plan in motion that would change the current political map. Of course, they didn't have an accurate time frame," she said in a rush. "I don't know how you guys got anything done before. How did you prevent your own people from walking into a planned culling?" I asked, rubbing my forehead. "This is the biggest operation that the necromancer following has ever done. Before, or at least while the person who sent me my orders, there was a very loose, do stuff for achievements mentality. We might seem like we worked together, but there was actually quite a bit of infighting between different groups of necromancers." "I remember you telling me that before. All right. Anything else?" I asked. "The situation is bad in Jade Wind. You might want to send that princess of yours back to help stabilize the city," she said, actually looking serious. "Is that so? Can't say I'm surprised, considering half their air fleet up and left a few weeks ago," I said, nodding. "It's more than that. The king is close to going insane, if what these 4 said can be trusted." She shook her head. I grinned wickedly. Rats usually tell the truth if you hurt them enough. "Master," Julie cried and wrapped her arms around my arm, latching on. "Only you understand me." "Julie, damn it," I said with exasperation. She just gripped harder. I sighed and pulled her off. It took a little more effort than it used to, but living in the dungeon meant that her strength was increasing. I wasn't sure why she hadn't broken through yet, but the way necromancers worked was hard to understand. I'd once had Julie cultivate mana for me, but the ambient mana actually worsened her own. From what I could tell, she had to corrupt it and then reabsorb it. Something that I didn't let her do, of course. "Master, let me out to kill things. Please. I haven't killed anything since that little horde attacked the town," she pleaded, rubbing her head into my arm. "Don't worry, it won't always be necromancers that I'm fighting. You'll get a chance to tear apart something sooner or later. For now, you'll just have to be happy tearing them up." I pointed back into the room. It might seem cruel, but in my opinion, they had brought it upon themselves. Julie pouted but didn't say anything else. I walked into the room to inspect her handiwork. While back on Earth, I certainly hadn't been squeamish, and that was only amplified when I arrived on this world. But I was pretty impressed with Julie's work. I could sense layers of her mana holding back blood from wounds that would normally have caused them to bleed out. If she were to release them, they would die in seconds. "Are you 4 enjoying your stay? Can I get you anything to make you more comfortable?" I grinned, tapping one of the men on his forehead.
Please stop,
the man wheezed out. Each syllable seemed to cause him immense pain. Sorry, I've classified you as an enemy. If you would like to be reclassified, I'm afraid it will take about a week and you need to submit all the correct paperwork. I smirked diabolically.
Please,
he managed to say. I frowned, then slammed my clawed hand into his chest, instantly rupturing his heart. I said no, I growled, pulling my blood-soaked hand from the man. The blood vanished as it was absorbed by my aura. The others were smart and didn't try to plead with me. I sent my mental eye to scan the other prisoners and grabbed the fifth necromancer. I had left him with the other prisoners to see if he would try to organize some form of resistance and to find out who the normal leaders among the traitors were. I would be sending those to Azora for her to punish. Whether she killed them herself or she requested that I do it for her, these people would likely die. When the necromancer appeared in the room, his first response was to look around wildly. He, of course, immediately saw his cohorts, who were in pieces. I was glad he didn't relieve himself. While my dungeon aura absorbed everything, I still considered it rude.
"What the hell?"
he shouted with a panicked tone. "Welcome. Please enjoy your stay," I said, flicking my wrist. Chains shot out of the wall and wrapped around his limbs. They jerked him back, and his body was literally slammed against the wall. I heard a few cracks as bones shattered or broke. He instantly lost consciousness. "Master?" Julie asked, confused. "I left one with the prisoners to find the lead rats. He's served his purpose, so you can have him," I explained. "Do you need information from him?" she asked, as she eyed various tools that were lined up neatly on several tables. "Nope. In fact, you can kill him when you're done. Unholy mana on the individual scale barely makes a dent anymore. Those two when you're done with them," I said, pointing at the others hanging. Panic flashed on the faces of those who were conscious and still had eyes. I could have added them to my collection, but they weren't exactly high up on the totem pole. "As you command, Master," Julie said with a feral grin. "I meant to ask you, do you still worship the celestial the necromancers follow?" I asked, thinking about why this fanatic didn't give me faith. "Yes. No. Maybe?" Julie said, sounding not sure herself. I thought it was the first time she actually looked normal. I decided to try something. Whether it worked or backfired would remain to be seen. I reached over and grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up off the floor. "Remember this. I don't share with my enemies. And I plan to kill this celestial. You better choose before I really don't need any more necromancers," I said, my tone flat. "Yes, Master," Julie managed to gasp out. I wasn't sure if it was my crushing her airway or the fact that she was scarlet in the cheeks and was clearly getting off on me hurting her, but I grinned at her answer and dropped her back to the floor. She wobbled for a moment before she righted herself. "I have grown fond of you, and I don't want to find another insane person who's able to do this kind of work for me," I said, glancing around. Julie's blush grew deeper. "I understand. You're the only one for me." "Good," I said, gripping her shoulder before walking out. I was back on the bridge before Julie recovered and went to work on her new guest with such vigor that I was sure he would be dead within a day. The whole time she wore a grin that split her face. I only grinned as I felt a small trickle of faith from her. I made sure to set the mana she could get from me down to nearly 0 just to be safe. I didn't need a Julie who could destroy an entire town like Azora was now capable of.
Chapter 9. Azora. The Goblin City was amazing. That was all I could think while we were there. I saw so many things that didn't use mana to operate. The buildings were all constructed in ways that mana played no part in. We were allowed to go into the public buildings, and I was amazed by each one. The other thing was the mechs that were all over the city. I thought they would be rare, considering we'd only seen the one on the way to the Godfather's manor, but I was completely wrong. They were almost like carriages in the countries, being used by anyone that looked to have even a little bit of a position.
Hey, when can we go to the surface?
Alfonso asked for about the 10th time since we left Tony's manor. Eventually, I replied with a sigh. We want to explore down here for a bit.
What do you want to see?
He asked, bouncing on his feet. Well, that's the problem. We don't know what there is down here to check out, I answered, shrugging. Do the goblins have a library or anything? Suzuki asked.
Huh? Of course we do. We need a place to store our knowledge,
Alfonso said, as if talking to a child. Let's check that out for now, I said quickly.
Yes, boss.
Alfonso led us through the city quickly. When the other goblins saw him, they made way for us. I could only grimace at the implication of that. We came to a large building that was made from dark brown material. I wasn't sure, but I felt it was made from wood. Large sections of glass made up parts of the buildings. To top it off, there were large, lazily turning gears connected to the neighboring buildings. This part of the city had a more natural feeling to it. I could see goblins dressed much like scholars would, entering and exiting various buildings down the street. I turned toward the library and made my way up, followed by the rest of the group. At the entrance was the same setup as Regan's library up on the surface. It made sense, as he wouldn't want to lose control of his knowledge. I placed my card on the pedestal, and the stone turned green. Upon entering, I found the interior to be much warmer than the library Regan built. Regan's was largely stone and metal. It looked intimidating and cold. This place was more along the lines of a cozy space that made you want to spend an afternoon wrapped in a blanket while reading a book. A librarian, one of the automata that Regan made for the surface library, approached us. "Welcome to the library. How may I be of assistance?" she asked. "Is there any difference between this library and the surface one?" I asked, looking around. "Yes. There are many interactive sections in this library, and access to higher levels of knowledge. You do need approval," she replied. "Where do I get approval?" "From her." She pointed into the middle of the library. I followed her finger and saw Saga lounging on a hanging couch. She had a book in her hand and appeared to be greatly enjoying it. There was a small smile on her lips. I nodded to the librarian, and she went off to help a goblin that was calling for her. We decided to take a small break to check out the library before continuing to explore the city. I was rounding the corner when I saw someone. Someone I knew very well. "Vern! What are you doing here?" I demanded, when I saw the woman browsing a line of books. "Your Highness," Vern said, whipping around to face me. She dropped the book she was holding. "Well," I said, frowning. "I earned it. Thanks to Saga, I have already completed 20 levels of the trials." She tilted her head to the side. "I guess I've been here for almost 4 days now." "Damn it. You need to keep us more up to date with your situation. I know you have free rein over what you do, but it would help just to let us know," I said, shaking my head. "My apologies, Your Highness," she said, bowing deeply. "Let me guess," I sighed, rubbing my forehead. "You've been held up in the library the whole time." "Guilty." Vern rubbed the back of her head. "She has been very busy," a voice said from next to my ear. I spun around to find Saga standing only a few centimeters from me. She stood like a matronly mother overlooking 2 children. Her hands were behind her back, and she loomed much taller than I'd realized she was, at over 2 meters. I felt like she towered over me. "Saga, can I help you?" I asked, managing to keep the shock from my voice. "I saw something interesting and wanted to take a closer look," she said. "Is that so? Are you enjoying the show?" I asked. not sure how to handle her. Her smile was warm as she replied, "Indeed I am. Vern is a fascinating mortal, one worthy of the knowledge that the Creator has seen fit to share with this world."
"I am glad that a member of my race has proven themselves thusly," I said, honestly happy for Vern.
"I do hope that more continue to do so," Saga said, then turned to walk away. When she was out of earshot, I whispered to Vern,
"Why does it sound like she was bragging about you?"
Vern shrugged.
"I think I'm the only person to make it past the 10th trial, let alone this far. She is probably bored."
I left her to take a closer look at the library. On the 2nd floor, I found the titles of the books blurred. As I reached to take one, my hand hit a barrier of some kind. I pushed a little harder, but could tell the amount of mana needed to get through it was quite a bit. Not worth the effort when I didn't even know what I was trying to grab. Plus, I didn't want to make Lord Regan mad. I heard a laugh behind me and turned around slowly, thinking it was Saga again. When I saw Lord Regan standing there, my heart jumped into my throat. I quickly bowed to him and realized I was completely alone. No one was nearby. They all must have found something interesting to make them drop their guard this much. "Hello, my princess," Lord Regan said with a slightly joking tone, but I shivered when he called me his princess.
"Lord Regan, what do I owe this pleasure?" I asked, looking up to him.
"I have a mission for you," he said, while creating a pair of chairs for us to sit in.
"Yes, I'll do it," I said immediately.
He rubbed his chin. "I'm pleased with the enthusiasm, but this is a little closer to home for you."
"Lord?" I asked, not quite understanding. He sighed, frowning.
"I want you to go back to Jade Wind. You'll be taking one of my cores with you. I have gotten word that not all is as it seems there."
"Lord, I just spoke with my father the other day. He assured me that the city was recovering and was preparing to take the war to the necromancers," I said. It wasn't that I didn't believe Lord Regan, but I had always trusted my father. Plus, I couldn't see a reason for him, of all people, to lie to me. Sure, tensions were high back in the city, but what else do you expect when such a revolt takes place? People were bound to wonder if they should have gone with the traitors. My father was doing everything he could to calm the masses.
"I don't believe your father was lying to you. However, I know from experience that at times not all is as it seems. My information comes from a source on the other side of the line. While normally it wouldn't be trustworthy, its method of extraction is very reliable."
Lord Regan's eyes flashed a deep red. "I understand. I will set off at once in that case," I said, standing to bow to him.
"Good. Here."
He handed me a pendant. It was a large gear. Etched along it were straight blue lines that sometimes turned perpendicular to each other. At the center was a shard of what looked like crystal. The entire thing pulsed softly. Taking it, I felt my connection with Lord Regan solidly, more than ever before, or at least as strongly as when I wasn't channeling his mana through my body. "It's beautiful," I murmured as I took it.
"Amazing how far I've come in only a few months," I heard Lord Regan mumble before he spoke up. "Keep it safe. Not much could harm it. In fact, it would be easier to kill you than damage that. When you get to Jade Wind, I'll know."
"Yes, Lord." Lord Regan tilted his head and looked into the distance.
"Work calls. Safe journeys," he said, before fading into mana.
I gazed at the pendant for a few minutes before coming back to myself, then hung it around my neck and dropped it down the collar of my armor. I made my way around the library to quickly gather the others, and we left. Once out on the street, I had Alfonso direct us to the elevator. "Can you come with us?" I asked, as we walked into the building. He nodded and ran over to one of the walls. He did something I couldn't make out, and a slot popped open. A suit of armor emerged, and he quickly climbed into it. It looked odd, with roundish curves,
and it didn't appear to have any gaps at all. His face was still visible, but when he got closer, I realized there was a pane of glass.
"Ready to go, boss,"
Alfonso said, his voice having a weird fake quality to it. "Anything less conspicuous?" I asked. Alfonso shrugged as he replied,
"Nope. Only upper management gets the cool suits."
"Great." I sighed. We all gathered on the platform, and Suzuki pressed the rune for the surface. I expected the platform to move, but it turned out to be a teleporter. In a blink of an eye, we were at the surface. A party that had just gotten off the elevator jumped in surprise at our sudden arrival. I pulled one of the guards aside. "Run and inform Lady Luella that I would like to see her, as soon as possible." "Yes, Your Highness." He saluted, then took off. A few hours later, I was sitting in front of Luella in her office. I'd had to wait for her to have a free moment, and it made me realize that Luella's position of power was growing at a tremendous rate. I was glad that she didn't appear afraid to wield her power against the nobles who were trying to push their way into her valley. Though her father was a considerably high-ranking noble, she was more used to this than one might assume. "Sorry, Azura. I had already made them wait twice. I couldn't put them off again." Luella apologized. "No problem. I just wanted to discuss a few things with you," I said with a smile. "Regan already let me know that you will be leaving for a bit." She got up and moved to a small table to the side of the room and poured 2 glasses of what looked like liquor, then handed me one as she sat back down at her desk. The whole time her staff floated behind her within easy reach. I also noticed small mana fluctuations from around her that looked to be most likely a barrier of some kind. I had hoped he would. "I want to take the royal airship and leave the other 2 here. While I'm gone, I want to leave you in charge of them," I said, taking a sip of the drink. At first, the liquor tingled, but it smoothed out afterward. I found that I quite enjoyed it, and quickly took another sip. In a few moments, it was gone. I stared at the bottom of the glass with a pout. "I have no problems with that. Anything in particular you want them to do?" Luella said, slowly swirling her drink. "Just to keep heading into the dungeon? Wouldn't want them to slack off?" I chuckled. "Understood. So tell me, what was the 20th floor like?" she asked, her eyes sparkling. It was amazing," I said, not really sure what else to say. I tried my best to describe what I'd experienced, but felt I failed to really portray the marvel I'd seen down there. "I'll have to check it out when I get the chance." She smiled. "Though I probably won't be able to leave the castle for a few weeks with the amount of work I have piled up." "I'm sure we can figure out a way to sneak you out for a few hours. We could just ask Lord Regan to take you there," I suggested. Luella shook her head. "That defeats the purpose of dungeons. In my opinion, anyway. When I think about how Regan should be trying to lure us into his depths to cleanse our mana, I almost laugh. So many of the rules have been twisted." "To be fair, most of those rules were established by us mortals. The dungeons really had no say in the matter. For one, I never understood why a dungeon would lead mortals to itself when we get stronger in its depths. Seems counterintuitive," I said, considering it. "Need to ask the creators of the dungeons next time we see them," Luella said sarcastically. "All right, I have a city to check up on. I'll have to leave you now. Besides, I think you have a line out there." I stood up. "How long do you plan to be?" She rose as well. "The trip should take roughly 2 weeks, but Lord Regan said he modified the airship in his spare time." "Then I'll see you in a month," Luella said, giving me a hug. Chapter 10. Luella. Hearing that Azura would be leaving the valley for a while, I found that I would miss her. Thankfully, it would only be for a month or so, if the situation at her home wasn't too bad. I was worried about that in and of itself. People were likely to do things they would otherwise regret when driven by anger or grief, so I could only hope her father was all right. The next few hours passed quickly. That usually happened when I worked on the mind-numbing amount of paperwork that would gather in only a few days. The documents range from land requests to tax forms. Many of the forms were sorted and handled by the staff that had been put together over the last month. The land request forms, however, and those of equal importance, I made sure to do myself. I didn't want some noble pressuring my people into letting them do what they wanted. Just in this stack alone, there were 24 nobles requesting land for manors. Some of them even went so far as to include a blueprint of their planned manor. I could only shake my head at their obnoxiousness. One wanted a massive building that spanned for nearly 600 meters. Those all ended up in the fire. Let's just say I had an excellent fire going. "Rockris, any news on the festival preparations?" I asked, as I read the next document.
"Some of the nobles are throwing a fit about not being—"
He coughed, then finished with a cynical tone.
"the guest of honor."
"How hard would it be for us to kill them all and destroy the evidence?" I asked, not looking up.
"Difficult, but if you asked Master to help—" "Wait, what?"
"Huh?" I said back, then realized what I had asked. Sorry, never realized how annoying it was for lords before now. Now I know why my father liked to travel to the lesser regions.
"I can understand the frustration. Just remember that not everyone is as tight-lipped as I am."
Rockris rubbed his hand through his hair. Noted. Though if I really wanted, I could probably ask Regan to make it where I could hear everything said in the valley. I leaned back in my chair to give my hand a rest.
"That he could. But I should remind you that something said in private should not damn the person. Surely you have cursed at Master in private. If he took what you said seriously, or as a threat, would he have helped you as much as he has?"
Rockris advised. "I thought you were a necromancer," I asked. Then I thought of something. "Don't you crave power?"
"I used to. I had nothing else I wanted. Then Master created Cook, a master of the food. It also helped that he cleared the bindings that unholy mana placed on my mind. I have been able to think clearly ever since," he explained. "Though I do have one worry."
He held up his hand, and a ball of green twisting mana formed over it. I wasn't sure what he was going for at first, but after a few seconds, I realized that the energy given off by the ball was weak. I remembered when Rockris had dealt with Julie. He'd been much more powerful. "Why is your power waning?" I asked, curious.
"A number of things. Mainly Master is cleansing the mana in this area. To cultivate mana, I would need to corrupt the mana, then reabsorb it."
He clasped his hand closed, and the ball vanished. "What was your original mana?"
"Dark. Most necromancers need dark mana, as it is a twisted version of it."
"Ah, I remember Regan mentioning something like that. Something about a demon being involved," I remarked with a nod. "Can't you use your dark mana instead?"
"I wouldn't know. I was only told that this power came from a great celestial." He shrugged. "And to an extent, the unholy mana tends to make things difficult when you don't use it."
"What does that mean for your, body?" I asked, glancing over his body. I'd heard that when Regan had captured him, his entire body had been crushed. His unholy mana kept him alive by transforming him into a pseudo-undead. Unlike a true undead, only part of his body was undead, while the others were alive. It was what allowed him to keep his mind as well as eat the food he liked so much.
"I don't know. I might actually die. I might be able to ask Master to fix my body for me."
"I see. I'll put in a word for you as well. Regan is pretty rewarding to people who do what he says, and you've only ever served willingly in my book. Plus, I haven't been too gentle with you," I said, thinking about the times I'd thrown him out the window, or he was inadvertently struck by lightning. Rockris rubbed his chest as if remembering the pain.
"That would be a great kindness," he said as he bowed.
We lapsed into silence as I continued working on the paperwork. An hour went by before a loud banging sounded at the door. A guard rushed in, panic almost overtaking him. He lurched and knelt in front of my desk.
"My lady, an army is approaching from Thonica," the guard shouted.
"Calm down. What do you mean?" I ordered, gesturing for him to stand as well. The guard took several deep breaths before reporting.
"The scouts spotted a large force heading this way through the Thosoa Pass. They will reach us within the hour."
"I assume Izal has already been informed?" I asked, standing up. While I had scouts monitoring all the passes into the valley, there was a large amount of land to cover. Depending on the speed the army was moving, the reports could be just ahead of the force. I would need to find some way to improve that time. If they were going to be here in an hour, then they were likely on horses and pushing them hard to get here. I was surprised at how calm I felt. Lines had warned me this might happen. I just didn't think it would happen so soon. I felt like it was a setup. Even if Quinn had left for the capital the moment she was free, it should still have taken her nearly a month to reach it. Of course, I had no idea what magic she had at her disposal.
"Of course, my lady,"
the guard said, pulling me from my thoughts. I would have to worry about the how later. For now, I would deal with the response. "Good. Send word to the guilds. I want everyone ready for combat in the next 20 minutes. If they refuse to participate, tell them they will be exiled from the town once this is over." I held my hand out, and Helios flew into my grip. The guilds might not like that order, but I had little choice. It was part of their agreement when setting up shop in the valley. The only one that was exempt was the Adventurers' Guild.
"Yes,"
he said with a salute, then rushed out the doors. "Well, time to earn yourself some more points," I said, throwing a grin at Rockruss. He put the bottom part of his mask on, the one Regan had made for him when he first joined the dungeon.
"It will be a good distraction,"
he said with a chuckle. We hurried outside, where I quickly mounted Lucifer. Rockruss mounted a similar wolf, and we rushed to the Thonica gate. The town was in a panic as news spread that a force from Thonica had come. Soldiers and adventurers alike rushed to get geared up for whatever was to come. As we passed the central district gate, Iveta joined up with us. She was a major under Izal now, and had been put on patrol. "How's the town?" I asked, as we kept up the pace.
"It won't be good if something doesn't happen. The adventurers are mainly keeping their distance, though a larger number than I expected have joined with us,"
Iveta reported. "Damn it. If it's not one thing, it's another," I growled, sparks starting to pop off my skin. I happened to glance toward the sky and saw Izal fly by. She was riding Foya like a mount with a trail of flame behind her. I spurred Lucifer on, and we sped up to catch up with her. We couldn't let the pregnant woman do all the work. A large crowd of people was gathered at the gate, and Izal was quickly whipping them into formation from the air.
"Everyone to their stations! Adventurers, get assigned a group, then stick to it like a slime. No one attack until the situation is confirmed,"
Izal shouted from where she floated. I generated a field of energy around me and floated up next to her. "What is the situation?"
"Still unconfirmed, my lady. We sent a messenger, but they have yet to return."
She shook her head. I sensed a surge of mana from out beyond the gate. A burst of wind gusted around us, but I didn't feel any threat from it. I noticed that something was being tossed in the wind. Izal reached forward and grabbed it before it could hit her. Blood splattered over her as we took in what it was.
"I guess that answers that question," she said,
lifting the head to close its eyes. "The messenger?" I asked, anger growing in my chest. She frowned. "Unfortunately, poor kid." "I guess we should respond," I smirked evilly. "Of course. If someone says something, it's only proper to reply." She floated down and handed the head gently to a messenger, ordering the man to make sure his name was recorded and honored after the battle. She returned to me a moment later. I reduced how much mana the armor Regan made for me was taking, so that my senses would increase. I made out a large force. There had to be at least 1,000 soldiers present. From the distance, any flags were unreadable, so I wasn't sure if it was the king's doing or some other lord. Needless to say, I didn't give a fuck. I searched for what I thought would be the commander. Usually, it was the idiot that had the most armor and medals on him. Sure enough, toward the rear, I found a middle-aged man with a self-important smile on his face, like he had just scored the best deal of his life. Toward the back, like the coward he is, I told Izal. She sighed. Why can't the other nobles be honorable like Lord Val was? Bragging about your man? I snickered, then stopped, remembering he was dead. Of course, when my child is born, I will brag about their father until they get sick of it, she said, looking straight ahead. I still could see the red coloring her cheeks. Then let's welcome our guests, I said. Izal formed a massive ball of flame. In a blink of an eye, it condensed until it was only the size of her hand, then turned a pure white color, giving heat off that affected even those on the ground nearly 24 meters under us. I pointed Helios at the ball and added my own touch. I generated an electrical field around it, and it condensed even further, until it was only a finger-sized ball. The heat was gone, contained by the field, and it was a purple color. It pulsed gently, and would almost have appeared benign to an onlooker. Izal looked at me, and I nodded. She flicked her wrist as if waving off an annoying pest. Try not to kill them all, I said. Really, my lady? She asked, surprised. Need people to question, after all, I answered. It looked like Regan's mentality was rubbing off on her. Well, myself as well. I don't mind destroying my enemies, but we still need to know who and why they were attacking us. The ball hovered in front of us for only a moment before it flashed and vanished with a streak. A few seconds later, the streak reached the enemy lines. It impacted the enemy leader and incinerated him instantly. The ball collided with the ground, and the next moment, it turned to day.
Trido Guil. I couldn't believe that right after I was hired on as a soldier, the Lord decided to go wage a war. Luckily, I was assigned to rear left flank. I was so far from the potential combat that I wondered why they'd even brought so many soldiers in the first place. As it was, I was more of an errand boy. After 2 weeks of marching, we finally made it to our target. It was the new dungeon town that I had heard rumors about from the adventurers and other commoners like me. Apparently, the new dungeon gave gold like a river. To be honest, I was tempted to come here, but I had family that I couldn't afford to leave, and they couldn't travel easily with me. Hey, they sent a messenger, one of the soldiers whispered in front of me. Oh, this'll be good. The Lord likes to send them back. In pieces. Another soldier laughed gruffly. Isn't that against the law? I asked. Ha! Like that matters to a noble. He laughed harshly again. I reluctantly nodded in agreement with the older man. Generally, nobles played by whatever rules they felt like at the current time. Our Lord in particular liked to treat himself like a king. Sure enough, a few minutes later, there was a boom as wind magic was used to fling the body back over the walls. The messenger's body was ripped apart before it even left my line of sight. Laughter rose up from along the lines as the veterans found it hilarious. I couldn't help but wonder what the enemy would do in reply. Suddenly, from the other side of the wall, there was a huge fireball. From where I was, it had to be at least 10 meters in diameter, if not bigger. The soldier in front of me gasped and took a step back. Fuck, that had to be Tier 3 at least, the mild one said. As if such a frontier town could pull a high ranker like that, the crude soldier said gruffly. See, it's already shrinking. Oh, you're right. Must have been a show, the mild one said, shaking his head. They were right. The fireball quickly shrank until it was a size that I couldn't see from my spot in the rear. I was called at that moment to help secure a horse that was spooked by the flame. I ran after the horse, which had managed to break its lead, and caught it right at the edge of the forest line. Right when I turned to head back, I saw a streak of purple. The horse jerked me like it sensed something bad was coming and pulled me even further into the forest. Before I could calm it, the night became day. I screamed in pain, my entire body feeling like it was burning. The pain was punctuated by a blast that sent me flying into a nearby tree. Another wave of heat flooded around me. The metal parts of my armor felt like they were about to melt. I couldn't even breathe anymore. The air burned my mouth and lungs as I pulled in desperate gasps. I thought it was over finally when the heat died down a bit. I could feel everything burning, but certain parts were numb. I tried to open my eyes, but I couldn't see anything, and laid there in the pain, unable to move. In the middle of the pain-filled misery, I wondered if I was going to die. "I found one," I heard a voice. It was as if from a long tunnel. Then I felt, as if it were an echo, something touch me. "Welcome to Rabia Valley," I heard, the words spoken harshly. Something flowed into me, and I quickly lost consciousness. Chapter 11. Regan. After giving Azora her mission, I quickly upgraded her airship. It would get nearly 10 times the speed it had before, which was probably already the continent's record, short of my own vessels. I could have installed a warp drive like the ship I'd sent to inspect the solar system, but that felt like overkill. Besides, I didn't know what she would be walking into and didn't want to give a potential enemy access to that type of technology. I was fully prepared to pull Azora back to the dungeon if I had to. Her pendant served as a mini-core. While it was a pendant, it would be dormant, but I could still keep tabs on her. If I pushed a decent amount of mana through it, I could teleport her back to the dungeon. I couldn't wait to get access to the tech at the Gnome capital, their historical archives to be particular. Thinking about the scout ship, I actually grew worried. They should have reported in by now. The first target was the moon, after all. It should have made the journey in a few hours. I could only assume that something was taking longer to examine. Many of my machines tended to be completionists. The captain wouldn't leave until he was confident that he had all the information he needed. I teleported to the north. As planned, the army was nearly done arriving at their positions. The air fleet stood at the ready at the first dryad in the encirclement. The ground forces were ready to begin tightening the noose. Reports came in that the massive swarm around Alara was moving, but it appeared they weren't sure where to send their main force and were keeping the bulk of it back around her dungeon entrance. The resistance my forces received was almost pitiful. I was using my top-of-the-line children, sure, but the undead being steamrolled so easily almost made me laugh. I made sure to watch for anything that might be a trap, but nothing happened. Sitting in my throne on the bridge of Alpha made me feel like I was playing an RTS. I shrugged it off and turned back to the information feeds. The readouts for the space above the area showed it was a hive of activity. I was aligning 6 ion cannons for each dryad. I wanted to take them all down in an offset timed attack. That would give Anubis time to perform the ritual but keep the necromancers off balance. Finally, after a day had passed and everything at my disposal was deployed, we were ready. "Sir, all units are in position, just awaiting your orders." "Very good," I said, and stood up. "Bring up all lines." The screen flashed, and several hundred more screens opened that showed all the command units. The soldiers without screens would have an audio feed. "Good afternoon. It's finally time to stamp out this nuisance. As a dungeon core, I find it very offensive that some slime has taken one of my kind as a slave. We will teach them not to mess with me or mine," I said, making a fist. "In 10 minutes, we will commence the operation. I have only one order for everyone. Destroy anything that gets in your way," I ordered and thrust my hand forward. Everyone showing on the screen saluted. They pressed their fists to their chests and tapped twice. I wasn't sure how it had started, but the soldier types had begun giving this salute a while ago. The screens focused, showing only the areas of importance. 10 minutes ticked by slowly. Finally, the clock chimed. To the far north, roughly 100 kilometers from the shore, there was a flash of light. I felt mana drain from the station core as it powered the matrix of ion cannons above the Dryad. We were viewing the feed from the commander on that site. Similar to the last Dryad, this one went up in a burst of flames. The mana wave hit the commander's location, and the feed flickered for a moment. "Anubis, 2 minutes," I said to him, standing next to me. I had made heat-resistant plating for him. It couldn't withstand the heat levels at impact of the ion cannon, but it could after the impact site had cooled for 30 seconds. It took him anywhere from 1 to 5 minutes to perform the ritual, so we had to brace for that. "I'm ready," Anubis said, flexing his chest. Exactly 2 minutes later, he teleported off the bridge. The ground forces in that area were rushing forward, getting as close as they could before they overheated. Ents, zombies, skeletons, and several other monsters were torn apart quickly. It appeared there weren't any supporting necromancers in the area, though there probably were on the gnome airships. There was a flash of golden light, which signaled Anubis had finished his ritual. All that remained was to create the guardian treant. That ritual took even less time to complete, and I sent the order to prime the next set of ion cannons. I wanted to reach Alara by this afternoon. If I had to lose a few soldiers, so be it. Anubis reappeared on the bridge, smoking slightly. "Father, it is done." "Good. Fire the next one," I ordered. A similar scene took place as the 6 beams sliced through the atmosphere. Right before they hit the Dryad, one of the necromancer barriers formed over it. This barrier was on another level than the last, being at least 5 meters thick. The ion beams collided with the barrier, the force from the descent alone managing to cause cracks over the surface. I watched as the Dryad literally shriveled in real time, fueling the barrier. Before 10 seconds passed, the barrier shattered. The Dryad was barely a husk at this point. A moment later, there was another firestorm from the attack, and the area was lit up. The timer started for Anubis, while the ground forces inspected the surrounding areas to make sure nothing could interfere. For the next 2 hours, we rinsed and repeated. I would have thought the necromancers would have thrown everything they had at me, but after the first hour, I could only assume they'd decided to cut their losses. With the last Dryad, there wasn't even an attempt to create a barrier. I still kept my guard up, in case they tried to play anything funny. With all the Dryads helped, my forces were able to move within 100 kilometers of Alara's dungeon. The forest was completely gone from an area about 150 kilometers in diameter around her. The main discerning feature was black wasteland. What looked like low-tier undead mulled around the wasteland without any direction or reason. They were likely created by the ambient undead mana in the area. As none of my forces possessed flesh and blood, they were basically ignored by these mindless undead. We still destroyed them as we moved, just to be safe. The mana drain to keep my forces from corroding was at a decent number now. The unholy mana was so dense it was almost a physical force at this point. Even with the Anubis metal masks, they were fighting a constant battle with the mana. I would need to do something about it soon, or risk trouble down the road. I could feel the foreign presence peering at my army even now. I hoped it liked what it saw. "All command units link up," I ordered through the comms. All the command units connected to a mana stone that was scripted to act as a quantum conduit. It required a large amount of mana to create and use, but I could funnel mana into every section at the same time using this method. The stones would burn out afterward, thus I only planned to use this method when I needed to perform magic that spanned hundreds of kilometers. With all the command units linked to Alpha, I activated the magic script program. Hundreds of thousands of lines of magic script flashed over the main monitor of Alpha's command bridge. I moved my mental eye outside, where a magical matrix that was composed of hundreds of magic circles and runes formed over the floating city. When the magic was completely charged, roughly enough mana to fire the ion cannons 30 times, the spell activated. A barrier that stretched into the sky formed around the massive 150-kilometer area. Having an open-ended barrier spell like this maintain its strength would require more mana than I possessed, so I had the barrier link up with some low-orbit satellites that would feed mana into the spell. I only needed it to last a few days. The moment the barrier was complete, I felt a massive wave of rage from the presence, then a vague sense of something being pulled from the center area of the barrier and ripped back to the east. I tilted my head at that, as I would have figured some type of space magic would have been involved if it was the celestial that controlled the necromancers. Either way, the first objective of the barrier was a success. I knew celestials couldn't manifest in this plane thanks to Duilin. The mana required was some number that felt imaginary when said out loud. Of course, I took everything Duilin said with a grain of salt. There were times when he appeared to slip into a madness of sorts, though that might be my fault for keeping him locked in a box. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't checked on him in a while. The next objective was to contain what I was about to do. I didn't want to cause half the continent to be wiped from existence, after all. I made sure everything was working properly, then moved to my main station. Exactly overhead of Alara's dungeon, I prepared the next weapon that I was planning on using. While the ion cannon was good for surface targets, there was little in the way of ground penetration. It left a pretty crater, but that was about it. I needed something that would dig deep and fast before the necromancers ordered Alara to fortify her dungeon with mana. Not only would it carve a path, but it would burn off some of the mana she'd built up over the years. Even back when I'd first become a dungeon, and the goblins had forced the entrance to open larger, I knew that I could prevent it. Many experiments found that there was a reducing mana cost the closer the invader got to the core. In other words, I could penetrate the upper floors easily, but the farther down I went, the less it cost to make the floors stronger, durability-wise. Alara was still in Tier 2, even after all this time, because she refused to break through. That, and she needed a purer mana to do it. It would be quite easy to siphon off mana into places so that she didn't reach critical mass. The instructions would have to be precise for the necromancers to control every drop of mana she had. I was more worried that if she broke through while producing unholy mana, she might not be able to recover. I frowned at the memory of how bloodthirsty I became with just a few dozen necromancers in my aura. She not only had hundreds of necromancers, but also thousands of undead. She had held out this long due to her nature being the complete opposite, but also since her mind was firmly locked in her avatar. Apparently, she couldn't remember the last time she'd felt her core, and I worried what that was doing to her mentally. I shook away my idle thoughts. The bridge of the station was a hive of activity, with the final preparations being made to the weapon. I pulled up the schematics myself, revealing a rod composed of an osmium, or as the locals called it, ismium, shell. Ismium was denser than tungsten, that was true, but the main reason I chose it over tungsten was its magical properties. I could probably have enchanted it with scripts until every speck of surface was covered, and it would hold up fine. It even beat mithril out by a thin margin. The con to that was the magic inscripted on it would be relatively weak. It was like comparing copper and wood to mana transfer. It would serve my purpose, though, and the mana cost was lower than tungsten in the long run. Next, there was a core of mithril. At 40 meters long and 1 meter thick, it was the most expensive piece of mithril I had ever created. With my army continually expanding, I'd had to create it with mana. I thought I would cry tears of oil when I felt the massive mana drain. Seriously, I knew that if I didn't end this war soon, I would start going dry. My rod from God, as they were called back on Earth, was a mighty weapon with magic involved. There would be 0 air resistance and constant acceleration until impact. It wouldn't be absorbed afterward with my signature on it, so Alara wouldn't be able to repair her dungeon until it was removed. I added a few more tricks just in case. You could never go wrong with a guidance computer. Guidance spell. Rod from God is a little self-serving, I mumbled to myself. Let's call it Starfall. It is falling from space, after all, and it's basically a meteor. I nodded. The name appeared next to the countdown, which read 3 minutes. Personally, I would have liked to go warn Alara about what was about to happen, but if the necromancers were keeping extra care to observe her, the plan might be given away. I would have to harden my heart and apologize afterward. I double-checked everything. With all my calculations, I estimated I would be able to punch through at least half of her 90-plus floors. Even with that, it would be an uphill battle for my forces, who were ready and waiting at the barrier's edge. My commanders had their orders. My own personal weapons were ready. Toys I'd worked on in my spare time. Me and mine were ready.
Chapter 12. Luella. "Is this all of them?" I inquired of the guards who were sent to gather the living and dead from the attacking force after the fire had died down. Next time, Izal and I would need to have a bit more practice before we launched spells at the enemy. We'd both thought it would do a quarter of the amount of damage it did.
"Yes, my lady. Only 10 survived. And survived is pushing it,"
the guard reported with a salute. I tried not to notice the slight terror in his eyes. Not that I could blame him. With my heightened senses, I could see the destruction we wrought. I couldn't imagine what it was like up close, with the sound and smell of the still burning around you for over 100 meters. I'm sure there were observers. Hopefully, this will have sent a message, I replied offhandedly. I didn't want to appear cruel, but I also needed to show that I'd meant to do this. If people thought we couldn't control our own power, they would lose confidence in us quickly. Last thing anyone wanted was a leader who might level the city because they couldn't control their spells.
"Yes."
The guard nodded furiously.
"I doubt anyone would want to attempt an attack after that display."
I was glad to see his patriotism was stronger than his fear of me. "Thank you. You can return to your duties," I ordered. I watched him go, then saw Izal float down to land on Lucifer's back behind me. She was looking tired. Even if it was only one spell, it was still quite powerful. I changed my opinion when she pulled a bag from her waist and emptied her stomach into it.
"Damn morning sickness,"
she moaned. "I hope that wasn't a space bag," I said, pointing to the bag in her hands.
"Huh?"
Regan gave me this a while ago. Said I would need it eventually after explaining its use. Izal shook her head. "It absorbs all the stuff and makes it vanish." "That's pretty useful. Have you tried putting other things inside?" I asked curiously.
"Yeah, gone without a trace."
"Though when I tried it on a prisoner, it wouldn't close until his arm was removed," she replied. "I hope he earned it for you to try something like that," I said, worried she was going crazy from the pregnancy and stress of her new position.
"Yeah, raped a bunch of women, and then sold them into slavery in another town. Tried to do the same thing here, but the obelisks struck him before he could get them into a private home."
"What do you plan to do with him?" I asked, anger leaking from my tone. I hated slavery more than just about anything else short of the necromancers. At least they have the courtesy to kill you first. You are fully aware when it comes to slavery." Izal smirked evilly. "Why, he will be a sacrifice to the great Lord Regan," she said with an exaggerated bow. "At least the scum of the world is remotely useful here," I said, as I laughed at her antics. "Speaking of scum, Malachi should have healed a few of them enough for us to question, she said, glancing toward the stockade. I nodded in reply. Give them a few more minutes to recover. It's not like they have anywhere to run, I said, with a look to the stockade as well. Yeah, I doubt whoever was behind this will want them back. He will probably claim there was a coup or something to get out of the blame. Izal sighed. Nobles and lords always had a way to get out of trouble, though something of this scale would have backing from at least 2 nobles. My neighbors, if they could be called that, were not developed enough to support an army even of this size. Nobles, I replied, and looked around. Quite a few people had shown up to offer their services, but I didn't know any exact numbers. How was the response from the town? Izal was the one organizing the defense. I only showed up to help out. Plus, it was my duty to stand with my people, though I was surprised it only took our one attack to take them all out. I knew that Izal was powerful, but she was almost to the level of a national weapon, even without my help. It made me shudder to think Regan could have hundreds of more powerful minions in that hole of his. It was decent. Most everyone that we expected to show showed. The dwarves had the biggest presence last night. Speaking of which, Nastok would like to speak with you. None of the visiting nobles showed up until after they heard about us turning the invaders into ash, with the exception of Lord Skywood and Lord Wintergrasp. They both responded to your call immediately, Izal reported with a business tone. We'll give them this one chance. I don't want any more bloodshed for a day or 2, I said. I was pleased that Elder Ewan and Lord Brine had showed up. It raised my opinion of both of them several notches. The other nobles had managed to sink lower on my internal ranking, which I didn't think was possible until now. All the guilds with combat personnel responded. I saw many issues that need to be resolved before we are attacked again, but overall, it was a good drill. Izal finished with a grin. I nodded in agreement. There were several issues that needed to be addressed. Mainly, our early response. We needed to know much faster in the future. We'll have to make sure to thank whoever was kind enough for the free targets. If I had known we could take them out so easily, I would have had the regular forces train a bit, I said, putting my hand on my cheek. While combat training was good and all, an actual battle would have been good for many of the newer recruits that had never seen bloodshed outside of practice sparring. I'm sure Regan would tell you the same thing, but it's best to finish them off quickly. She shrugged. Of course, to her, an eliminated threat was a good threat. Fair enough. All right, let's go welcome our new guests, I said, noticing that Malachi was walking out of the tent. Lucifer made his way over, and we hopped down when we were closer. Everyone made way for us, with some fear in their eyes, I noticed again. I guess I couldn't blame them. We did just incinerate an army with one spell. I couldn't help wondering if we were going to get a new nickname. I pushed the flap to the tent aside and walked in. The 10 prisoners were chained with mana-suppressant shackles. They all looked young, as if they had just enlisted, the oldest being somewhere in his early 20s. Steeling myself for whatever stories they tried to spin, I looked around, trying to decide which one I wanted to ask first. A young man who looked to be just past his 17th birthday was staring at the ground as if he couldn't understand what was happening. He was in perfect health now after Malachi had patched him up. I pointed at him. Hopefully, with his youth, he would be more inclined to tell me the truth, rather than protect whatever lord he served. 2 of the guards moved forward and hauled the young man to his feet. I stepped back out and moved to the tent next to the stockade. It was enchanted with soundproofing and would allow us to ask questions and keep them from creating some fabrication. I took a seat in the throne-like chair that felt a bit out of place for the situation. I couldn't take it and turned to Izal. What's with this over-the-top chair? She sat next to me on a much more normal chair and chuckled. The soldiers felt it suited you. Should I feel honored? I asked seriously. Yup, I think that would be the best way to take it. After yesterday, I think we both have quite the little following. I let out a breath of air and turned to the young man, who sat in the chair across the table from us. He stared at us, but it felt like he was looking right through us. He was a decent-looking man, if a bit on the weak side cultivation-wise. Likely a commoner, either having just joined the army or having been drafted as they passed through his village. "Young man," Izal asked, tapping Foya on the ground. He jerked in his seat, but only shifted his eyes toward her. "What is your name?" I asked with a gentler tone.
Trido Gwil,
he answered lifelessly. "Who do you serve?" Izal asked.
Duke Neil,
Trido answered slowly. It didn't sound like he was trying to think of a lie. More like he was just in too much shock. The name sounded familiar. I tilted my head as I thought about it. Then it struck me that he was the noble who'd sent bandits after me a long time ago. I wasn't in a position to do anything about it then, but I could now. "What do we know about Duke Neil?" I asked Izal. "He was the lord who owned this land before you, my lady. While he did send the one attack, there hasn't been anything since, which leads me to believe it was a fake. Probably bandits trying to pin it on a high noble if they were caught. He is Lord of Ebony Blade, our nearest neighbor, after all," she explained. I bit my thumb as I thought the information over. Nobles were a pain in the ass to deal with on a normal occasion. Something like this could cause any number of headaches, depending on how the proceedings were handled. It would be a few days before he even knew his army was gone. But that still wasn't enough time for me to appeal to the king about the situation. Depending on what Duke Neil said in defense, I could find my head on the chopping block. "Sounds like he's going to be a pain," I said, rubbing my temple. Izal nodded. "I agree. At least we sent a message. If he decides to do anything, it won't be until after he either gathers a larger army or gets the king on his side," I said, considering for a moment. "Or gets lured with power by the necromancers. Though currently it's suicide to choose that path," Izal added.
Are you going to go to war with him?"
Trido asked, shifting back and forth. Some energy had returned to his eyes. "That depends on the 10 of you," I answered honestly.
My family, they still live on Duke Neil's land," he said through gritted teeth.
"I believe that is the danger of war, boy," Izal said.
I know. Still, isn't there some way to prevent harm to the commoners?"
He jerked up in his seat, but was held by the shackles. The guards reacted by slamming him back into the chair and pressing on both of his shoulders. I understand what you're trying to say, and I almost want to say I feel for you. But what would have happened to my people had your friends managed to break through the walls? I honestly can't say I feel any sympathy toward your situation," I said, leaning forward to rest my chin on my folded hands. "Yes, we bested you in incredibly easy fashion, but the opposite could have happened." Trido remained silent for a long time, then looked straight in my eyes.
"I'm willing to become a slave. Please, anything to spare them," he begged.
Tears ran down his cheeks from, I assumed, the desperation he felt at the situation. "My lady scorns slavery," Izal shouted at him. "If she made you a slave, she would be making herself a hypocrite." I nodded. If I made him a slave, I would indeed be turning my back on what I preached. Even Rockris was a grey area, because he was on loan from Regan. The thought of bending someone to my will for the entirety of their lives just rubbed me the wrong way. I really had no desire to do that, even to my enemies. A swift death was much easier to manage.
"My apologies, but I have nothing else to offer,"
Trido cried in horror. "Let's put all this aside for the moment," I said, seeing we had gotten sidetracked. "Why did Duke Neil attack?"
"I wasn't told, but I heard from the other soldiers that the lord here was in possession of his property, and he was reclaiming it. Some of the speculation was that the deeds were in his name, and if you were to die, then it would revert back to him,"
Trido answered. I burst out laughing, Izal and Trido looking at me funny. It took a moment, but I calmed down. So the father doesn't know what the son was doing. Then a thought crossed my mind. Or the son is playing the father. "My lady?" Izal asked, confused. "Ah, sorry. It's true I bought this land from a Duke Neil. I was able to meet the man who put the entire area up for sale. One Marquis William Neal, or the son of Duke Neal Sr. I wonder if the son used all the money on gambling and whorehouses by now. Anyway, I have a feeling that William may have put the land up without telling his father, I explained.
Lord Neal has been bedridden for months now, but the church has recently started healing everyone for a fraction of the cost, or even for free. I heard a saintness has even been meeting the high nobles to cure them of any ailments they have, Trido suddenly said.
So, the son wanted to reclaim the lost territory before his father recovered, Izal mused. If the church was moving, we would need to be even more careful going forward. The church relied on the massive donations of gold from the nobles to operate as it did. If the noble who attacked us had the backing of both the church and the king, we would seriously be in some trouble. Regan or no Regan. That would be, I started to say, when it suddenly felt like the world was coming apart under my feet. I felt a wave of terra mana coming from the mountains that reminded me of a wave at the beach. I jumped to my feet and stumbled outside, just in time to see a ripple in the surface that was at least 1/2 meter high and moving from the direction of the mountains.
"What the hell is going on?"
Izal shouted, floating in the air next to me. A man dressed in an earthly green robe ran forward.
"Reporting. The Mages Guild just sent a message that something struck the realm from the heavens in the north. The mana fluctuations could be felt from there." "Is the town in any danger?" I demanded quickly. "If the waves intensify, we could be in danger."
The man looked to the north with a worried gaze. I followed the direction and saw another wave that was a bit higher than the last emerge from somewhere on the mountain. If they got much higher, we would be rebuilding the town in the morning. "Gather all the Terra Mages. Have them redirect it, absorb it, or do whatever they can think of to protect the town," I ordered. The man saluted, then hopped on a horse and took off toward the Mage's Tower. The first wave struck the town, and parts of buildings cracked and broke off, falling to the street. I could vaguely hear some screaming from here. I looked at Izal, who nodded, and we both shot higher into the air, heading for town. A message started to blast through the air. "Attention, citizens! All Terra Mages report to the north face of town. An emergency is taking place. Your tier doesn't matter. Everyone is needed." Good. He found an air mage, I mumbled, as I heard the message. Everyone was responding as best they could to the unknown incident. Mages ran toward the north side of town and formed a line a few dozen meters from the edge of it. They stood on the foundations of the third line of the walls that were being raised. The mana-suppressing qualities would help keep them stable. A formless wall made of terra mana developed in front of the massive line of nearly 2,000 people. As there wasn't a target, or even a way to accurately deal with the incoming wave, their best hope was to try to get the energy of the wave to dissipate into the surroundings. I looked everyone over, unable to miss their worried expressions. "Everyone, hold together! Together we can get through this," I shouted, flying along the line. I was glad that it seemed to help a few people, and their expressions lost some of their edge. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to reassure them more. The wave struck the wall, like a wave against a cliff face. With a crashing of dirt and stone, the terra wave rippled against the wall, forming a natural second wall as it cascaded into the air. It passed a few seconds later, and the debris turned to sand. The strain had been massive, and multiple people passed out or collapsed onto their hands and knees, gasping for breath, completely spent. Of the original 2,000, only 900 or so remained standing. "Another wave is coming!" an air mage shouted as he flew back from looking over the mountain. I turned my gaze back to the mountain, and sure enough, another wave at least 1 meter high approached. It was the strangest thing, watching the ground buckle but not break apart from the waves passing. The town wall was severely weakened from the last wave, and I had no idea how many more there would be. I estimated we had 5 minutes before this one hit. "Get everyone still conscious a mana potion. I'll cover the cost," I ordered. Air mages took off flying, quickly returning with brine and several cases of what I hoped were potions. "No, I'll cover the cost," Brine shouted with a humorous tone. Not the time to argue. I simply said thank you and started flying potions to the people who needed it. 5 minutes passed in what felt like a blink of an eye.
Incoming!
Someone shouted. Everyone focused and poured their mana into the wall. Again, the wave struck the wall and formed its spray of dirt and stone over its surface before turning to sand. At least the wall held, but as it finished passing, the number of mages left conscious wasn't enough to maintain it, and it collapsed in a grand show of mana. "How many are left?" I asked.
"Roughly 200, my lady,"
an air mage answered.
"Another wave is coming,"
a different air mage reported.
"It's the largest yet, but it's moving at a third of the speed. We have maybe 30 minutes.
Damn it. Regan, we need your help, I mentally shouted at him, blinking when I didn't get a reply for several long breaths. I cursed again, then turned back to the mage. Get every mage we have here in 5. Maybe if we pour enough mana into its path, the reaction will break the wave.
"As you command,"
the mage replied, and flew into the air to broadcast the message. Soon, mages were seen running from every direction. When they reached the line, they began channeling their mana into the wall. Even the mage's guildmaster showed up, and his section of the wall alone stretched nearly 100 meters, formed of golden mana. I floated down next to him. "Thank you for the help," I said, bowing my head.
"What? An old man can't protect his own home?" he asked,
sounding offended. "I meant no disrespect," I said, waving my hands.
He laughed. "I know, child. This is a very dangerous thing to attempt. If the mana isn't channeled correctly, we could end up as a crater in the ground."
"We have you," I replied.
"Indeed you do."
He smiled. Like a soldier flexing his muscles after working out, the mana in the wall started to react to his by swelling and contracting. The mana being channeled into the wall began to connect to his, adding some stability to it. The higher-tier mages worked with the others to make sure a balance was maintained. It was a level of magic that was brought out from desperation and hope.
"It's here!"
someone shouted, before what sounded like mountain collided with the wall. The few remaining Terra mages, being reinforced by the other elements, held off the wave as it buffeted the wall like a storm surge. A part of the wall cracked, and shards shot like arrows. Izal and I reacted quickly by incinerating the shards before they could hurt anyone. We glanced at each other as we held the hole closed. Finally, like every time before, the wave subsided. This time, the display of terror remained in place without turning to sand. It looked like a horrorscape, with twisted, jagged points, scorched black and smooth like glass, as well as all manner of other effects from terra and the other elements mixing.
"I think that was the last of them,"
the mage's guildmaster said, rubbing his shoulders. "I hope so," I replied, then grew worried about Regan. He would at least try to reply if I messaged him. I could only assume something had happened again.
Chapter 13. Regan. "Drop!" I shouted. On the screen, the massive weapon ejected from the station. We were just inside the atmosphere, so propulsion wasn't needed for anything other than keeping Starfall on course. But where is the fun in that? In under a minute, it was already moving at Mach 10. I almost wished I had a bowl of popcorn as I watched. Starfall hit the denser part of the atmosphere, tearing a hole in the cloud layer. The magic script activated, and the air started to swirl around the weapon into a vortex. I checked its speed and was pleased that it managed to hit Mach 20, or roughly 6,000 meters per second, and it was still gaining speed. One of the necromancers must have sensed something, and a barrier formed above the ruined castle. It had to be the thickest barrier yet at several meters. In a blink of an eye, Starfall slammed into it, and didn't even slow down. The green glass-like barrier shattered as if it weren't there. Another blink, and Starfall made impact. In an explosion of debris, a kilometer-sized crater instantly formed. The immediate area vaporized. The ruined castle vanished, erased from the world. The next 10 kilometers were ripped apart from the intense force. If it wasn't for the shield that I put up, the debris would have been thrown for hundreds of kilometers. Boulders and chunks of land slammed into the shield, creating a hellscape of twisted shapes. Undead that had survived the initial impact were soon ripped into tiny pieces. I would be amazed if they managed to recover from that, even with their ability to reconstruct their bodies. The weapon drilled down into 30 floors like they were butter. Twisted forest floors, a maze, and similar floors flashed by, all turned to rubble. I grimaced as I thought about the pain Alara must be going through, but I had no other alternative if I wanted to reach her core as quickly as possible. Her being separated so thoroughly from her core would dampen the pain, but not much. I would just have to do everything in my power to make it up to her. Another 10 floors were soon torn apart. Monsters, and I think even a few necromancers, were crushed from the collapsing ceilings and blasts of superheated air. Starfall turned everything it went through into a smooth-bored shaft surrounded by a ridiculous amount of destruction. Finally, either Alara was ordered to fight back or her own self-defense instincts kicked in, but Starfall collided with what appeared an almost unmovable force, coming to a dead stop. The intense mana built up in Starfall and shattered the osmium shell, which in turn detonated, turning the 45-floor deep hole into a 20-kilometer crater, with the deepest point being nearly 6 kilometers down, where the mithril core of Starfall remained embedded in the ground. I didn't anticipate what happened next. Terra mana of a level I couldn't absorb surged out from the impact point. Much like a sound when a gong is hit, it spread in a perfect circle, traveling in every direction equally. I was able to absorb part of the wave that traveled in the direction of the town, but I only managed to reduce it by half. The wave struck the shield, and before I could do anything, the feeder satellites exploded. Then the entire shield collapsed. The wave passed my forces, but we only suffered minimal damages. Once I was sure the wave was harmless, I turned my attention back to Alara. Alpha moved above the giant crater. Before I could react, I felt my aura snap to something. Outside my control, it quickly filled the area. It calmed down after the crater and about 2 kilometers in a sphere around Alpha were claimed. I smacked my forehead and scolded myself. I should have consulted Ignia before reaching another core. A moment later, I vaguely felt Alara's mind on the edge of my consciousness. An immense amount of pain was coming from her. I tried to connect with her, but nothing happened. I did my best to send calming thoughts to her. I could only imagine the stress Starfall would cause to a being like a dungeon core. Just a bit longer, I murmured to both myself and her. According to Alara, she had 98 floors. I'd just plowed my way through 45. That left 53 floors to go. I just hoped that Alara wasn't as creative as I was, or this might take a while. With the shield down, my forces worked their way over to the center of the crater. Some of the large vehicles were carving a path to it for the smaller forces to walk through. There was just so much destruction that the surface around the crater looked even more like it had just been nuked. I found something interesting. Namely, I couldn't affect the ground. I wasn't sure what was happening, but I could only assume that it was some form of combat designed for dungeons. With our auras linked like this, I would normally be able to have an open dialogue with Alara right now. As dungeon cores were notoriously hard to kill, according to Ignia, this could be more a form of sport. But everything was best guess, as I really didn't have anyone to ask. Then a light bulb went off. I didn't have a dungeon to ask, but I did know where to find a dungeon researcher. I mentally sent my mind to find Vern, but when I reached the edge of the aura, it felt like I had collided with something. I tried to connect to the station, but was also met with a wall. I went to the comms section of the bridge and was happy to see that it still showed feeds from space. I sent an order for the station crew to maintain a link with everyone. Unfortunately, I hadn't expected to have my mind cut off like this. So, my main core was unconnected from the entire network since I was used to teleporting in and out easily. I cracked my metal knuckles. That just meant I needed to save Alara as soon as possible so we could figure out what the cause of this was. I was pretty sure it was supposed to be a form of communication, or since the necromancers were forcing Alara to stand against me, then it was because we were enemies. "Orders, sir," asked one of the automata. "Continue as planned. If the necromancers send out Alara to counter us, then I'll head out to deal with her," I ordered. It wasn't chivalry that caused that order. As a dungeon host, I could either battle Alara to a standstill or even defeat her. It would be my first time fighting another host, so I couldn't say I was prepared. But it was better than sending hundreds of my minions at her just to die from the overwhelming amount of mana she would have at her command. All right, maybe there was a little chivalry in it as well. I also couldn't stand the thought of someone fighting her. I decided to just blame it on my dungeon instincts for now. The crew worked fast as several sections under Alpha opened. Constructs began falling to the surface under us. I really liked these. I'd taken the idea from an old movie I remembered from Earth, where, ironically enough, machines were trying to reach the core of a human settlement. If it worked for them, it should work for me. Giant drills dropped to the surface. They landed and stabilized themselves with 4 mechanical arms and some minor thrusters. They were almost as long as Starfall, but fell short at only 25 meters. The mithril alloy, which I named Erythral, shot sparks as they began to bore into Alara's dungeon surface. I grinned when they began to make progress. That was the only thing that would have forced me to change my plan, as it required mana to protect the dungeon from breaking. Having one large force such as Starfall make impact would burn a decent chunk of her mana. The drills were smaller but had multiple points of force. Thus, Alara would be hard-pressed to resist all of them at once. If she did so, she would burn through all her mana in a matter of hours. "Sir, given the rate the drills are cutting, we'll complete this level in 10 minutes, a crew member reported. "Excellent. Anything else?" These automata were modeled after Jarvis, so they were superb at data and information gathering and processing. "The Terra wave that we caused has dropped significantly, but it appears the ambient mana is allowing it to maintain its current form. We can't be sure what will happen if it contacts a source of Terra mana," another said, looking at a large readout. "Anything of ours in its path?" I asked. The town was over the mountain. It should be safe, as the mountains acted like a wall for almost all mana that tried to pass them. With the wave being Terra, they should absorb it without too much difficulty. "Only the outpost, but I've already sent a message to the force there. They are taking cover until it passes." "Good work. Make sure to send Dar and her forces a message. It wouldn't be good if the old general thought we were attacking him," I ordered. "Yes, sir." I turned back to the screen. "Your move." Floor 59 has been breached. Estimated time until Floor 60 breach, 22 minutes. Drills are receiving heavy resistance from internal dungeon monsters. Necromancer sighting confirmed. Number is to be determined. The comms automaton shouted. "Get a fresh squad down there. I want the generator station set up in 10 minutes. How long until the link-up?" I shouted, standing in the middle of the bridge. It had been nearly 7 hours since the attack began. The upper floors were easy to breach. However, once we hit Floor 50, that changed. It looked like someone had ordered Alara to bring all her monsters into the projected path of the drills. Even if the necromancers couldn't tell where that was, Alara could. Each time the drills broke past a floor, there would be a horde of monsters waiting for them. I had already lost one drill on Floor 57. That left 7 more while the first was being repaired. My forces were a match for the monsters being thrown at us so far. I was basically having to build a power line down to the active floor. The unholy miasma was to the point that I was surprised even the necromancers could live in it. Anything living that entered it soon rotted and withered. My automata could hold out for a few minutes, but even the metal rusted or corroded before they could react. Anubis and his cores were the spearhead of this operation. They would ride the lead drill to protect it from the miasma. Once a new floor was breached, they would span out and slaughter anything that moved in front of them. I was sure their necromancer kill count had already exceeded 30. Speaking of the necromancers, there were two moods present among them. Some were in full panic mode. It was as if they never could have imagined that someone could actually manage to attack them. The other half seemed to have lost all methods of thinking. They would use mana until their bodies collapsed. Then the undead would turn them into one of their own, and they'd get back up to continue fighting. At the moment, Anubis was able to handle it, but he had already filled 3 of his unholy mana batteries. His soldiers were doing well in supporting him. They weren't able to siphon off the unholy mana as easily as Anubis, but they took shifts while some would swap out a new battery on their armor. I could only imagine that the miasma would become worse the farther we went. 2 minutes until breach. "Keep it up. I want to dive this dungeon in record time," I ordered. "Be prepared for the boss." The enemy forces quickly retreated since the drills were about to break through. I noticed they were able to teleport to an extent. They had to be over 300 meters from any of my minions, so I didn't have to worry about sneak attacks. But I had to maintain a guard on floors that were already passed. I was getting new automata from the gate every few hours, but it was still costly troop-wise. The drills finally broke through to the next floor. There was a large cavern ahead, so Anubis jumped in with the rest of his cores. The regular automata waited for 20 seconds, then followed after them. The pitch-black cavern was soon lit up as my forces flooded onto the floor. Thousands of green flames popped to life as the drill struck the ground, crushing a couple dozen of the undead under it. What reminded me of the terracotta army appeared before me. Undead knights in lines, adding up to 2,340 undead, stood as Floor 60's boss. In the center of the massive undead army was a 2-headed undead troll-like creature decked out with more armor than I honestly thought was necessary. It wielded a massive 2-handed sword that was 7 or 8 meters by itself. Its eyes, which were a deep green flames that made the other undead in the room look like candles, opened. With an earth-shaking roar, it pointed at my gathering forces on the floor. The undead moved as one mass and charged. Anubis roared back. Then there was an explosion of darkness. Judgment! Chapter 14. Regan. The darkness filled every centimeter of the floor. The sensors on the drills were able to pierce through, as they were calibrated mainly for unholy and dark mana. The undead swarm had literally stopped in its tracks. Many fell over from the strange positions they ended up in. The drills resumed their drilling, throwing up sparks that illuminated the darkness almost like a horror game from Earth. It was maybe 30 seconds before something changed. One of the forerunners of the undead horde crumbled into dust. Then, like a wave, all the undead behind it burst into ash, smoke, and dust. I could feel bursts of mana every time one of them exploded. After a minute, the army was reduced to half its size. "Get the mechanics down here. I want some fortifications in place within 2 minutes." I knew from experience that the longer you were in judgment, the higher your chance of being able to escape it. I wasn't sure how it affected undead that were created by a dungeon. Did they even have souls to judge? "Yes, Creator," an automaton answered over comms. Based off Natsuo, the mechanics were quite powerful outside combat, though these would be his upgraded version. As a mixture of all the Smith models, they were slender and possessed the ability to shape just about anything that fell under Terra's jurisdiction. With 4 arms, they were able to work quickly. "My girls will be done in less than a minute," Queen said in her human form. "Oh, Queen, decide to join the fun?" I asked when she walked up next to me. "We are rescuing your princess from her tower. I felt it would be better for me to participate than to sit back," she said with folded arms. "Plus, my floor is basically automated now. That's the reason I was here in the first place when I felt the ability to move between the dungeons get locked." "You wouldn't happen to have some imprinted knowledge about that as a floor boss, would you?" I asked hopefully. "Sorry, my lord." Queen bowed her head. "It's all right." I waved her off. The mechanics, which were all basically clones of Queen, quickly reached the front lines. Walls of steel and stone rose around the drill sites. They were able to make it like a fort so that all the drills were included in one large wall. Weapons placements soon joined the walls. As these were humanoid undead, they went with machine guns and some heavier artillery. It looked like my decision was the right one. The rate the undead army was turning to dust had dropped significantly. There was still about 200 left, plus the main boss. I could sense that Anubis was reaching his limit. He would need time to recover from the massive amount of mana he had used. "Anubis cores, make ready. The spell is about to wear off," I warned. "Second Division has reached main breach," the comms announced. The damaged drill suddenly broke through, dropping down to the floor. It righted itself and resumed its work. A few mechanics jumped off it, their feminine faces covered in grease and grit, but looking like they were happy with their work. I checked the time. They'd managed to repair it in less than 10 minutes. I was impressed. "Your girls are quite handy," I commented to Queen. They did have 4 of them, after all. "Thank you for the compliment," Queen said with a curtsy. "That was a good warm-up, but I need something more challenging," Vetter shouted when he landed on the front line. "Anubis is about to be out of commission for a time. Protect him," I ordered the new forces as they joined the 1st Division. "My brother," Vetter said. Anubis suddenly collapsed. The darkness that filled the room soon flowed back to him in a surge. The remaining 140 or so undead collapsed but almost immediately stood back up. The 2-headed undead troll roared, causing pieces of the ceiling to collapse. With a surge of mana, he started to charge the defensive line. "Fire!" I ordered. The weapons placements began to unload their ammunition into the wave of undead, blowing off pieces of them with ease. But the undead would continue to charge until their heads were destroyed. This was more difficult than it sounded, as the armor they wore was thick enough to protect them from the machine gun fire. Even if it managed to blow the head off, it could pick it up and restart the charge if it didn't get shattered. A wave of explosions soon joined the symphony as the mortars and cannons went to work. They fired in a fan pattern to cover as much of the oncoming horde as possible. The undead troll took one full in the chest, its armor managing to protect it from the worst of the damage, but it soon made it to the wall. The troll crashed into the wall. Its amazing brute strength from being both a troll and a zombie ripped the walls to shreds over a span of about 5 meters. It would have been bad, but when the troll glanced back to check its army, only about 10 remained. Those were soon focus-fired down to bone meal. "A worthy opponent! I challenge you! Let us see who the stronger dungeon floor boss is!" Vetter shouted as he spun his staff. The undead troll glared first at him, then at the drills behind him that were almost out of sight in the ground. It roared and leveled its massive 2-handed sword at Vetter. Vetter grinned and took a stance. They both began to channel mana. A massive pillar of dark and unholy mana formed over the troll, and a similarly sized pillar of blue and white formed around Vetter. A tension filled the air. Then, in a blink, the battle began. Vedder shot back with an explosion of ice, and the troll followed him. The troll's massive sword ripped into the ice like butter. Vedder formed several dozen spears of ice that floated around him, then launched them. The troll obviously couldn't feel pain, as it took them full on, each being embedded several centimeters into him. When there were nearly 10 spears, the troll spotted them, then ripped them out. The massive holes quickly closed.
Good, an opponent that can handle itself,
Vedder exclaimed happily. The troll brought his sword around, and a massive black wave followed the edge. Vedder reacted by creating a wall of ice to block, then used it to slide farther from the attack. He reminded me of a surfer. The troll kept it up, sending several more strikes toward Vedder. I glanced at the drills. They were starting to cut through the ground faster, which meant they were out of the floor's influence. They would slow down when they hit the next floor, but with their speed, it wouldn't take long.
Vedder, end it soon or I'll have the others join in,
I ordered.
Vedder sighed. Always a rush. Of course, it's a battle, so I understand.
The ice mana that was forming a pillar around him suddenly condensed into a sphere while he came to a dead stop in midair. The blades of darkness collided with his sphere and froze, in much the same way Z2 had frozen Noir's darkness during the tournament. The darkness was frozen in midair. Vedder kicked off the ground and stopped right in front of the troll. He tapped him with a single finger, and all the mana from the sphere snapped into the enemy. Vedder turned around and started to walk away from the troll. About 5 meters from it, he snapped his fingers. The spot on the troll where he had pressed his finger started to crack, and soon the frozen troll fell to pieces.
"Are you an anime protagonist?"
I mumbled. All he needed was some wind blowing his cloak around him.
"Anime, Monarch?"
Queen asked from next to me.
"Huh? Ah, nothing. Don't worry about it," I replied.
With the 60th floor taken, there were less than 40 to go. I was winning the mini-war, but I wouldn't press my luck until I had Alara's core in my sights. There were an untold number of ways that the tide of the battle could shift. The mechanics started setting up the cables so that mana could be sent down, basically shifting the current support line to the 60th floor. With the lull in the battle, the only thing left was to wait until the drills broke through to the next floor. Depending on how Alara had designed her dungeon, it could be anywhere from 10 meters to 1,000 meters. Taking my own dungeon as an example, 20 meters separated the first 10 floors, then it ranged from 50 to 500 for the next. The asteroid floor had 600 meters on either side of it, just to be safe. Readings are in. Time until breach, 5 minutes. So, roughly 100 meters for this floor. She was sticking to how she'd built her earlier floors, or whoever designed the dungeon was. The first 40 floors were all designed how I figured a nature dungeon would be, with groves, forests, and plains, but all horribly twisted. It made me feel some real anger at the loss of such beauty. I may like my modernization and metal, but I knew the gifts that nature provided. One of the divisions, back when I was still in control on Earth, was made up entirely of drones that planted trees. I think my company managed to reforest more of Earth in a year than all of humanity combined for the previous 30.
"Vedder, how's Anubis?"
I inquired, looking at Vedder in the monitor.
"The stones are recharging him now. He should wake up in 3 minutes,"
Vedder sent back.
"Good. Keep a watch. I want you to go with the next wave. I can only assume that the floors will get more dangerous," I sent back.
"Yes, Creator." Vedder bowed. Then the screen closed. Breach in 30 seconds was announced via comms. The forces waiting for the breach began jumping down the holes. Some of them had flying equipment and would hover right behind the drill once they reached it. For the less mobile, levitating platforms brought them down at a slower pace. The main bulk of my forces was still on floor 55.
Tunnel enlargement in 10 minutes, reported a different comms automaton. I glanced over to that section of screens. Rods were being lowered down each hole that were the same length as the tunnel. Inscriptions on them were pulling all the unholy and dark mana that came anywhere near them. Once they reached critical mass, well, boom.
"I am awake, Father,"
Anubis reported as he regained consciousness. "Are you good to continue?" I asked, concerned that I was pushing him.
"I can continue,"
he declared, then jumped down the hole with Vetter. Breach! The drills broke through simultaneously, falling a great distance. I was impressed at the size of the cavern. The height alone must have been near 2 or 3 kilometers. The drills activated their thrusters, but still took a bit of a beating when they landed. The other forces quickly joined them and formed a protective circle. "Drills have been damaged. Mechanics report they'll need 10 minutes to get them all repaired. Drills 1 through 3 can continue, but it will be at reduced efficiency," comms reported. "Hold off until all drills are repaired. I have no intention of splitting the forces any more than necessary," I ordered. "Visuals in. Putting them up now," another automaton reported. A mountain appeared on the screen, surrounded by an eerie forest. Alara had even managed to create a night view inside the environment that cast a new full moon over the floor. There were no monster sightings yet, but there were mana readings all over the floor. Readings show that this is most likely 4 floors combined. It displays the same mana structure as the creators. "So, a boss is on the next floor. All the more reason to sit and wait," I murmured. "All right, we'll wait 1 hour. The armored division will have met up with the front line by that point." "I wonder how the mortals would feel if they saw you tearing through a dungeon in this fashion," Queen mused aloud. "Hopefully they'll never have to find out," I replied dryly. "I pity any mortal kingdom that pisses you off, Monarch," she snickered. "So do I added, thinking about the annoying politics that would most likely result in me turning their city into a pile of rubble. "Movement detected on the floor." "What is it?" I asked, turning toward the feeds. Trees that were 40 to 50 meters tall were crashing to the ground. Whatever was moving toward the front line was massive, causing the units with cameras to shake. I ordered some drones into the air for a stable feed. It only took a moment before the creature came into sight. Nearly twice the size of the undead boss troll from the previous floor, a monster crashed through the forest. It looked like it was made from hundreds, if not thousands, of bodies. Several giant-sized heads sat on its shoulders, all of their mouths gnawing with a desire for food they had been so long starved of. A few of the bodies were distinct enough to make out from the distance, and they had looks of anguish on their rotting faces. "Designate target as Behemoth. Begin firing when in range," I ordered. I couldn't begin to get a read on this thing's abilities. Its mana rating was through the roof, even higher than Anubis and Vetter. It had to be Tier 3. I just hoped its parts were its weakness. If we could destroy enough of its body, it might collapse in on itself. The few artillery that had already made their way down aimed at the behemoth. They loaded explosive rounds and began firing non-stop. The barrage certainly made the massive undead stop moving, but debris soon filled the air and the feed couldn't make out the damage being done. "Hold!" I ordered, and the barrage quickly came to a stop. Tension filled the air, but was immediately broken when the behemoth stepped through the cloud of dust. Craters littered its surface, but the bodies that it was made of started to move and reshape the behemoth to repair the damage. I personally wanted to say it looked a little smaller, but wasn't confident in that assessment. "So many tortured souls," another voice said from next to me. I glanced to the left and found Julie standing there with a serious face. "That bothers you?" I asked. No, but it will be hard to kill that thing. It has thousands of souls to power its mana. She shook her head. You done with your toys? With a shrug, she admitted, I broke them all. Fair enough, I nodded. And I suspect it's not the only one on the floor, Queen added from the other side. I grinned. Then it's time for a little fun. Tunnel enlargement commencing, a comms automaton reported. Soon there was an explosion that shook the entire dungeon. The 10-meter diameter holes were blasted to nearly 50 meters, easily large enough for some of my bigger weapons to finally make their way down. Mechs jumped down, relying on their boosters to reach the floor safely. Weapons platforms with more armaments than a sane person might feel were necessary followed, being lowered via anti-gravity platforms. By the time they reached the front line, the behemoth was only 100 meters away. The new forces wasted no time pointing all their weapons at the monster. Beams of energy, concentrated bursts of mana, and physical rounds that could crush a person if they were dropped on them slammed into the behemoth. There was so much firepower that it literally forced the massive undead to fall over, crushing several trees. It couldn't repair what was vaporized. If it were a bit faster, it might be able to dodge some of the weapons fire, but this thing was built to take a hit. Even with the barrage, it managed to last for a solid 4 minutes before I finally got a drone to drop an Anubis metal bomb on it. When the bomb detonated, the shards ripped through the undead and pulled massive amounts of unholy mana from it. The entire encounter took 10 minutes, and that was for just one. As if on cue, 3 explosions echoed throughout the floor. I sighed, then ordered all my forces to concentrate on the closest behemoth. Looking at their positions, I could see it was going to be close. I went ahead and ordered several Anubis bombs to be sent down. 30 minutes later, all threats on the floor were eliminated. Luckily, these undead were mainly just large. I could see it being nearly impossible for regular adventurers. But I'm not an adventurer. I made sure to send scouts out in case there was something hidden or equally dangerous, but found the behemoths were the only real threat. Drill maintenance complete. Divisions 1 through 5 have all reached the front line. Division 6 is maintaining guard duty until the next wave of reinforcements arrives from the gate. All right. Resume drilling, I ordered. Sparks soon began to fly as the drills reactivated. We were much closer to Alara's core now, so I tried to reach out to her. The wall was still there, but it was much weaker now. I wasn't surprised it was, because we'd killed so many of the necromancers on the previous floors. Controlling a dungeon core must require a tremendous will, something I wouldn't doubt several or even hundreds of people worked together on. I frowned when I felt the wave of pain from her. I knew my method was the cause, but it was the fastest and most assured way to get down to her. I felt past the pain and smiled when I sensed a tiny bud of hope buried in her. Slamming my fist on the arm of my throne, I thought, I promised to save you and will do so.
Chapter 15. Azora. Allowing no one on the deck was a rule that had to be added once we were underway. If they went out there, they would be thrown from the airship. That was how fast we were moving. We nearly lost a crew member when we accelerated outside the valley. Next time Lord Regan said he was upgrading something, I planned to make sure he explained the changes more fully first.
At this speed, we'll reach home in 2 days, Captain Shido commented from where he was studying some charts.
Good. 3 months is much too long to be away, I said, thinking about how long we'd stayed in the valley. While Jade Wind might make me feel claustrophobic, it was where I'd grown up. Even with how amazing my time at the valley was, I still missed home. I only feared it would be a place I never wanted to return to now that my mother had passed away. Sure, I easily felt the time away had been worth it, given the advance of our magic and people,
and I really didn't want to leave. But I would never deny that Jade Wind was my home. Nothing could change that. I just wished my mother would be there. "The airship is going to hold up, right?" I asked idly, hearing some loud creaking beneath my feet.
"This ship is completely different than it was when we came,"
Captain Shido answered with a grin. Whatever Lord Regan had done to his ship, the captain must have really liked it. "All right, let me know when we arrive," I ordered, then left the bridge. I retired to my cabin and sat down at my desk. I felt a sensation from the lance created from Regan's mana, and reached forward to grab it off my desk. As always, I felt complete when I took a hold of it, something I didn't mind, considering Lord Regan was the one who'd given me this power, inadvertently or not. "Blood," I heard echo in my mind. "Who's there?" I demanded, jumping to my feet. I looked around, but didn't see anyone. I channeled my mana into the area around the room, but still didn't find anything. Curious, I sat back down. "Why don't you give me more blood?" the voice echoed again. This time, I distinctly felt it come from my lance. "Is that you?" I asked, holding it up to my eyes. "You gave me so much before, in such a glorious way," I heard. "I've never used you in combat," I replied, confused. An image of the day I'd executed the prisoners flashed in my mind. Now that I thought about it, I had carried the sword since that day, but never used it. That's why I didn't even think about it when it vanished during the incident. I tightened my grip on the weapon, unsure how I should feel. But images of necromancers killing my people made me realize that even an evil power could be put to good. "Blood?" it asked with a hopeful tone. "In the future. I'm sure there will be plenty of blood for you to drink, but you have to listen to me," I said. It seemed to consider this for a moment. Then I got the distinct impression that it shrugged at me. It fell silent, so I laid it back down. I just hoped this didn't turn into a problem. History didn't call them cursed blades for nothing.
"Massive wave of terror mana incoming," I heard over the ship's broadcasting system.
It was the night before we reached Jade Wind. I had just been thinking the journey was too smooth and quickly rushed to the bridge after arming myself. "What's going on?" I demanded when I got there.
"A few of our terror mages felt a surge of mana a few minutes ago. It won't affect the ship, but it's causing quite a bit of damage to the continent,"
Captain Shido replied. "Source?" I asked.
"The North. I have a feeling our all-powerful lord is behind it."
The captain grinned as if happy that Lord Regan was powerful enough to cause such a large effect. The memory of the weapon he showed me came to mind. Lord Regan was indeed the likely cause of anything that could cause such a reaction. The image of Lord Regan's weapons was in my head again. "Yeah, most definitely him," I agreed.
"Check this out,"
Captain Shido said, then pressed a few buttons on the console. An image of the ground under the airship appeared. We could barely make anything out, since we were moving so fast. But the 5-meter-tall wave that was moving faster than we were was easy enough to see. "What's going to happen when that hits the ocean?" I asked, worried.
"I'm afraid I don't have the answer to that,"
he replied as he shook his head. "I guess we'll find out in about 10 minutes. We are keeping pace with it. Barely." I looked into the distance. The large sheet of blue that was the ocean could be seen quickly getting closer. The tension grew as more people joined us on the bridge. Finally, the terror wave hit the beach, the sand looser than the dirt and stone, and exploded dozens of meters into the air. Soon it struck the water. As if the tide were receding, the water formed into a wave that nearly reached our height at 150 meters. "Is there anything in the path of that thing?" I asked.
"Only Jade Wind, but that sits nearly twice this height," an officer said. "After that, the Maelstrom, I believe."
"All right. Once we get home, I'll make sure a relief force is sent to assist Jadeport," I said, considering the situation. The airship suddenly shook as if struck by a heavy weight.
We looked back outside to see a massive storm forming right before our eyes. Lightning started to crackle as the sea turned into a frenzy after the wave passed. I gulped, worried for the airship. "Gain altitude," Captain Shido shouted urgently. The airship jerked as it started to rise. We stabilized, then passed the clouds. Peals of thunder surrounded us, and the airship lurched to the side suddenly. We just had something hit us. Hard. We rushed to the window and saw a phoenix that was holding on for its life. A scorch mark across its back showed that it had been struck by lightning. I thought quickly, then channeled mana into a sphere around the creature. "Open the port side bay. I'll move it inside," I ordered. "It's a monster," Captain Shido argued. "And?" I demanded. While phoenixes were certainly monsters, they were tameable. Plus, there was no reason to throw away its life when it was quite obviously hurt bad. It might just be my selfish way to make up for killing so many of my own people a few weeks ago, I thought guiltily. "As you wish." Shido sighed, then pressed a button that opened the bay doors. I used the sphere of air mana to move the injured beast into the bay. It didn't have the strength to resist by this point. I rushed down to the bay, not really sure why I was worried about the creature. When I arrived, the guards were keeping their distance from it, their weapons bared. It struggled weakly, but the harsh winds outside and the injury made it unable to do much after draining its strength. I waved the others back and inched closer carefully. The 5-meter-long bird, with a wingspan of 30 meters, was a tight fit in the bay. It glared at me as I approached, but I kept my hands free from my weapons and palms up. Monsters may be feral, but they are by no means unintelligent. There were plenty of monster tamers in the world, though from the information I had, they were more common on the Fuizal continent. That place was nearly overrun with monsters, so they had to fight fire with fire. I created a thin stream of mana over to the giant bird to help heal it. It panicked for a moment, but when its wound started to heal, it calmed down. I was halfway done with healing it when I stopped. It wouldn't be a good idea to heal a monster to full health in a situation like this. If it decided to ignite, half the airship would go up in flames. "Get some meat and give it," I started to say, when the ship lurched again. "Princess, the storm is getting worse. At this rate, it will reach the same level as the maelstrom," Captain Shido reported through the ship's tube system. I ran over to the tube that would let me talk to him. "What do you recommend?" I shouted. This was his area. Plus, I couldn't think of anything that would actually help us in this situation. "If we landed in the ocean, we could put more mana into the barrier systems. At this rate, we're going to get knocked out of the sky either way," he reported. "Do it," I agreed. The pressure changed as we started our descent. The Phoenix exploded into motion as it flapped its wings as if trying to rise. It only lasted for a moment, and soon realized what was happening. The airship rocked as it set down in the ocean. We tilted until we were almost sideways before we righted. I could only assume we had crested a wave. "Captain, will we be able to reach Jade Wind?" I sent. Landing in the ocean would help for now, but if the storm took another turn, we would only be waiting for our deaths. If we couldn't make it to Jade Wind, we would need to turn back before we lost the ability to do so. "It will take us a few extra hours. Plus, it depends on if this storm gets worse." "Keep me informed." "Yes, Princess." I walked back to the Phoenix. It didn't have the same amount of fear in its eyes as before, but it clearly wasn't going to let me pet it anytime soon. It had dried enough for its feathers to start to burn again. I wondered if it realized it was safe as long as it didn't threaten us, as it kept the flames at a campfire level. "I just want to help you," I said calmly. Its large eyes turned toward me and stared me down. The ship rocked as a wave crashed against us, and the Phoenix dug its claws into the floor. Smoke rose from the grooves. I channeled some mana into a warm gust of air, trying to calm it down. "It's all right, boy," I said. The Phoenix glared at me with a pulse of fire leaving its nostrils. "Girl?" I corrected. It nodded and lay its head back down. This wasn't an ordinary phoenix if it could understand speech. I was also curious about why it wasn't in a flock. "Princess, we can take it from here. Please return to the bridge. I'm sure they need you more than we do. Don't worry, we will make sure she is taken care of," a guard said as she sheathed her blade. "Thank you. I will open the bay when the storm lets up." I nodded to her, then turned to leave. The phoenix made a trilling sound as it saw me start to walk away. The beautiful sound made me think of wide-open skies and the tops of flaming mountains. I turned back around to smile. "Don't worry, girl. These ladies will take fine care of you, and when the storm lets up, I will finish healing you. I wouldn't mind seeing you fly myself," I said, sure she could understand me. She eyed me for a solid minute before she laid her head back down. The men left, while the females all remained. I worried they might get attached, but it would be my own fault if they did. Feeling a little warmer in my heart than I had in a while, I made my way back to the bridge. "Ah, Princess. I'm glad you're back up here. We have a problem," Captain Shido said, as soon as I was through the bridge hatch. "What is it this time?" I asked. I wasn't sure we could handle too many more problems. "The storm is showing no sign of weakening. If it continues to grow, I feel even Jade Wind won't be able to survive it," he explained, as he pulled up some screens. I sent a silent thank you to Lord.Regan for the improvements to the airship. The screen showed a display of various information about the storm. It even showed the mana readouts. I had to look twice to make sure I was actually seeing the numbers that I was. "This cannot be correct," I said, pointing to the chart. Jade Wind could handle quite a lot of stress. The maelstrom had buffeted the barrier protecting it more than once. That, however, was under the impression that everything was well in the city. "I'm afraid it is. I had one of the mages go out on the deck to confirm it. At this rate, it will grow stronger than the maelstrom." Captain Shido shook his head. "Damn it. That will reduce us to an island in a sea we can't pass." I frowned, biting my thumb. Jade Wind was powerful, but it was a metal and wood island in the middle of the sky. Other than some private gardens by a few high-ranking gnomes, there was nowhere that produced food in the city. This was the outcome of assuming we could reach Jade Port for our supply needs. "Correct. The magical engineers on board are trying to find ways to counter it, but..." Captain Shido bowed his head. "What? What happens when it hits the maelstrom?" I asked, growing worried. Shido stared at me blankly for a moment, then had the mages try to come up with an answer. Teacher Suzuki was front and center, working with all the knowledge he'd gotten from Lord.Regan's library. After a few minutes, they had a few scenarios, but the most likely outcome was that the two storms would merge. "We need to get to Jade Wind before that happens," I said, worried about the people. By the time we could get there, it would be far too late to evacuate them to the mainland. Even Jade Wind wouldn't be able to withstand the storm for long. Our only hope would be for Lord.Regan to try to contain it once I placed his core in the city. This was much more important than trying to find some conspiracy in the city. "We have a break of luck there. The home stone still works, and we should reach it in about 30 minutes, Captain Shido said, pointing to a stone that glowed in the console. It was part of the original ship, and would always guide the ship back to Jade Wind. I just hoped we would be able to ascend through the storm to reach Jade Wind.
Chapter 16. Regan. Breach in 1 minute. All forces are ready, Monarch, Queen reported. Queen had made herself into a sort of designated assistant. I didn't mind, as she was able to do 4 or 5 things at a time thanks to her extra limbs. Alara had a rather large chunk of ground in between this floor and the next. It took almost an hour for the drills to breach it. My forces were having to deal with a behemoth every 10 minutes or so, though they had started to treat it more as target practice. Thank you, Queen. I think after this we might need to get you off that floor and somewhere more useful. I grinned. The praises make me blush, Queen said with a small bow. With a boom, the drills broke through the ceiling of the next floor. Another combined floor met my eyes as the drills fell to the bottom. The mechanics made sure to up the output of the thrusters so they didn't crash down again. The cavern was about the same size as the last one at 2 or 3 kilometers. The drills landed much gentler this time, and my forces surrounded them quickly after they landed. This was a boss room that took up 6 floors worth of space. I wasn't about to let my guard down. The scans of the floor quickly came in. Reports listed no movement to be seen and only a few living entities. The mana level was off the chart, making me wonder if this was some sort of floor-sized boss-level trap. "Hold positions. Something is bound to happen," I ordered, standing up from my throne. "Fire a flare to get us some more light." One of the artillery units loaded a fluorescent round and fired it across the floor. A ruined village came into view, but that was it. There weren't any monsters, undead or otherwise. Even the rest of the floor was a bare expanse of rock and stone. It was as if someone had taken a village and teleported it into the middle of this cave. "Orders, sir?" asked one of the bridge automata after nearly 10 minutes had passed with nothing happening. "Begin drilling. Send scouts to check the area," I said, deciding to make the first move. I didn't like to sit and wait. Whatever was going to happen would happen once we made enough racket. Sparks flew as the drills restarted operation. I nodded, not surprised it took them much longer to start making headway. This was a boss floor, after all. It would be strange if we could just cut through without any issue. I exhaled when it took the drills almost 10 minutes to cut through half a meter. If it hadn't been for the fact that they were accelerating the farther in they got, I would have had to think up a new plan of attack. "Nothing to report, sir. The village is empty," a scout reported an hour later. "Keep your eyes open. It's possible they withdrew all their forces to a lower floor to prepare a bigger resistance," I ordered. "Understood." The scout bowed, then the monitor that was showing him blinked off. "What does everyone think?" I asked the assembled group of automata. All the captains from the airships, Anubis and Vetter, Queen, and myself, stood around a table that displayed the entirety of the floor. I wanted as many suggestions as possible. Anubis and Vetter were here as projections. I didn't want to risk taking them off the front lines. It would be my luck that Alara found a way to block teleporting that far inside. "I agree with Monarch. It's likely they withdrew in the face of our overwhelming power," Queen said with a smirk.
"Fled with their tails between their legs,"
Benjamin laughed. "Sir, I believe this to be some sort of trap," Jarvis said. "I agree, but we need to find the trigger before we can deal with said trap," I said, nodding to Jarvis's input. I firmly believed it was a trap as well. The real question, then, was what kind of trap it was.
"Let's just blast the entire floor with mortar shells,"
Spare grinned, playing with his beard. That might not be a bad..." I started to say when I noticed 2 of the dots on the screen disappear. They represented the scouts out on the floor. They were tied directly to their mana cores so that if they vanished like that, their cores were completely destroyed. Just then a thought sparked in my head. "Switch to the anti-spectre shields," I shouted to the control automaton. It quickly pressed a few buttons, and a blazing white wall formed around the command units. It slowly expanded until the entire front line was enclosed inside. A moment later, a soul-wrenching screech filled the cavern. The female spectre from the other day was back in its full glory. Her form had changed to that of a queen, with a regal dress and a crown. I chuckled when I saw her. "Looks like we're before royalty." "She isn't worthy to stand before you, Monarch." Queen frowned, looking the Spectre Queen over like she was a child. "Be that as it may, we need to deal with her. Jarvis, how are the anti-spectre weapons? Did you find a way to counter them without relying on brute force?" I asked, looking at my trusty researcher. I'd left him in charge of studying the data we'd gleaned from the last encounter with these annoying creatures. I was starting to miss the days when I could sit in my dungeon and just play around with the magic of this world. On that front, we have made many experimental weapons, but we have had no test subjects. If I may join the front line, I would be happy to conduct said tests, Jarvis said with a bow. I nodded to him. Go ahead. The barrier is holding for now, but this is a dungeon army we're dealing with. They can come up with a solution if we give them time. Don't give it to them. As you command, Jarvis said as a magic circuit formed around him. He soon vanished, and I sensed him appear in his labs on his ship. Short-range teleportation still worked on the surface. Anubis, you and your forces are to stand by while Jarvis conducts his tests. I know you're able to deal with this problem, but I don't want to expend you completely, I said, looking at his hologram. I was getting worried about the amount of unholy mana he was having to channel through him.
Yes, Father. The unholy mana on this floor is tremendous. If we continue going deeper than normal, automata will require more mana to stop the corrosion,
Anubis said, looking into the distance at something. Understood. I'll get some more generators sent down. I looked to Queen, who nodded. She bowed and moved to get it done. I moved back to my throne and sat down. I was interested to see what Jarvis had come up with in the short time he'd had. He did have quite the dedicated staff working with him. If you wanted a weapon, Jarvis and his team were the ones to go to. If I'd had to think up solutions to all the magic-based things I was having to deal with, I would have probably had a headache. What do you have for me, Jarvis? I sent through the comms. We have several things that we want to test. First, according to the mortals, specters are a soul that has gained the ability to manifest. This rings many bells, as the mana required does not match the mana visible, mana being strongly tied to the heart and brain of a body, Jarvis explained, while setting up what looked like a workstation. Yes, but the soul also has the ability to produce mana under certain conditions, I said, thinking about Anubis's ritual for the Dryad. Indeed. However, the mana levels from an army of this size should be high enough to drown both you and undead Queen Alara out from the amount of noise it would put off, he explained as he put the finishing touches on his station. Therefore, I believe they are merely projections, Jarvis finished. I glanced at the map of the floor. If what he said was true, then it could be a problem. We already knew that high-powered light mana did have an effect on the specters, but it was costly and may not be permanent. Anubis could deal with the specters, more because of the fact that he was absorbing their souls when he ripped the unholy mana from them. If the specters' physical bodies were somewhere that we couldn't get to, that would make this a nearly impossible floor to get through.
Can we just avoid combat and drill to the next floor?
Benjamin asked. Avoid combat, I murmured. This was a dungeon. Even with her being controlled, I doubted the necromancers fully understood the rules and laws that went into creating the dungeon. Alara should have made it where a party of adventurers could succeed, whether it was sneaking through the floor or... The bodies have to be on this floor. Given the strength of the specters, being this deep in the dungeon would be like they were trying to talk 30 meters underwater. Their physical links have to be here, I said. Exactly. We just have to find them. We could blow the floor to pieces, but that would require a lot of mana and time, during which we would be under attack from the specters, Jarvis said, then pressed a few buttons on his station. I changed the view of the communicator so I could take in the entire workstation. Jarvis had rigged up what looked like a telescope from a stellar observatory. It sat on a hover platform allowing for easy maneuvering. Mana stones lined its body, each with a dense mana scripting. Jarvis channeled some mana to levitate one of the mana cables from the generators and attached it to the device. "This will find their bodies?" I asked. "Yes. At your request, I have come up with a weapon to be used against the ethereal type of undead. Using light mana, it will strike a spectre and follow the cord back to the host body.
Even if it doesn't destroy the host body, it will allow us to trace it, and then a good bombardment from the more traditional cannons can finish the work," he explained excitedly. "Excellent. Begin your tests as soon as you can." I laughed at how excited Jarvis was over his toy. Seeing a creator so happy with their creation should make anyone that builds things in the world happy as well. "As you command, sir," Jarvis said, and turned back to his device. He didn't even have to try hard to aim. The Spectre army was massive and crowded outside the barrier. They were trying to get past it, but the nearly solid level of the light magic continually forced them back. A few of the Spectres smoked, and parts of their ethereal bodies were noticeably missing from their attempts to get through. Jarvis activated the device, and a beam of energy shot into the mass of ghosts. If I was human, I was sure my ears would have been bleeding from the horrendous screech that was given off. The beam split a few dozen times with each spectre it hit, like a ray of light hitting glass. The branching beam sailed off into the distance to impact a large mound on the other side of the floor. "I bet most of the souls are from adventurers that tried to stop undead Queen Alara in the early days," Queen commented. I rubbed my chin. I don't doubt it. Zooming one of the cameras in close on a random spectre, it was clear that, sure enough, the spectre looked like a man in a plate armor from the Middle Ages. Burn marks that I found to be the usual work of unholy magic marred parts of his body. The necromancers had likely inhabited Alara's dungeon for a few years to kill off adventurers and gather her mana quickly. It wasn't a bad idea to get a still-developing dungeon stronger. Hell, they could have posted quests in the Adventurers Guild to lure people here. "Should I just destroy them all?" Jarvis asked after his fourth test fire. The ghost army had learned by the second shot, but light traveled faster than they could dodge after all. Even with them taking distance and spreading out, Jarvis was still picking them off like flies. I wanted to take out the boss no matter what, and maintaining the barrier against this threat was draining our mana reserves. "Burn as many as you can," I ordered. "Yes, sir," Jarvis nodded, then started firing much faster. The energy blasts were smaller and didn't burn through quite as many, but they were still taking 5 or 6 out with each shot. Before long, the ghost army looked more like a ragged band around a defeated queen. The Spectre Queen glared at Jarvis. She was the only one so far that was able to dodge Jarvis's energy attack, and it was more of a type of teleportation, to be fair. She teleported right above the ruined village and dove straight down and into a ruined manor that was in the center of the town. Streams of unholy mana broke from the ground around the village, then surged into the house. Before I got a chance to order it blown to pieces, the action was already done. A figure burst from the ruined building and floated into the air. Jarvis fired his energy cannon at it, but with a flick of the figure's hand, the beam shattered around her. The Spectre Queen held out her hand, and a massive scythe formed out of shadows. More shadows coalesced around her, turning into a gray dress that would have been fit for royalty. Just before her form was completely covered, I was able to make out a physical body. "Anubis, what do you see?" I asked.
"Her soul has changed. The dark is eating the unholy from her body. I believe it might be a good idea to wait for the change to finish,"
he said. His eyes were glued to the event happening above us. "I wonder if this is what happens when a monster without loyalty evolves into something stronger than the core can control," I said, leaning back to watch as well. "It's possible, Monarch," Queen answered. The shadows continued to ripple around the boss, random spikes of green energy emerging from her body. I had all my sensors and the scanners trained on the Spectre Queen to collect all the data I could. It was rare that I could witness something breaking through, at least where I'm not involved to the point where something wouldn't explode if I stopped concentrating, as usually was the case when I was helping my creatures reach the next level.
Still, it's amazing that she is fighting the unholy mana, especially this deep in the dungeon, I murmured. I leaned forward again when it appeared the change was about to be complete. I knew this was a risk to take, but I also felt the knowledge I could gain from this was worth it. I really want to capture her, I thought. The Spectre Queen was breaking through to Tier 3. I would be able to control her with a collar with a few adjustments. She gripped her head and screamed, then swung her scythe at random, causing massive blasts of energy. One blast of energy struck the wall, creating a large crater. Explosions boomed throughout the floor as the blasts destroyed it. "Brace!" I yelled when one of the blasts flew toward the front-line barrier, crashing into it and causing cracks to form. I upped the mana flowing into the barrier, and it repaired itself. Eventually, the Spectre Queen calmed down. She floated in the air lethargically, almost as if she was unconscious. "I don't sense any unholy mana from her," Queen said, and Anubis nodded in agreement. I checked her myself, but could only agree with the two. However she'd managed it, she'd changed into an undead form without unholy mana. This led to a number of possibilities that I would have to explore in the future. I wasn't sure what triggered her, but the Spectre Queen suddenly screeched and turned away from my forces, shooting toward what felt like a random spot in the dungeon floor. With a blast of shadows, a large chunk of the wall turned to rubble. Rage was rolling off her in almost visible waves. "Should we let her go?" Jarvis asked. "I think it would take us a bit more than I would like to commit to take her down, and she obviously is out to kill someone farther down." I tapped my chin, then nodded. "Yup, just ignore her." I threw a thumbs up. An explosion accented it from across the floor. When the boss left the floor, the speed of the drills increased tremendously. From the scans, it would only take us about 20 minutes to reach the next floor, though I wondered if there would be anything remaining when we got there.
Chapter 17. Luella. "The damaged parts of the city aren't repairing themselves," Izal said, reading from a report. "I did get the impression that something had Regan occupied." I sighed, leaning my head on my desk. "I've sent a few runners to have all the adventurers pull out of the dungeon for now. We won't be able to reach everyone, but we've left a message at all the floor entrances we have access to. I don't want something to happen while Regan is busy," Izal said. I nodded in agreement. While adventurers dying in the dungeon was a matter of fact, there were things down there that I was sure Regan didn't want the normal mortals to have access to without a fight. Without the host to command the dungeon, someone might manage to stumble beyond what they were prepared or meant to see. That's probably for the best. The prisoners have been moved to the jail, correct? Any new information? I asked, then took a sip from my drink. Since the terror wave, we'd been cleaning up the damage to the town, and hadn't been able to personally interrogate any more of the prisoners from the attack. Most had been traumatized anyway. Nothing more from what the kid told us. They were all on the bottom of the hierarchy and didn't know much. Of course, that contributed to them surviving. Izal chuckled. Funny how the fates work. I chuckled as well. I suppose I will send a formal complaint to this Duke Neil and the king and demand reparations for the damages caused. I leaned back in my chair to look out the window. That was about as far as I could take it. I knew the king would likely back the noble, or attempt to sweep it under the table. However, I still had to make a complaint for honor's sake. Focusing outside, I observed the town smoking in various places, but it was the dying smoke of old fires. People moved to fix the smaller damage. Most of it would normally be fixed in moments with terra magic, but it hadn't been working correctly since earlier. The mana acted differently, more excited than normal, causing the spells to react differently than they were supposed to. "Damages, mistress?" Izal asked, pulling my attention back to the office. "Damages. The West Gate Road is in ruins. My people are terrified of another attack, and I have to take care of the dead. Plenty of things I can claim damages for, according to the Lord's War Agreement, I said, tapping the desk. Even though most of the damage was caused by that strange wave of terror, I couldn't say it wasn't part of the Duke's plan to attack me. He would, of course, have more talented mages than me, a measly viscountess. Fair enough. Izal nodded, and we heard a knock at the door and turned to see who it was. Rockris came in, carrying a box loaded with food. I shook my head at how much of a glutton he was. I knew he was partially undead, but still couldn't wrap my head around how his body actually functioned. "Rockris, have you heard anything from your master?" I asked.
"The link is still active, but I can't communicate with him directly. I do sense his mana is being used at a fairly rapid pace, and that's taking into account how much he pulls in every minute or so."
"Directly?" Rockris pointed to the east.
"His tower in the forest has other means of communication. He has been trying to keep the technology level of the valley down, since he doesn't actively control every person who comes through here. He has much more control in his forest tower," he explained with a shrug.
"Can you get there and find out what is going on?" Izal asked.
"It'd take me about 4 hours," he said, and took a bite of what looked like a chicken leg.
"Go ahead. We'll be fine here. We need to know what's going on," I said. Rockris nodded, then turned into smoke, box of food and all. Izal also excused herself to return to her duties. I leaned back in my chair and looked back out the window. So much had changed since I came here that I couldn't even fathom where my path was heading. I never imagined that the little village I took over several months ago would turn into a budding town. I sipped my drink as I looked out into the sky. Suddenly, I felt a surge of mana from all around the valley. Hexagrams formed a dome that covered the entire valley. I jumped to my feet, trying to find the cause. It was mid-afternoon, and the sun was just about to set. I managed to see a black dot in the air that was streaking toward the valley from the east. "What the hell is it now?" I murmured. I released some of the draw of my armor so that my senses increased. Like a telescope, my vision magnified, and I could make out what approached the valley. A woman with jet-black wings that stretched several dozen meters in each direction. Darkness poured off her liberally, but I couldn't sense any unholy mana coming from her. The woman gave me a bad vibe, but the spear was almost as bad. It was plain-looking, but carried an energy that matched the woman in scale. She was traveling faster than anything I had ever seen before, and came to a stop over the town as a barrier, one of Regan's, activated. Before I could blink, the woman vanished. A moment later, the entire valley shook from her impact on the barrier. The barrier didn't even last a moment, shattering into 1,000 pieces. The woman was angled toward the dungeon entrance. In another blink, there was a massive quake when the woman impacted the dungeon. The next thing I saw was raining debris. I smashed through the window and flew into the air. Channeling as much mana as I could, I vaporized all the debris near me. But it was like the entire mountain was coming down on me. The more I destroyed, the more there was. I struck something with my lightning, but failed to completely destroy it. Intense flames from behind me flew past and turned the boulder into ash. Izal flew in next to me. "Izal! Glad you could join me," I shouted, while launching another lightning strike to destroy debris. "What the hell happened?" She was throwing fireballs that exploded into spheres and turned everything inside them to ash. "Something is attacking Regan's dungeon," I replied. "It was more powerful than anything I've ever seen or heard about." The stream of debris finally abated, leaving the town with only minor damage, as various mages destroyed it. I had to smile at the people working together to protect their neighbors. I looked at Izal, and she nodded. We took off through the air toward the dungeon. Reaching where the entrance used to be, we found only a massive hole in the mountain. It was large enough to fit the town, and parts of the floors that weren't instantly obliterated still showed. Parts of automatons on the edges were still visible, and smoke rose from blackened areas from where the woman had pulverized her way through the dungeon. This is bad, isn't it? I asked, rubbing the back of my head. Surely Regan would have defenses set inside to deal with invaders, Izal said. I don't know. He's kind of overconfident at times. We better go in and help then. Izal started to move toward the hole. No. I grabbed her shoulder. I'll go. You need to stay in the town and protect everyone. Plus, I would never forgive myself for letting a pregnant woman go into battle with something that is powerful enough to do this. But mistress, Izal frowned. No argument. Go back, I ordered. She gritted her teeth, but placed a hand on her swelling abdomen and nodded. When she'd flown back to the town, I smiled and turned back to the smoldering hole. Right as I started down, Gulv flew to me and wrapped around my neck. Coming with me? I smiled. He rubbed his head against my cheek and chirped. As I descended into the hole, I was glad that the damage was quickly reduced. It was still quite extensive, but I judged it would be stopped around the 15th floor. I wasn't sure how the machinations of dungeons worked regarding this, but I knew Regan was powerful. Still, Regan would most likely have to redo the upper floors. I reached the 9th floor, or what remained of it. Most of the floor was gone, but part of the fort remained. I flew over to see if any adventurers were there. We had been evacuating them since earlier, but adventurers didn't always listen to orders. I heard shouting as I flew up to it. Is everyone all right? I called out from over the fort. The Lightning Queen! I heard someone shout, which made me blush. What happened? I asked, as I landed in the middle of a group of about 25 people. We don't know. We were trying to capture one of the beasts when we found ourselves here. A moment later, a blast tore through the floor, one of the women explained, with her hands over her head. I understand. Try to make your way outside. I'm not sure what exactly is going on, but the dungeon is under attack, I said, as I rose back into the air. I flew down the crater to the next floor, and was surprised at how much distance there was between each floor. Between the 9th and 10th floor alone, there had to be 50 or 60 meters of solid stone. Whatever was attacking the dungeon was in a realm that I felt hadn't been seen in an age. The shaft shook from something farther ahead. What sounded like an explosion echoed up, followed by a blast of air that buffeted me. I accelerated to reach the bottom, but wasn't sure what I could even do if I caught up. Another explosion, followed by a second blast of air, blew up from the shaft, the force almost sending me into the wall. Damn it, I groaned as I corrected myself. The crater was only a few dozen meters in radius by the time I reached the 15th floor. A weird white city met my sight. I couldn't see any sign of combat, so the attacker must have managed to blast right past it without getting copied by that floor's magic. I couldn't find any evidence that they'd made it past this floor, however. I landed on a building and scanned the area, but couldn't find the exit, let alone any damage. However, the woman was nowhere to be seen. I looked around to try to find where she might have gone. This is crazy. What would I even do if I found her? I mumbled to myself while rubbing the back of my head. I had been doing that a lot the last few days, I realized. In less than 2 days, my valley had suffered from 3 different occurrences. I had the distinct feeling they were all completely separate and just happened to occur at the same time.
Town Lord, do you want to watch the fight?
I heard from behind me, pulling me from my thoughts. I spun around to see a strange-looking fairy floating in the air, though she did remind me of Regan. She had see-through wings with multicolour lines running along them and silver skin. I put her around 2/3 of a meter tall, but had to say she was beautiful. Are you Regan's dungeon fairy? I asked. I had never seen him with one before. I honestly thought he might have absorbed it a long time ago. He wasn't exactly shy about doing things his own way. Being told what a dungeon is supposed to be doing by a little fairy just didn't fit my image of Regan. The fairy bobbed in the air.
Yes, with Father busy, I have control over the dungeon right now. My name is Ignia.
Do you know what's going on? I asked, but she shook her head.
I felt something connect to him in the north, then the link was blocked. If I had to guess, I would say he is engaging the dungeon to the north in combat.
Ignia shrugged. "Where's the woman who attacked the dungeon?" I asked, turning around to look about again.
Rather than have her destroy the rest of the dungeon, I took advantage of this floor and teleported her farther in, where there are opponents that can actually deal with her,"
she explained as she landed on my shoulder. I felt an aura of mana form around us. The sight in front of me changed, and we appeared in a room made out of metal. I looked out of the window and saw rocks that seemed to be floating in mid-air, with no regard for gravity. Beams of energy were lancing toward a spot in the emptiness from a ship, or at least I assumed it was a ship. The beam struck the spot, and spheres of energy formed. I could tell they would easily destroy anything out of the normal. A figure with orange lines and black plates covering its body flew around a spot that looked like liquid darkness. It raised its arm, and a sphere of darkness formed literally on top of the liquid darkness. The floating rocks within what looked like 100 or so meters were pulled into the sphere. They quickly vanished as if they had never even existed. In the distance, I saw 3 enormous ships, all firing beams of energy at the target, which had to be the woman. I was equally amazed that the liquid darkness was, I realized, a type of barrier that handled all the attacks being sent her way. The beams of energy lost their color as they slammed into it. "So, are Regan's forces winning?" I asked, unable to tell.
"It's about even at the moment. She is taking everything we throw at her, but she isn't able to proceed or retaliate. I assume she is waiting for us to expend most of our mana before she attempts anything."
Ignia flew around my head. Golv nipped at her, and she smirked and stuck her tongue out at him. Yeah, she was definitely Regan's.
Chapter 18. Regan. We stared at a large plain. It was covered with an undead army at least 40,000 strong. Specters and high-level undead moved around the floor. The strong pulse of Alara's core vibrated in the center of it, and her avatar floated above a castle-like cathedral that reminded me of a replica of Notre Dame before it burned down. A very twisted one at that, with a black material making up the walls and what looked like real gargoyles alternating between landing and flying around the towers. "Finally, we made it down to the bottom floor," I said, after taking it all in. I was physically on the floor. That allowed my control over my aura to be at its strongest, short of bringing a core down here. My mana reserves were about half depleted from the assault, but I had enough to level this floor if I had to, using my more Earth-like tech. My current goal was to lure Alara out into combat so I could capture her avatar. That was the best way to save her mind. While I was prepared to shatter her core, as I had contingencies to save her that I thought could work, I really wanted to avoid it if possible. It didn't hurt to take every precaution. Starfall had been enough of a chance already. "Monarch, all resistance on the upper floors has virtually ceased. I think they are pooling their mana for the coming confrontation," Queen said, bowing behind me. I glanced at her and chuckled. I knew she was making a show for the enemy. Alara was looking at me every now and then. I didn't hate the display, so I just played along. In the future, I was sure there would be plenty of people who would want to bow to me, thanks to the gnomes. The others were playing along with her, and all bowed in a line next to her. Behind them were my forces, all arrayed in a defensive line and ready to commence the attack as well. All the forces and even several batches of reinforcements that had arrived since the assault began were all present, except for the bare minimum needed to protect the rear lines. While it was risky, if I took Alara's core, the conflict would basically come to an end. The foot soldiers, N-tier automata, stood in a front line that stretched 600 meters. They formed a line that was 5 deep and armed to the teeth in a variety of energy and physical weapons.
Their armor could stop Tier 2 attacks all day long and could handle several steps into Tier 3 as well. These were machines built for only one purpose, and that was war. Arrayed behind them was a variety of machines and vehicles. The most notable were the mechs, piloted by goblins that had mastered the machines. I wasn't sure why, but they were even better pilots than automata that I'd created especially for piloting the mechs. It was one of the mysteries I planned to investigate when I got a bit of free time. Most of the mechs were humanoid or quadrupedal. It seemed the goblins had varying preferences when it came to the mode of walking, not to mention the massive number of weapons that each mech was packed with. The goblins didn't seem able to resist. The hover tanks made up a good chunk of the rest of the armor division. As mobile weapons platforms, they would drop legs and deploy their turrets. Every hover tank was accompanied by a squad of foot soldiers, as they were weak at close range. They were armored more heavily than the mechs, but I didn't want to test it out unless I had to. Finally, there was the command staff and the maintenance division. Queen controlled the maintenance division, while the command were all the named automata that I had created. They were each linked to Central Command via comms, and I could issue orders without having to move a muscle if need be. Not that I planned for that to happen. I wanted to be on the front line for this. Good. One less thing I must concentrate on. The undead still haven't attacked? I asked. It was an obvious question, considering the undead had formed a line roughly a kilometer away.
Yes, it is as if they are waiting for something to happen,
Anubis said. Any signs of the Spectre Queen? Jarvis answered this time. Signs of battle are present around the castle, but there are no signs of the Spectre Queen. The spectres are much weaker than those on the previous floor. So, we should assume she was defeated or captured, I said, tapping my chin. That was too bad if either was the case. Queen nodded. That would be best. What would you like us to do? We need to lure Alara out. That means we have to convince the necromancer controlling her that they can't win without sending her. I was cut off by an intense pain. The pain was something I had never experienced since coming to this world. It was like someone had torn my arm off and was beating me with it. I dropped to one knee, grabbing my head as pain lanced through me. I was sure that I would be bleeding everywhere if I could. As it was, tears of oil laced with mana were leaking from my eyes and mouth. "Monarch!" Queen shouted, and was quickly followed by everyone else shouting out in surprise. I held up a hand. The pain was already passing. I did a mental check on myself and everything in my aura. Nothing was wrong in my aura around Alpha. Looking deeper, I found the pain radiating from one of the links to my other dungeons. It was the thickest of the three, so it was my main core. "I'm all right," I said, standing back up. "Something is paying my main dungeon a visit. We don't have time to play games anymore. Finish this," I ordered, raising my voice. "As you command," they all echoed, then rushed to their various ships and positions. The pain still echoed throughout my body. I frowned when I considered that was probably what Alara was feeling every time I broke through a floor. I was going to have a lot of making up to do. I needed to make the necromancers pay for this trouble. Mentally connecting to one of the ion cannons in space, I had it begin to charge. It was on standby, so it only took a moment for it to reach critical. Leaving the target blank, I forcibly opened a portal connecting the floor I was on and the spot right in front of the cannon. I pointed the portal toward the castle. The strain of keeping the portal, even within my aura from inside Alara's dungeon, was causing my arm to spark from the mana flowing through it. A moment later, the cannon fired. The massive beam of energy collided with the portal, which acted like a magnifying glass. The beam exited the portal in the dungeon much smaller, but on another level of intensity. I groaned as I felt another jolt of pain from the source in the distance.
the white-blue energy beam sliced clean through the entirety of the floor. When I saw the splash of energy from it colliding with the back wall, I channeled more mana to the other side of the portal to force it to change angle. It felt like moving a mountain, but eventually the portal started to turn, the beam of energy with it. The undead were fleeing from the beam as their necromancer masters tried to save their forces. Finally, the beam struck the left wall, and the ion cannon in space exploded at nearly the same time. I quickly closed the portal to guard against any debris that headed in the direction of the portal. Looking at the damage I'd managed to wreak, I felt it was good enough to force the necromancers to send out Alara to fight me. I had aimed straight down the center of the floor. The castle in the center now possessed a massive hole that went clean through it. Then there was the ragged damage from where the beam sliced it basically in half. As I watched, the left side of the castle started to collapse. We were a good distance away, so it wasn't as spectacular for us as I was sure it was for any necromancers that were present. The right side and upper part of the castle, though barely still connected, maintained their shape. With how the upper part was basically floating, I figured Alara's core must be inside. It could be thought of as a completely separate floor by itself. I glanced up to where Alara floated, but she hadn't moved yet, so I checked the rest of the damage I'd caused. The left side of the floor was reduced to slag. I couldn't make out anything moving in the debris. The right side shuffled forward without pause, though, since they were undead. I wondered if they could feel fear. "Now what, Monarch?" Queen asked. I sensed awe in her voice, but it could have just been my imagination. "We wait for them to make the next move, but let's help them make it." I grinned sinisterly. "Begin bombardment." The undead began charging the defense line. The hover tanks and mechs in the army all raised their cannons. There was a moment of silence, followed by a flash as several hundred cannons fired, causing streaks of light as the rounds flew into the enemy. Explosive rounds impacted the first 100 meters of the enemy lines, blasting everything to pieces. The first volley managed to destroy roughly 500 or 600. Even with half the floor turned to ash, there had to have been 10,000 or 20,000 undead left to contend with. My artillery couldn't aim for the back lines, though, or the roof of the cavern would be struck by the weapons fire. Explosions rang out almost constantly. Even with that, the undead quickly closed the gap between the two forces. The foot soldiers raised their weapons. A moment later, it started to rain bullet shells. I mentally looked down on the battle. It looked like a waterfall as the streaks of light from the fired rounds arced toward the undead. The weapons fire reduced the zombies and regular skeletons to pulp and bone meal. The skeleton knights rushed to the front of the line and raised their shields. I was impressed when I saw they were able to withstand the rounds fired by my weapons. But they didn't survive long, as once a spot was struck 5 or 6 times, it would be destroyed. But it gave the undead breathing room. 100 meters until contact, shouted one of the command automata. "Melee weapons," Anubis ordered as he rushed to join the front. He was followed closely by Vetter. The front-line foot soldiers activated their shields just before the undead wave collided with them. The skeleton knights' metal shields threw up sparks from the energy grinding against them. The foot soldiers with melee weapons began slicing into the undead line with machine precision. Short-range weapons like shotguns also made an appearance as they ripped apart the undead. Anubis and his soldiers moved through the lines like shadows, acting like grim reapers to the undead. Rotting body parts and black blood went flying as the two forces fought. Benjamin commanded his crew from the air to use energy weapons to fire on anything that could bulldoze through the defense line into target practice. They were rather ruthless. My forces weren't without casualties. No matter how coordinated they worked together, the massive number of undead slamming against the line was just too much. In areas, they were literally crawling over each other, managing to go over the line. The target was quickly turned into a paste by the next line, but they still managed to achieve some damage. Queen's girls would pull the damaged unit out and quickly perform repairs. Even with them repairing them as fast as they were getting damaged, I was still taking losses. Still, though, once enough parts added up, a new unit could be recreated from them and would join the line. Under normal circumstances, I had no doubt this battle could be quite endless. I just hoped that the necromancers felt pressured enough to put out the big guns. Without them making a move, this would be annoying. The battle raged for the better part of 2 hours before something changed. The undead that were charging almost relentlessly stopped dead in their tracks. The undead that were near the defense line were quickly ripped apart, but that only lasted a few seconds. Suddenly, they all turned around and started to run back toward the castle. When I saw the change, I quickly scanned the area to find the cause. Sure enough, Alara was constructing some sort of monstrosity in front of the castle. Before I even ordered them to start bombardment, the necromancers threw up a barrier around the site. I knew I could blast my way through it, but the construct would be done long before we breached it. My forces were in better shape than I anticipated. I had factored in a certain percentage being destroyed and was prepared to take the loss. The fact that my forces performed better than I expected was good news to me. I must have only lost 300 or so foot soldiers. Queen was commanding her girls with such finesse that they were managing their mana to a half a point margin. I was quite honestly impressed. "Everyone be prepared. We are about to get a very nasty present from our neighbors," I sent to all the forces. I laced my hands behind my back as I watched the show, interested in what Alara could be creating. A virtual vortex of energy flowed into the creature under her. Not only unholy mana, but almost every other mana was present. The other undead collapsed into dust as their energy was ripped from their bodies and pulled into the monster. "That thing, it has a soul," Julie said with serious eyes.
"It might have a soul, but it should not exist,"
Anubis said. He tightened his grip on his scythe. If Anubis was worried about it, then all the more reason that I needed to keep my guard up. Suddenly, a wave of mana rolled over the entrenchment. It was dense enough to possess physical force. Surely they weren't making her pour all her remaining mana into a single creature. The skeleton of the creature was complete, with flesh starting to form along it. The thing had to be at least 100 meters tall. As more of the creature formed, the density of the mana increased as well. I was at the point where I wanted to see what was born from the insane amount of mana being infused with it. I knew it was going to be in Tier 3, but could not fathom the result. Tier 3 had the most wiggle room of the tiers that I dealt with so far. The massive creature appeared to enter its final stages as gray skin formed. I was surprised its form was humanoid, reminiscent of a giant. While it was 100 meters tall, the body looked to be shaped by a god, or a goddess in this case, given that it was created by Alara herself, who was one of the beings closest to a god. "Monarch, the mana levels have reached high Tier 3. I fear that we are going to be outmatched soon," Queen said while looking over several monitors. I glanced over and saw that the charts were indeed going crazy as the sensors went haywire. Looking back toward Alara's creation, I decided I would have to create something of my own to confront it. I contemplated the different types of weapons and ideas I had considered since starting this war. Nothing I possessed currently would be able to contend with her monster, so I would need something new. I remembered a movie from Earth and grinned as I decided to go with it. I channeled mana into my avatar to float up into the air until I was about the same height as Alara. Looking over to her, I could see that the massive usage of mana to create the monster was draining her. Streaks of blood from her eyes and nose painted her face and turned to ash as they left contact with her body. I could only wonder what channeling such a massive amount of mana through a flesh and blood body was doing to her. Just a little bit more, I whispered to her and myself. Concentrating on what I was doing, I got to work. I was going to have to use every bit of magic and technology to force my creation to the same tier as hers. Magic gears appeared as my spell script formed around me, and I channeled mana into my creation abilities. Arcs of mana flashed into the nearby air. Metal flowed like liquid to form a skeleton. It reached a similar height of roughly 100 meters. Moving my hands like a sculptor, I molded the frame around the skeleton into an armor. At the center was a cockpit that would allow me to pilot it. The reason I would be its pilot was the mana system. While phylum had unique properties involving mana, mainly its anti-gravity function, I believed it was similar to Earth's uranium and could be used to enact nuclear fission. I would need either a core or my avatar to be near the reaction so that my aura could absorb the mana created in the process, as well as any radiation put off. In the movie, these mechs required 2 pilots to run them. It was a good thing my system was a little more intuitive than the one in the movie. Mainly, it did not need to read my memories to work. I refused to lose myself in somebody else. I glanced up from my work to check the progress of Alara. She was at the finishing touches on her creation, developing armor and a massive sword for it. The overall balance was very sleek, and it lacked the undead feeling that everything else in the dungeon was putting off. That meant they had ordered Alara to create something that could actually fight me, since the undead had been proven ineffective.
Chapter 19. Azora. Waves buffeted the side of the ship as we made our way to Jade Wind. The floating city was actually in sight, but the weather prevented us from sailing a direct line to it. We were still able to talk to the city thanks to light signals, but the situation wasn't much better for them. Jade Wind was built to withstand the maelstrom, but the added strength from this other storm was pressing their systems.
50 degrees to the starboard,
Captain Shido shouted. The airship-turned naval vessel pitched as the bow sliced through a wave that would have sent the ship underwater. Arcs of lightning crashed into the ocean, threatening to turn us into smoldering driftwood. "Captain, we need to get to Jade Wind before the ship is reduced to sharp metal," I shouted over the intense noise of the rain and waves.
"I know, Princess. It's like the ocean has come alive,"
Captain Shido shouted back. Lightning arced in front of the ship, missing by only a few dozen meters. Alarms of all kinds were blaring on the bridge. I was worried the violent pressure of the ocean was going to break us even before the lightning or waves took us out. The grinding noise of the metal and wood of the ship being pulled or pressed together was enough to send shivers down my back. There was a flash, and as if in slow motion, an arc of lightning branched and branched again as it headed for the ship. I channeled mana, despite knowing that I would only be able to protect myself. Before the lightning struck the ship, there was an equally bright flash of light. A perfectly straight line of white light shot off into the ocean away from the ship. The lightning slammed into it and was pulled off into the distance. I blinked, trying to clear the spots that formed in my vision. A figure slowly came into focus on the deck of the ship. It was tied to the rail so as not to be thrown by the waves. "Who is that idiot?" I asked the bridge. We didn't have a light mage that powerful with us. Secondly, I had never seen light used in such a fashion. While I was thankful to them for saving the ship, it was reckless to be out there by themselves.
"It's that goblin from the dungeon,"
one of the crew members shouted. "Why is he on board? He was supposed to remain at the embassy," I shouted back. I didn't get an answer from anyone, meaning he'd most likely snuck on board. As we watched, a beam of light flashed from Alfonso's outstretched hands, slicing a wave so the ship could break through with less trouble. With Alfonso's help, we started to make time toward the clearing being created by Jade Wind. It was literally the eye of the storm right now. 20 minutes later, we made it under the city. Thankfully, nothing else happened that significantly threatened the ship. The barriers around the city were obviously struggling to hold back the storm. I needed to get up there and place Regan's core as soon as I could.
"Activate engines! Get us in the air!"
Captain Shido yelled. Though we were out of the worst of the storm, the waves were still quite heavy, slamming the ship around.
"Aye, Captain,"
the helmsperson said. The thrum of mana rippled through the ship as the reactor was turned back on. The ship quickly started to rise once the reactors reached their peak. I wasn't sure when I'd last been so happy to see the docks of the city. Once we passed under the barrier, the air calmed down tremendously. We really started to gain altitude then.
"It's good to be home,"
Captain Shido said, a rare smile gracing his features. "I agree," I replied. Looking up at the city, I took in the sight that I had missed. A large column that was nearly 600 meters long made up the center of the city. It was composed of a metal and stone mixture that we were unable to recreate. From there, a metal grid spiderwebbed its way out from the center point of the column. The web had grown over the centuries and was nearly 2 kilometers by itself. Under the center column, a pulsing energy was constantly shooting down into the ocean. If the storm wasn't present, there would have been an outlying cloud of steam surrounding the city. Special magic technology held the worst of the weather at bay. The only time I remember it raining in Jade Wind had been 10 years ago, when a storm had put Jade Wind in its path. Winds strong enough to blow airships out of the sky barely caused a breeze inside the city. It was a machinal marvel that used all the accumulated knowledge of the gnomes. A part of me always wondered what marvels we could achieve if we landed the city, but the gnomish pride never allowed us to do so. It was a thought that all gnomes have once in their life. The mooring lines were launched with precision toward the designated targets on the docks. With a bang, they locked down on the lead and started reeling the ship in. I left the bridge and went to the deck to check on Alfonso. He was drenched, but the water ran off the armor and led me to believe there really weren't any gaps.
"Boss Princess, I hope my actions have been noted,"
Alfonso said when he saw me approaching. "You were very heroic, but that was dangerous. You could have been swept overboard," I said once I was near him.
"Wouldn't have bothered me. Well, I guess it would have been a long walk,"
Alfonso said with a grin. "And how would I tell Godfather Tony?" I asked, putting my hands on my hips.
"Ah, true. My bad."
He rubbed his head, causing a tooth-grinding sound of metal screeching. "Whatever. Anyway, welcome to Jade Wind. Home of the gnomes," I said, with a dramatic gesture to the magnificent city in front of us. The airship came around, gently riding the currents to get close to the docks. The winch would drag the airship in, but the pilot made the process easier by keeping it from fighting the winds. Airships of various ages filled the docks. My ancestors might have lost a lot of knowledge over the years, but airship building was kept alive to the best of our ability. The dock circled all of Jade Wind. The royal dock, which we were being pulled into, was reserved for the royal family's airships. The Arashi and the Ko were currently docked. They were only used in times of war. To my knowledge, they had only been used twice. Both times we were assisting another country, rather than fighting a war ourselves. Buildings made of the lightest wood made up the structures around the city. Jade Port had a special grove dedicated to growing these trees. The newest building in Jade Wind was almost 2 years old now. The support ring of metal was allocated only so much weight, before the building on it is required to reduce the items inside. I loved this city. I knew every centimeter of it like the back of my hand. As the princess, there was nowhere I wasn't able to go. I'd made friends from all over the city, even with my status. I could say without a doubt I was happy to be home. The Ryu came to a jarring stop as the winches finished pulling us in. A grinding noise sounded as a steel walkway was lowered automatically to connect the vessel and the docks. A few workers rushed to make sure that everything was working correctly. I noticed they seemed anxious, but I put it off as my homecoming since the Queen had passed. I looked to the captain. "Clean her up good. I don't want my father to see his favorite ship looking like a common sailing vessel."
"Yes, Princess,"
Captain Shido said with a salute. "How is the Phoenix doing?" I asked. using the communication tube to talk to the crew in the bay. "It's napping. Damn thing ate half our stores, then clonked out," I received back a few moments later. "All right, keep it in the bay. We can't let it out this close to the city. It wouldn't be a joke if someone lost a kid thanks to me." "Of course, Princess." Leaving the bridge, I walked to the deck a little more hurried than was needed. Hatsu and the others quickly fell into step around me as my royal guard. I blinked as I noticed there was one more than normal. "Alfonso, what do you think you're doing?" I asked, coming to a stop.
"I was told to go with you," he said,
twirling his fingers together. I barely resisted the urge to smack my forehead. "I can give you a tour later."
"I know that, but I can't wait. It looks so interesting."
He was hopping on his feet in enthusiasm. "Let the little fellow tag along," Suzuki said with a laugh. I looked between the two of them and realized that they must have talked beforehand. I would have to scold them later, but I was too excited to be home. I just sighed and nodded, and Alfonso jumped into the air in a cheer. "You better stick with us," I said, poking his glass helmet. He gave me a salute.
"Yes, ma'am."
Good. We crossed the gangplank to the docks. The workers were all lined up and bowing to me as we walked among the docks. When we reached the gates, a pair of guards stood with almost unnatural stiffness. When they saw us, they reacted immediately and bowed. "Princess Metal Gear, welcome back. The king will be most pleased," one of the guards said woodenly. I could only assume it was due to him being nervous. "It's good to be home. I will report to the castle as soon as I take a look around. I've missed home so much," I said, nodding to the guard. "Very well. I shall inform His Majesty that you will see him within the eve," the guard said, and bowed deeply. "Good. Thank you, Sir Guard." We left the docks and made our way around town. The city was composed of 6 circling streets. Any point you started at, you would eventually make your way back. The only caste system we had here was king, then craftmasters. Everyone worked to become masters of a craft, to reach a closer place to the pillar. That would allow you a larger weight allotment for your home or shop. That wasn't to say that the citizens were mistreated. There was plenty of food to go around. Education was given to all children under the age of 10, after which they had to join a craft guild to apprentice to a master crafter. If you looked at the surface, you would think that everyone was living a good life. But given that the necromancers had managed to pull so many of our people to them, maybe they weren't happy. I would need to sit with my father and talk with him about this.
"Is that little Azora?"
An elderly woman called out to me. "Grandma Koo! I'm glad to see you," I said, rushing over to the old gnome. She always gave me treats when I wandered the streets in my younger days, and she treated me just like one of the other kids on her street.
"It's good you've come home. Strange things have been happening,"
Grandma Koo said, throwing a glance around.
"Why don't you come in?"
Chapter 20. Luella. Half an hour had already passed since Ignia had brought me to the battle. I wanted to join in, but felt I was more likely to get in the way from the massive amount of magic being used in front of me. The black orb was still standing strong, even after the almost continuous barrage of attacks on it. I was more impressed that something could withstand the massive amount of mana that was being flung at it. It made me wonder what the being attacking Regan's dungeon was. Something being able to pulverize past the outer layers of a dungeon was nearly unheard of. Tier 3 mages had attempted to do so in the past. I believe the farthest floor breached in this fashion had only been 2 or 3. "Do you have any idea what is going on inside the sphere?" I asked Ignia.
"My senses do allow me some insight, but there is so much mana being used that it looks like a blur,"
she answered with a shake of her head. "Is Regan going to be okay?" I asked, worried. Regan's core was just beyond this point. I wasn't sure how far in actuality, but it was down there. Though if this floor already had creatures of this level, I was sure there were more powerful entities waiting. It was a known fact that the most powerful entity in the dungeon beside the dungeon's avatar was the last boss before the core.
There are still a few more surprises ahead. Father wouldn't leave his heart unguarded after all, Ignia said, tilting her head to the side.
That's good. Regan has done a lot for me. I would hate to see something happen to his core, I said, relieved to hear there were things even more powerful deeper down. Nothing continued to happen for several more minutes. I wondered if the liquid shadow was just going to end up being burned to a crisp from the beams of energy that were pounding it. Just watching the show made me feel useless. What was the point of breaking through to Tier 3 if I couldn't help in situations like this? Suddenly, the ship Ignia and I were watching from jerked and started to move away. I twisted my head to the side, trying to find the reason. There, a tendril of shadow lancing through a section of the ship. It only became visible a few meters from the ship.
Something is happening in the orb. The tendril is only the beginning, Ignia shouted, looking all around the floor.
Even after taking all that mana? I asked, surprised.
We are dealing with a celestial. There is no way to know what she can do.
A celestial? I cried. Why is one of those here in the lower realms?
You'll have to ask her when we bring her down. I only realized when some of her shadow broke through the ship. She is similar to Dwelin up on the station. Much weaker, but with a physical form, Ignia explained,
then started to pull me away from the viewing window. I wondered why for a moment. Then one of the ships in the distance experienced an explosion in its hull. Linked to the dungeon as Ignia was, she could sense such an event before the explosion physically took place. It wasn't anywhere near enough damage to bring the ship down, but it was still damage that was caused from a tendril. Ignia didn't want us to be near the outer hull in case a tendril aimed for the weaker sections of the ships. Does Regan even have anything that can fight her? I asked.
Nova, maybe,
Ignia said, her tone weak. The lack of confidence worried me. But if even these creatures weren't having an effect, what could I possibly do? The ships were turning away from the fight. I noticed that barriers of some kind had been raised, but the ships could no longer fire their weapons. The only thing still fighting was the man who was using spheres of darkness to cause a crushing force in his surroundings. Why can't that guy just create a big enough sphere to swallow the invader whole? I asked as we moved.
He's tried. Tells me it's a bad match. She is able to condense her shadows enough to escape the black hole without being crushed, Ignia said with a sigh. Father probably didn't anticipate something like this happening without himself being present.
How about using the rocks against her? I asked. We emerged from the corridor we were running along into a large open section. Dozens of automata were running around, or sitting at various spots around the room. A large screen showed what was happening out in the floor. An automaton that stood in the center of the madness was yelling orders at the others. They were using a weird language that vaguely made me think of the word fake. Ignia came to a stop.
What do you mean?
Well, straight energy obviously isn't working. Throw some of those massive rocks at her. With the one guy's power, it would be easily to pull a couple dozen into her path, I explained. Ignia flew over to who I assumed was the captain of the vessel.
What do you think, Third? She asked.
First and Second believe it is worth a shot. Not really anything to lose at this point, Third said, with a glance at me. He reached down to press a button on the chair he was standing next to. A weird sound rang out, and he said, Nexus, use some black holes to accelerate some asteroids into that bitch. Maybe some good old brute force will hurt her. I was glad he was using Origin, though it was probably only for my sake. Yes, a voice that honestly sent shivers down my back answered. I had never heard anything quite so eerie. Most of the rocks, asteroids, around the sphere were already gone from Nexus using his abilities, so he targeted those on the outer edges. He created black holes faster than I could count. The asteroids started to move toward the sphere of darkness. A massive one that looked like a floating mountain shot toward the sphere and crushed everything in its path. Tendrils of darkness started to appear, as smaller asteroids were sliced or pulverized. There were hundreds of them, but even they paled against the mass of the mountain-sized asteroid. The tendrils whipped and slashed against it, but only managed to rip a few chunks off. Finally, the asteroid collided with the sphere of darkness and started to ripple around it as its own weight caused it to wrap around the sphere. "Did we get her?" I asked, hopeful. "Still confirming selected," Third answered. I moved next to Ignia and whispered, "Selected?"
Some of the automata in the dungeon know about the mortals that Father tends to favor. They have created that term for them. I don't know if Father knows or not,"
Ignia whispered back. Well, I definitely couldn't deny that Regan liked to give me things. If that counted as his favor, then I was definitely one of these selected. I wondered if I should bring it up to him next time I saw him. "Movement from the center of the crash point!" shouted an automaton. The asteroid started to crack as tendrils of shadow stabbed out from the center. Before long, the asteroid crumbled to pieces, which were then blasted away from the center. The black sphere was gone. There was now a dragon of all things in its place. Dark mana swirled around it and was pulled into its nostrils and mouth. A large horn grew from its forehead that reminded me of the spear the woman had possessed. It sucked in a deep breath, then expelled a great blast of shadow mana aimed at one of the other ships. The breath attack ripped through the hull in a matter of seconds. Explosions boomed out as the ship was ripped in two. The breath attack cut off, and the ship started to fracture around the damage. Even I could tell it was a goner. Small ships started to leave the giant vessel as the crew evacuated. The screens started to display readings from the Black Dragon. It was 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, 40 if you included the wingspan. The mana readings were unchanged, but they were still higher than any mortal could possibly possess. I wasn't sure if I was reading it right, but it was over 100,000.
"That honestly makes more sense,"
Ignia said from next to me. "What?" I asked, with wide eyes after reading the information.
"That she could take so much and be relatively unharmed. She is a dragon. Dragons aren't bound to the celestial laws as much as the other mortals, due to Maderm-resisting change,"
Ignia explained. "It's still a fucking dragon! One that is bent on killing Regan," I shouted.
"Father has his own dragon,"
Ignia said coolly. As if on cue, the perpetual darkness of the night sky that made up the floor cracked. More accurately, one of the walls along the section of the floor that was under the ship I was on cracked. The bridge brought up the spot, and there was a boom as something slammed into the wall, causing more cracks to form. "What is that?" I asked, worried something else was attacking.
"Nova,"
Ignia answered with a smile. Two massive white and gold claws, cracking with mana, ripped through the wall. The wall broke to pieces, showing a floor with floating islands, which looked even larger than this massive empty floor. The body attached to the claws was also visible now. The dragon looked as if made from a white metal. I had never seen anything so terrifyingly beautiful. Two massive horns that branched as they lengthened sat on the equally massive head. 4 wings moved behind him that looked almost as deadly as his claws. Never piss Regan off, I thought to myself once again.
"Someone trying to destroy my home,"
a voice echoed in my head, almost forcing me to my knees. Powerful was the word that instantly came to mind. This creature knew no equal and wouldn't stand to be challenged.
"The black dragon over there,"
Ignia said out loud.
"Puny, weak, annoying,"
Nova said as if offended. Apparently, the black dragon heard him too. A massive jet of dragon's breath flew toward him in a blink of an eye. Nova snorted, then used his claw to backhand the breath. The breath collided with something and was ripped to shreds. The force soon reached the dragon, causing black blood to leak from its mouth. A blinding light prompted me to turn to the source, and I found Nova breathing in for his own breath attack. His chest was swelling and glowing from the massive amount of mana he was pulling in. I could almost feel the mana in the air dropping. There was a moment of tension before Nova's head lurched forward and sent the blast of energy at the black dragon. It tried to form the shadow sphere again, but nothing moves faster than light. The beam sliced into the side of the dragon. It would have been full on, but the black dragon managed to shift enough to avoid the direct beam. I followed the path of the beam and saw a hole that led up to what looked like a city. I hoped no one was injured. The black dragon's right side was nearly completely missing. Only the natural durability of being a dragon kept her alive. Her right arm and wing were gone. Her scales and even part of her tail were gone as well. Even with her being a dragon, I was amazed that she was still alive.
"Surrender, little one,"
Nova said. He flew within a few 100 meters from her. The black dragon glared the whole time. Little one was accurate, as Nova was even larger than the black dragon.
Never,
the black dragon said, with a surprisingly girlish voice.
"You will die,"
Nova said, his massive wings like the cloak of the Reaper.
"So be it,"
she gasped, obviously in pain.
"What have you so committed yourself to?"
Nova asked, sounding intrigued.
"A new home,"
she whispered, shadow leaking from various places around her body.
Chapter 21. Regan. "Alara, my dear, I'm here," I said through the mech's comms. I stood in the middle of the floor, Alara's creation only 200 meters in front of me. I was surprised when Alara herself had gone inside the creation, but it was probably for the same reason I needed to pilot mine, to power it. My avatar fused with the mech, so it was more like I was larger. It was disorienting, to say the least. Alara's creation almost looked like a mech itself now with its armor. It reminded me of an anime I'd watched on Earth that was made 100 years before I was born. If I remembered correctly, the mech's name started with an E. They were basically giant humans with armor.
"Regan,"
a voice answered from the giant. Red sparks flashed from the chest. She screamed as she reached up to grab her head. Obviously, the control was still very much in place, even fused with that thing. "I hear you. We just need to fight to the death once," I said, and took a stance. A strong magic current cascaded down my arm, and a magical rune formed in my hand. There was a loud boom as something from the ceiling started slamming against the walls of the tunnel. Then the mithril rod that formed the core of Starfall quickly made its way down to me. It embedded into the ground with a thunderous crash right in front of me. I reached forward and grabbed it. The mithril started to morph, taking the shape of a 20-meter-long sword. It would take too much mana to try to do anything else with it, but as a weapon, it would be plenty. I looked toward Alara and motioned towards her the classic come-at-me motion with my free hand. Alara fell forward and slammed both of her hands into the ground. There was a huge surge of nature mana, and a gnarled black tree grew in front of her. When it was about 40 meters tall, she grabbed it, breaking it off at the bottom. Another ripple of mana flowed through it as it sharpened into a spear. With a roar that echoed throughout the entire floor, she kicked off the ground and charged me. The ground cratered under her, creating a circle of destruction that was at least 50 meters in diameter. Just that alone told me that she'd packed enough mana in the legs to leave a city devastated. This would be difficult. I channeled mana into my left arm, forming a mana shield, then kicked off as well and returned her advance. I had a bit more finesse than her and only caused a 20 or so meter crater to form. I had my forces nearby that I didn't want to damage after all. With us being 100 meters tall, it took only a few strides to close the distance. Alara went with a lunge as I shifted my shield into her path. We collided with a boom.
I brought Starfall around to cut across her right side. Before the blade met, the tree spear grew an offshoot that slammed into the sword, throwing off my aim. I lifted my foot and kicked. With her dealing with my shield and sword, my foot connected with her stomach. With a surge of mana, I sent her flying back. The ground was torn apart as she slid. Not giving her a chance to recover, I activated some shoulder mounts. 2 beams of energy sliced through the ground. When they met Alara, a barrier formed around her that caused the beams to bend off into the distance. When they hit the ground, 2 explosions rocked the floor. I ground my teeth, but I already knew that dealing with a dungeon host would be a headache. Alara pushed off against the ground, cracking it as she did so. She swung her arm around at me, winging all the boulders she had created as she moved her massive form toward me. I braced myself behind my shield, each boulder pulling more mana from me than I expected. The barrage finally ended, and I charged her. The ground broke every time I stepped, making the footing dangerous at times. I brought Starfall around and aimed for her waist. She pulled her spear around to meet the blade. I narrowed my shield to a pinpoint and slashed down on her. The now energy blade stabbed through her leg. With agility that belied her size, she twisted her body and slammed her foot against my lower leg. With a grunt of pain, as the mech was literally me right now, I was forced to rip the energy blade free of her leg. Using the momentum, I brought around the energy blade, aiming for her spear. She twisted her body, bringing her spear up to guard against the attack. I mentally grinned and amplified the mana in the blade. The blade sliced clean through the spear, as generally happens when you use vibration to literally rend the atoms of the object you're attacking. A bit of earth science to help me in this fight of titans. Taking advantage of her damaged weapon, I brought Starfall around. The blade sank into her armor, then deep into her shoulder. Red blood sprayed from the wound before quickly stopping. Alara reached over and pulled the blade free while kicking back to gain distance. "Going to make this difficult," I groaned. Alara threw the remainder of her spear away. It crashed to the ground and dug a massive furrow. It had to weigh several tons. An aura formed over her fists as she channeled mana into them. I readjusted my shield and braced myself. With a roar, she jumped at me and brought her fist down on my shield, forcing me back several dozen meters. She pounded on the shield, each hit causing a shock wave to boom out. I hunkered down, receiving her blows for several seconds. My mana wouldn't hold out if I just took it, however, so I opened some pods along the legs of the mech. Beams of energy sliced through the ground under Alara. It glowed red for a moment before it exploded into the air. She stumbled due to the attack. Just as she fell back on the ground, thorns of rock shot out at me. I countered the best I could, but there were hundreds of the thorns. The mech's armor was able to withstand most of the attack, but a few managed to hit the leg joints. I frowned as I sensed her start to build mana in her body. Not wanting to take the chance, I threw Starfall like a spear. The blade impaled her through the stomach, nailing her to the ground. The throw contained enough energy to break the sound barrier. The ground spiderwebbed as half the dungeon floor cratered. I glanced before me, but shouldn't have worried. Anubis, Queen, Veter, and most of the other named automata were channeling mana into a barrier to protect my other forces. I would have to reward them even more after this was all over. Channeling my mana, I forced Starfall to change into a chain that wrapped around the giant. Alara immediately started to struggle, showing her strength as even the mithril alloy was straining to hold her. I rushed forward, channeling mana into my hands. Morphing them into claws, I shoved them through the armor of the giant and around where Alara had fused. Creating a dense multidimensional barrier field that cut off all outside influence, I isolated the area of cut-off flesh. The giant instantly stopped moving.
I was impressed that it was still showing life, even with its heart basically cut off. Lifting the barrier up to eye level, I concentrated and removed all the flesh surrounding Alara with quick laser bursts. Finally, Alara was visible, though thoroughly covered in blood. Green lines pulsed inside her skin from the collar around her neck. She was bald in the center of the dimensional pocket. Red tears ran down her cheeks. This fight was much more painful for her than me, after all. "There you are," I said softly. I made my way back to the defense line, which had suffered a bit of damage caused by the shock waves and earthquakes from our battle. Everyone looked mostly unharmed, though. Kneeling, I placed the dimensional pocket gently on the ground, then linked it to the Force's mana grid. With that done, I turned back around, facing the core. "Any readings from the castle?" I asked, double-checking the mech. "There were spikes of mana during the battle, but we can't be sure if it was caused by the host or the necromancers," Jarvis reported quickly. "I would prefer to take the core without shattering it. Jarvis, I want you to maintain the dimensional pocket. As long as she is in there, they can't control her," I ordered. "Queen, ready the forces to move forward. Anubis and Vetter, you two lead the forces and follow me." "As you command," they yelled, then went to work. I started heading toward Alara's core a few minutes later with a large detachment following me. Anubis and Vetter rode the mech's shoulders. When we were about halfway there, I sensed something surge from the Necromancer castle. It was an energy level that rivaled Nova back home. Surely there wasn't that much mana left in Alara's core. "Something is about to happen," I said, holding my hand out to stop the advance. A rumble started to build from the center of the floor. Soon it spread through the entire floor, and even the upper floor forces reported quakes. I ordered everyone to fall back to the defense line. Arcs of energy started to fill the air around Alara's core. I rushed back to the defense line and created as big a barrier as I could. I was almost a moment too late. A wave of energy rippled out from the core, decimating everything in its path. The wave collided with the barrier, instantly forming cracks. I boosted the mana output of the reactor to full. It would only last about 30 seconds before it exploded. A massive pillar of mana formed at Alara's core and lanced straight up. 10 seconds later, the wave passed. My mech was melted in the center and along parts of the arms, rendered basically inoperable now. I quickly left it and made my way back over to check on Alara. Thankfully, her dimensional pocket was still intact. I breathed a sigh of relief until I saw she was screaming in pain. Turning back toward Alara's core, I found the center of the dungeon gone. A crater was all that remained of the castle. After a quick check, I found that everyone was all right with only some slight mana burns caused by the passing energy wave. We needed to hurry in case Alara's avatar could no longer support itself. We made our way over to see if anything remained. I held out hope as Alara's avatar was still in my dimensional pocket. Generally, hosts couldn't exist without their core. When we reached the edge of the crater, I had to whistle when I saw the crater went nearly a kilometer into the ground. We couldn't find any remains of anything living or undead in the area. I sent a burst of pure mana into the crater. At a point toward the bottom, the mana was absorbed by something wedged in a crack. I shot off toward the spot and slammed my hand into the crack, grabbing the source of the mana absorption. It was a sliver barely larger than the tip of a finger. Ignia once told me that a dungeon could come back from an even smaller sliver. Gently pulling the sliver back toward me, I checked my mana reserve. It was at its lowest point in months at barely over 200,000. I carefully channeled mana into the sliver. Using pure mana was a task in itself. However, I didn't want to tax her core by using tainted or attributed mana. I briefly thought about using nature mana, but I wasn't exactly good at that branch. "Monarch,
"I don't sense any unholy mana from the sliver," Queen said as she met up with me. She was walking on the side of the crater as if walking down the road. I explained my theory. Yes, I believe the necromancers utilized some type of ritual using her core as a part of it. This sliver is probably the only part of her core that wasn't completely corrupted. Her heart, if you will. "Is this a good thing?" Queen asked. Of the various methods I was planning to try, this was the last I wanted to try. As long as I can remove the collar from her, or just allow her avatar to die, then she should be free. Her core is no longer bound, after all. Suddenly, a massive influx of mana hit my mind. All my connections were returned, and I instantly realized that massive damage had been done to my main dungeon. I couldn't just leave Alara's core here, however. I didn't trust that the dungeon was safe, but I couldn't pull her core from there. Nova was about to engage in battle with what looked like a black dragon. I went ahead and linked all the mana being generated by the space station to him. I grimaced in pain when his blast ripped through several floors. Just before the beam hit a section of the goblin city, I managed to teleport the goblins in the area of the blast to safety. It wouldn't do to have Nova accidentally killing nearly 100 goblins. Looking back to the fight, I saw he had disabled the attacker. I would let them handle it for now unless they managed to reach my core. "Alara!" a voice said suddenly. Anubis and Vetter spun toward the sound with their weapons raised. We didn't see anything for a moment until a small form flew from the side of the floor. I didn't sense any taint at all from it, which was amazing considering where we were. I held up my arm for them to lower their weapons. Finally, a fairy that was a bit smaller than Ignia flew up to us. She looked like a flying plant, with brown and green skin and leaves for wings. Twigs extended from her forehead, forming tiny horns. Green tears were running liberally from her eyes. "Stop! Who are you?" I demanded, though I felt I knew the answer. "Oh, great master! I am Alara's dungeon fairy, Lena," Lena answered with a bow in the air. "Lena, then, can you tell me how you've managed to stay untainted this whole time?" I asked. I would not be falling for a trap this late in the game. Lena burst into tears. "This is all my fault," she cried. "If you would explain," I said, forming a table for us to sit at. I kept Alara's core close to my chest as I channeled mana into it. Those monsters captured me. They used me to lure my sweet mother out of her dungeon. She should have abandoned me." Her tears grew worse. "Calm down. I know Alara would never abandon one of her own, because I'm the same way with my children," I said with a calming tone. "So, what happened after that?" "They attached something to her. To make it worse, they released me and forced me to watch as they did terrible things in her dungeon. Mother saved me. She created a hole in the dungeon that was safe for me to live in. That's when I knew there was still hope. I maintained my link to Mother so that one day, if someone ever managed to defeat the monsters and shatter her core, I could save a part of her." She had to repeat several parts of her story as she was crying so hard she grew difficult to understand at times. "So I have you to thank for protecting this," I said, holding out the sliver of Alara's core. "Mother!" Lena cried, holding out her hands to the core. "Lena, you have a link with Alara, correct?" I asked and got a nod. "Your mother's avatar is still controlled by the monsters. The easiest way to break their control is to destroy the avatar, but I don't want to do that if her core can't handle it." "I can tell you when it will be safe," Lena said, hitting her chest with her hand. "Good to hear." I smiled and reached out my hand. Lena landed on it, and I enveloped her in the aura of mana that was around the sliver. She gently lifted Alara's core, hugging it to her. Looking around the floor I was on, I found a massive amount of tainted mana still. If I allowed Alara's recovering core to absorb this, it would defeat the purpose. I checked my mana.
It would be a few days before I could create a system like I'd done for Alpha. For now, I could go with the system I'd done for my main dungeon. It was cheaper and less efficient, but it would protect her core until I got the better version down here.
Great one. What year is it?
Lena asked suddenly. I tilted my head. Mana Era 2769, I answered.
We've been trapped for 114 years then,
Lena said, her wings dropping noticeably. That sounds about right. Tell me, where have all the necromancers gone? I asked.
My connection with the rest of the dungeon was only returned completely a few minutes ago, but I sensed a tremendous number of deaths just before that massive spell took place. They also had a teleport matrix with the Old North capital, so they could have fled,
Lena answered. Lovely. I knew we would have to deal with the old capital, but this is just getting old, I said with a sigh. Lena tilted her head, making a cute, confused expression. I smiled and patted her head. Don't worry, I'll take care of your mother first.
Chapter 22. Azora. Hatsu, Alfonso, and I entered Grandma Ku's house while the rest waited outside. It was a very neat place, with a wooden table set in the middle. Grandma Ku lived alone, from what I knew. But since she had lived here her whole life, she wasn't at risk of losing it to a younger person. She led us to the table, then excused herself to brew some tea. I made myself comfortable, nostalgic for the mats of the floor. Lord Regan liked the main continent's way of things, with chairs and high tables. I would need to see if I could persuade him to change a few customs of his place to be more like home when I get back. A few minutes later, Grandma Ku returned with the tea and served us all in porcelain cups. When I took mine, I truly felt like I had returned home. We all sat in silence as we sipped our tea. Alfonso was having an interesting time. He burned his mouth when he chugged it. I took one more sip, then set the cup on the table. Grandma Ku, tell me, what is wrong? I asked, looking her in the eye.
Strange things, nightmare things, she said, glancing around, then dropping her voice to a whisper. At first, it was just some of the men. They were called for an audience with the king. They were gone for a full day before they returned. Everything seemed fine, but they were different.
Different? Different how?
It was hard to tell at first. They acted like they were just tired or stressed. We all know the king has declared war on the necromancers, but after so many years, most of us have really forgotten what that means.
Are you sure they aren't just stressed like you first thought? If my father had conscripted them into service, that would explain it.
I thought that too and left it alone. But people who haven't gone to the king have started showing signs similar to the first few who saw him. I'm just an old lady, and know nothing of the ways of magic or technology. But even I can tell something isn't as it should be,
Grandma Ku said, with the deepest frown I'd ever seen her make. I promise to find out the cause, I said, rising and bowing to her.
Thank you, Your Highness. Hopefully, it is just these old bones conjuring up ghosts in the night.
I talked to Grandma Ku for a few more minutes before we left. The mystery of my home was growing foggier by the moment, and I didn't like it. What could my father have possibly been doing to cause this? I glanced around the few people out on the street, but most walked with their heads down and avoided each other. Only the guards appeared normal, and even they stood stiffly at attention. Turning, I started walking toward the gate to the next circle. I only made it a few steps when Sasori caught my arm. I looked at her, but she was looking around as if trying to find something. What is it? I asked.
Someone has been watching us. They're good, though, and I can only just barely detect them, she explained, releasing my arm.
Understood. Everyone keep an eye. A peal of thunder cut me off as a streak of lightning from the storm outside collided with the barrier around the city. What I'd always thought of as a clear wall turned blue as ripples of mana vibrated along the barrier. It looks like the storm is getting worse. We need to hurry to the castle so I can complete my task from Lord Regan.
That would be wise, Suzuki said, observing the storm with a critical eye. I've studied the maelstrom for many years. I believe the storm caused by the terror wave might soon reach that level. If Jade Wind is in the middle of both of them, I'm not sure we will survive. Even if we do, we won't be able to leave.
You heard him. Let's go, I said, turning back around and heading for the gate. The rest of the circles showed increasing tension the closer to the castle we went. People obviously avoided us in the fourth and third circle. The streets were completely empty of people on the second circle. I was really growing worried about what could cause such a thing.
Why is it smoking? Factories?
Alfonso asked. His question caught me off guard, as I hadn't seen anything even moving on this circle. Sure enough, smoke rose from places all over the street. I frowned at the situation, then morphed my cape into my wings. With a powerful flap, I took off into the sky, heading for the first fire. A few seconds later, what looked like a riot came into view. I tried to see what was going on, but there was too much chaos. With no other choice, I angled down, aiming right for the center of the chaos. I took off like a speeding bullet. When I was roughly 10 meters from the ground, I righted my direction and infused mana into my wings, causing a massive gust that knocked several dozen gnomes over. That was when everyone realized I was there. The fighting slowed to a stop as everyone stared at me. "What is the meaning of this?" I shouted, looking around. Everyone looked down, no one volunteering to answer. Finally, a young gnomish woman stepped forward from the crowd. She couldn't have been more than 15, though there were signs of fighting all over her body, all very fresh. Her clothing showed her as an apprentice magic technician.
"Is that you, Princess Azora?"
the girl asked. Her voice was weak, but underlined by a courage that I felt someone so young shouldn't need. "Indeed, I have returned home," I answered, channeling mana into my voice to let it carry. Hovering in the air, I hoped I struck an impressive image.
"Praise to the fates! Please, stop the king! His Majesty has gone mad!"
the girl cried, falling completely flat to the ground. "What do you mean?" I asked with more force than I intended.
"He is performing strange magic on the people. They return as if dolls, with no will of their own," she cried.
I glared at the rest of the people in the street. As if spurred on by her, they each nodded and dropped to the ground, bowing fully. I turned to the other side and noticed that the people they were fighting indeed had a blank look to them. "You there, what is your name?" I pointed to one of the men in the front. "Answer me!" I shouted angrily. The man turned his gaze toward me. I thought he was about to answer when I sensed a surge of mana. I held my hand out, forming a barrier of ice right as a shard of metal nearly 20 centimeters long pierced through it. I growled, then threw a ball of ice at the man, turning him into a statue. It started to crack as the man inside worked to get free, regardless of the pain he must have been in. "There is no reasoning with them. They only respond to the king," someone in the crowd shouted. What is going on? I mumbled to myself. Glancing up the street, I found there were almost 20 of the mindless ones. I wanted to just incapacitate them, but I wasn't sure it would last long. Without many options and with a heavy heart, I channeled mana into a spell. A moment later, beams of energy fired from my wings, piercing the hearts of the mindless. Even then, they still stood and tried to retaliate for several seconds before they collapsed. "Flee to the docks! My men will protect you!" I ordered the crowd. I pulled a short-range communication device from my coat. "Captain, take command of the dock sector. Something is happening in the city. We will treat that as our command center for now." "Yes, Princess," a reply crackled back. The others soon caught up to me while the citizens fled around us. I waited to make sure there were not any more mindless ones. I wanted to go confront my father right at that moment, but my duty was to my people. I needed to make sure they were safe. We made our way around the first circle. People were out in force to try to protect their loved ones. After an hour, we managed to suppress 5 instances of the mindless ones and sent all the victims to the docks. The guards there had already been suppressed and were being held in case there was any way to reason with them. When we were sure the first circle was clear, I used my authentication as the princess to seal the gates. The king would have to come out himself to open them, and they were durable enough to take a beating from any below Tier 3 for several days. That should keep the other circles safe until we could figure out what was happening. When we came back to the docks, there was a skirmish taking place at the gate. A few mindless ones, which I assumed came from the other circles, were assaulting the dock gates. Not wanting this to turn more bloody than it already had, I moved in and quickly froze all the aggressors. I used just enough mana to lock them in place without outright killing them. "Captain, please tell me you have some information as to what the hell is going on," I demanded when I landed on the Ryu's deck.
"Princess, unfortunately, I have no idea. We tried interrogating the prisoners, but..."
He trailed off as he pointed to a spot where a large blood smear covered at least 4 meters of deck, along with charred wood. What the hell?
"When we asked about the king, he detonated his mana pool. We're lucky we had a mage who could put a barrier around him, or half the ship would be gone right now."
"So we can't get answers from the traitors. That just leaves going straight to the source," I said, pounding a fist on the deck. "What in Lord Regan's name are you doing, Father?" I gripped the pendant Lord Regan gave me hard enough my knuckles turned white. My royal guard and enough regular guards who wouldn't threaten the safety of the docks quickly assembled, making a 40-strong force. It was a little, very weak to try to break through the castle defenses. I would have to do my best so that we all made it back alive. These people may have sworn an oath to die for me, but that didn't mean I wanted them to honor it on their home soil. "Captain Shido, I have no idea how this is going to turn out. Please start evacuating all the citizens into airships. If it is a plague of some kind, we will have to abandon Jadewind. If an enemy has somehow made their way into the city, and they prove my match, then there is no reason for us to give them even more soldiers for whatever they plan," I said seriously.
"As you wish. However, I pray that we do not have to abandon the city,"
Captain Shido said with a bow. "As do I." Chapter 23. Luella.
"Father is back. From what I can tell, he won his battle and is leaving this to Nova for now,"
Ignia said, right after Nova's announcement. "That is good news. But why isn't he coming back to his dungeon?" I asked. Nova was powerful, but this was basically Regan's body. He was putting a lot of trust in Nova to protect his core. I wasn't sure I could do the same if something like this was happening to me. I shook my head and refocused on the fight that was currently at a standstill.
"I can't tell much from the link. We'll just have to ask him when he comes back. I do sense that he is channeling his mana into something. He might not be able to pull away from that if it's important to him,"
Ignia said, orbiting me a few times. I nodded and turned back to the 2 dragons. The black dragon was still leaking shadows, but they were slowing. She was Tier 3, after all. It would be surprising if she couldn't repair that amount of damage. Even I could channel mana to repair damage to my body if I needed to. A need hadn't arisen yet, and I hoped to keep it that way.
"A new home. What is wrong with your old lair?"
Nova asked.
"Destroyed long ago,"
the black dragon gasped out.
"What is your name?"
The black dragon bared her teeth at Nova.
"Morka,"
she hissed out. Nova made a noise as if considering something.
"Very well. You can be one of my females. This one is great and plans to have many,"
Nova said, speaking of himself. I gaped at the sudden declaration, then remembered the few lessons about dragons back at the academy, which told me that this was actually in line with regular dragon behavior. "Do you think Regan will approve?" I whispered to Ignia.
"I don't think he will really care, as long as Nova is able to control her,"
she whispered back.
"Father is rather lenient about those kinds of things."
"So there will be 2 dragons a stone's throw away from my town. Lovely," I said, throwing my hands up.
"Actually, there are 3, if you count Zuthon over in the forest, though he is technically a land dragon, so less powerful,"
Ignia said with a wide smile and a glint in her eye. "Remind me to smack Regan over the head when I see him next time," I mumbled. "Never!" Morka roared, pulling my attention back to the fight. She charged at Nova, shadows forming a cloak around her. "I don't think I gave you the option," Nova roared back, and mimicked Morka in her charge. He was soon as bright as the noonday sun. I squinted through the pain, as I felt this was important to watch. There were only a few 100 meters between the 2, and they quickly collided. Nova brought his head around and bit down on Morka's neck. Shadow sprayed from the wound as she roared in pain. She wrapped her neck around Nova's and returned the favor by biting into his flank. The sound of a grinding metal filled the space. Nova's wings came around and angled toward Morka, the bladed ends looking menacing. With a moment of tension, the 2 came to a stop, still biting down heavily on each other. They seemed to stare at each other, silently communicating something before Nova's wings moved, piercing deep into Morka's flanks. Morka released Nova and roared in pain until she came to a stop. At first, I thought she was dead, but her chest rose a few seconds later as she breathed in. Nova gripped her in his claws, then turned toward us. "I will take my prize. She will need to be educated on how to conduct herself around her king. When the Creator returns, please tell him that I will formally ask permission to keep her then," Nova said. I knew that was in line with dragon society, but the thought of having my fate decided just by losing a fight, well, I guess in most cases that was actually the case. The frontier wasn't actually safe for women or men either. I shuddered at some of the horror stories I'd heard about bandits.
"Roger,"
Ignia said with a wave. He bowed his head, then turned back to the hole he'd ripped in the wall. He flew off with his prize, quickly vanishing from sight. "I guess that's the end of that?" I asked Ignia.
"Yes. I think it best for you to return to town. I'm sure the incident has rattled quite a few of the mortals," Ignia said. She tapped my head, and I found myself on the surface, or at least at the bottom of the crater. I looked around, but Ignia was nowhere to be seen. Jumping into the air, I made my way toward the town. I was really falling in love with flying. While it served its purpose to get me from place to place, I found I enjoyed the freedom it gave me. Lightning users weren't usually able to fly. Another thing I needed to thank Regan for, placing information of electromagnetism in his library. Flying over town, I took in the damage caused by the last 2 days' events. Not only was there the massive terror wave from late last night, but there was the damage caused by the celestial dragon attacking Regan's dungeon. There were collapsed buildings, damaged roads, and a list of other problems in the town. Around it, places that weren't protected by the mages, the ground was torn apart, looking like a giant claw had gouged out sections. Then there was the new addition of the strange Terra landforms from where the wall had been created. It would take weeks to get all the problems and damage fixed. The thing I was dreading the most was the casualty report. The last thing I wanted to do was send more letters to distant families about deceased loved ones. Sighing at the thought, I made my way to the castle. "And how many are still missing?" I asked to clarify. "Thousands, ma'am," the messenger answered. I rubbed my temples at the answer. "All right, head to the inn. Tell them it's on me. You deserve a rest for bringing me this news." "Thank you, Lady Coates," the messenger said, bowing as he left. I turned to Izal. "It looks like we were the least hit during this event," I said, pulling the report the messenger delivered across my desk. "Yes, the bigger cities, or more accurately the ancient cities, all had defenses that activated to protect them. But the towns and villages," Izal said,
letting it trail off. Dispatch hawks. Spread the news that we are accepting any and all refugees. They will be provided food and basic necessities. We will guarantee this for 3 months. I want full patrols in the surrounding areas. There is no telling what that massive amount of mana did to the monster population, and I want to make sure everything is safe for the refugees. Monsters might be the least of our problems. If entire towns had been destroyed, there would be a surge in bandits and war bands. Another problem in a time we really couldn't afford more. Understood. What about the dungeon? The Adventurers Guild is currently restricting anyone from entering on account of the damage that it suffered. As you can guess, this is not going to fly for long, Izal said, pulling a document from her bag. Cassie is just going to have to figure it out. Most of the dungeon's automata from around the town have moved over to the entrance. If someone really wants to, they can try to fight through those things, I said with a low chuckle. People had tried plenty of times to fight Regan's patrols. They mostly ended in the people getting horribly injured, then being taken to the hospital to be healed, then slapped on their hand. Some people actually found it funny the first couple of times. I even heard there was a group that used the patrols as free training. Of course, they did it when there were few people around, so I wasn't sure of the validity of the claim. I think Regan is rubbing off on you, Izal said with a laugh. I shrugged. Maybe a little. The Mages Guild and several of the other guilds would still like for the festival to take place. They say the recent events are all the more reason to host it, Izal said, handing me a few documents. I would like to continue with the festival as well, but is it feasible? I asked, reading, but not really taking in the documents. Well, from what I have seen, it should be. Lord Wintergrasp is making potions for the Terra Mages, and they are fixing the large sections of the outer areas first, since that is the easiest and takes the least amount of time. If the nobles don't cause any problems, we will be even better off, Izal said. I don't know whether we should count on them to cause trouble, or try to trust them to enjoy the festival with the rest of the town, I said, laying my head on the desk. Izal chuckled at my show. A question that will probably remain as long as the nobility exist. True enough, I sighed. There came a knock at the door. I glanced over to Izal, who nodded. She made her way over and asked the guard who it was. I heard her mumble something about Regan and his theatrics. I stood up beside the desk and made myself presentable as the door was swung open by the guards. Regan walked in, looking the least lethal he had in a while. I didn't see a single sharp edge on him. If he'd worn regular clothes, I was sure people would mistake him for a human. I almost did a double take to make sure it was him. Behind him walked a beautiful girl. I couldn't quite place her race, as she was short like a gnome, but had pointed ears like an elf. Her skin was bone white, which was common to the northern humans before we lost touch with them. A black iron crown rested in a nest of pinkish hair. Welcome, Regan. I hope everything has calmed down to a decent point for you to be visiting me, I said. Yes, everything has reached a calm of sorts for the moment, Regan said, taking a seat on a couch that appeared out of nowhere. The girl quickly joined him, wrapping herself around his arm. Another couch appeared across from him, and he gestured toward it. And who is your friend? I asked, moving over to sit, Izal joining me. May I introduce Alara, the undead queen, Regan said with a gesture to the girl. Both Izal and I jerked in our seat, turning wide eyes to Regan. Do not worry. She is harmless and quite sane, as one can be after enduring over a century of torture. I trust you, Regan, but I would advise you to include a bit more heads-up next time you introduce her, I said, placing a hand over my heart. Now where would the fun be in that? He asked with a chuckle. Yeah. Other than scaring us, did you have another reason to see me? I asked, trying not to stare at Alara. I did indeed, and it should be here any moment now. I tilted my head, but before I could ask, there was a knock at the door. Izal got up to check it out, and the sound of labored breathing whisked in from outside the door. Izal escorted in a very flushed messenger, who looked like he'd just run 100 kilometers.
"My lady Luella,"
the messenger gasped as he knelt. "Forgo ceremony. What is it?" I asked, standing up.
"Lekazar! Lekazar!"
"What about Lekazar?" The messenger took a deep breath.
"Lekazar's capital burns. A scar of undeath stretches from the north to the capital," he yelled,
then collapsed, foaming from the mouth. Regan extended his hand, and there was a flow of mana. The man's appearance improved, but he stayed unconscious. Izal ordered one of the guards to take the man to the hospital. I twisted to look at Regan. What does he mean? My breathing was accelerating, despite me trying to control it. Regan extended his hand, palm up. A blue screen like the ones I'd seen on his station formed over it. A map of the continent was displayed. Only Lekazar looked much different. From a spot in the north past the mountains down to the location of the capital, there was a black line that looked almost perfectly straight. He did something, and the image zoomed in on the capital, or at least what remained of it. If I had to guess, I would say 90% of the city was gone. He zoomed in closer, and we saw undead pulling themselves out of the ground like weeds. The image was clear enough that I was feeling sick just watching the screen. Necromancers were moving around as if they owned the place. Just from the image in front of me, I counted well over 100. "What happened?" I asked, not wanting to believe the horror. Regan glanced at Alara before he explained.
"The necromancers were planning this for a long time. I'm not sure everything went according to plan, thanks to yours truly. And losing Alara probably threw a big wrench in their plans. Alara was ordered to use her core in a ritual that changed a large section of the continent. I'm not sure of the long-term effects yet."
I fell back into my seat as I mulled over this news, then looked to Regan and said, Is there anything you can do?" I hated myself for sounding like I was pleading, but this was out of my league. Regan considered me for a moment.
"Not immediately. I used up most of my mana freeing Alara. Plus, I have to repair the damage caused to my dungeon. You have no idea how it feels to me. A large division of my forces are stationed to protect Alara's dungeon. As I claim more of the north, this might change. But for now, it will be tough to extend myself much farther than the valley and its surroundings," he said.
Izal cleared her throat. "Is the town safe from that black dragon Mistress told me about?" she asked. I had honestly completely forgotten about the beast.
"Oh, yes. Nova has taken quite a liking to his friend. If you studied dragons, then you know that one dragon claiming another is almost as strong as slave magic. I understand that is how they acquire mates, but still," Regan said, shaking his head. "The claimed one can't go against the claimer unless they are more powerful. Nova being a dungeon monster, he has plenty of room to grow, whereas Morka has been bottlenecked for several decades," he explained with a laugh.
"That's one less worry, then," Izal said, leaning back in her seat. "What should we do?" I asked, more to myself.
"I would keep going in the direction you were before I came. Gather the refugees. Offer shelter. This pass and the valley to the south are the only breaches the undead have to Thonica. The valley to the south is much more direct to the Thonican capital. Unless an idiot is in control, then I would direct my forces there, especially after the trouble we have been giving them."
I nodded. Yes, we should shore up the defenses until we gained more information. "All right. Izal, send those missives at once. Even offer safety to the nobles if they are willing to follow my command," I said, moving to my desk. I noticed Alara tug on Regan's coat. She whispered something to him that even with my enhanced hearing I couldn't make out.
"Alara says they have used most of their cards. They will be desperate. Let's keep that in mind," Regan said, nodding at the girl.
"Understood. This is going to be an interesting winter," I said, pausing to look out the window. The first snows were only a few days away. What changes would the world see once the snow melted in spring? Chapter 24. Azora. My small force made its way to the first circle gate. I flew up over the gate, but the other side was completely empty. Frowning, I couldn't detect anyone either. Opening that gate in the magic circuit, we quickly passed through. It was eerie how easily we made it to the castle. The pillar behind it thrummed with power. I ran a finger over several runes on my gauntlet. Metal swirled out of a piece of armor, forming into my lance, a nifty function I had found while I was bored in my office earlier on the journey. We slowly made our way into the castle entrance, but found it empty. I glanced at a timepiece on the wall. Father would be in the throne room at this time, if he was still holding to his schedule. Let's stick together. I have no idea what is controlling the people, but we have a better chance of resisting if we work together, I called back to the rest of the group. I got tense nods in reply, but couldn't blame them. The loss of free will was quite terrifying. The castle was strangely empty as we made our way to the throne room. Again, I wondered what could have happened to cause this since the last time I'd spoken to my father. Surely the necromancers couldn't have gotten another foothold in the city since the Exodus. It would fit their ways to leave behind members that could cause trouble, but to affect even the king, I found it hard to believe. We were making our way down the adjoining hallway to the throne room when the doors burst open. Soldiers rushed out, aiming air rifles at us, as well as more mundane weapons. We quickly took defensive positions. "My daughter, it is so nice to see you again," Father said with a sweet tone as he walked out of one of the rooms. I felt like I was 5 and was interrupting his duties while I played in his study. "Father, what is going on?" I demanded, lowering my weapon a bit despite myself. "Dear Azora, I have fixed them." He grabbed one of the guards and shook him. "I realized that mortals just can't be trusted. We ruled them to the best of our ability for centuries. Centuries. And how do they repay us? By killing Elena," Father shouted, tears running freely. "I know, Father, I know. But that doesn't mean we should strip them of their free will," I said, shaking my head. My father didn't seem to hear me, though, and continued. "I thought for many weeks on how to avenge your mother. I could wage war on the necromancers. But what is to stop more of my people from joining the enemy? That's when I found it. A magic practiced by the gnomes of old, deep in the records. Now we never have to fear betrayal again," Father screamed with his arms held out. My father was clearly mad with rage and grief. "This goes against nature. I know we are hurting, but we must look to the future. Please, Father, snap out of it," I cried. Father looked back to me, and this time I felt he was actually looking at me. "I see. So you want to betray me too." He sighed and rubbed his hand across his face. "No, I love you, Father. Please come to your senses." "Don't worry, my dear. I will protect you, even from yourself." He gestured toward us, and all the guards rushed forward, while the ones wielding air rifles maintained their distance in the back. I slammed my foot down with a surge of terra mana, knocking back the rushing guards. Losing a clear shot, the rear lone guards couldn't fire. "They're lost to us. Return the favor," I ordered. All my guards rushed forward and met the castle guards in a melee. My side was at the obvious disadvantage. For them, the other force weren't enemies, but people who they trained with and knew almost as well as brothers and sisters. While my guards were fighting, they couldn't avoid the slight hesitation that was present in their swings. That thought almost made me pause. Since when had I been able to switch gears so quickly? I should have been trying to save these people, not kill them. I gritted my teeth, angry at both the situation and myself, and angry at my father for causing this to happen. I felt something call to me from my lance, but it was more of a dull thrum in my mind. The pinging sound of bullets crashing into the masonry brought me back to the present. Both sides were taking potshots between their allies, mine a little more carefully than the others. I turned my lance toward the most crowded part of the enemy line. "Sorry," I muttered, as I unleashed a torrent of energy into the gathering. Mana made physical slammed the enemy guards against the wall and down the hall. My forces quickly took the chance to push deeper into the enemy. The next minute there were screaming and muted thuds as my guards dealt fatal blows to their old friends. Everyone breathed deeply as we checked ourselves. 2 of my guards had been killed, and a dozen more injured. The throne room was at the end of the hall, but even there lay another trap. I couldn't stand the idea of losing even more of my people to this craziness. "Sasori, Hatsu, I want you to hold here. I will confront my father. The king alone," I ordered, taking a step toward the throne room. "Princess, we cannot allow you to do this," they both said at almost the same time. My eyes narrowed. "I don't believe I require your permission. Now do what I said." I turned and jumped into the air. I didn't have to worry about the ceiling, considering it was almost 20 meters high. Shooting down the hall, I crashed into the throne room. Father stared up at me with a crooked grin that made me wonder if it was actually my father I was looking at. "Dear Azora, can't you see? Letting them have free will just slows you down. Together we could create an empire that spans the continent. No, the world," he raved, standing with his arms outstretched. "For what? A world filled with mindless people who just stand around?" I asked with a snort. "My daughter, I thought I taught you to think further than just the surface. This may be the start, but once the world has been purged, we can start over, ruled by a single king, a single power. We can shape the minds of future generations to our ideals." "I can't, Father. It would be wrong." I shook my head. The amount of death and destruction he was proposing was off the scale. Entire countries would burn, and I knew that even if we succeeded, there would just be a smoldering, ash-covered land. Besides, Lord Regan would never want something like that to happen. He dropped back into his throne, then suddenly surged with mana as purple tendrils formed around him. I knew at the center of my being that to touch one of those would be my doom. I only had a second to decide. "Sorry, Father," I cried. I aimed my lance at him and unleashed a torrent of energy. A beam sliced through the air, slamming into his chest and quickly cutting through him and into the room behind him. If it went farther, I couldn't tell. An explosion boomed behind him, but it sounded distant. He coughed up a tremendous amount of blood as he looked at the wound. He gave me a bone-chilling grin as the tendrils started to fill his chest wound. The blood quickly stopped flowing as he stood back up. "That was a good blow, daughter. Very fatal. Next time, go for the head." Purple tendrils shot toward me, thankfully slow enough for me to avoid. I channeled mana into my lance, and a blade formed between the 2 prongs. Swinging at the nearest tendril, I was able to slice it clean through. The part that was cut off dissipated into smoke, but the uninjured part regenerated fast enough that it didn't really matter. More and more tendrils were forming faster than I was able to keep up with them. It reminded me of the Hydra. For each one I cut off, 2 took its place. Suddenly, the entire room shifted to the side, and my back collided with the ceiling. It felt like the world was collapsing. Though only lasting for seconds, it caused the battle to pause. "What have you done?" Father shouted, turning around to peer into the hole I'd blasted through the wall earlier. I couldn't help but look as well, to see small explosions occurring inside. He whirled back around, his grinning face morphing into a rage-filled scowl. Mana rippled off him in waves. "You will join me whether you like it or not." The tendrils increased their speed. I created a mana barrier almost on instinct, as one slammed into me from behind. I knew I couldn't keep this up for much longer. Concentrating on the mana blade, I quickly twisted my body and pulled the blade straight down. It sliced through most of the room, and my father, blood spraying along the cut. "Forgive me, father," I said, lowering to the ground. He looked at me and smiled. I could see the tainted mana trying and failing to heal him. "Sorry, my child. I love you, Azora," he gasped, clarity entering his eyes for a moment. The two halves of him collapsed to the ground almost in slow motion. Blood splashed, covering my boots. I could only stare at them as I tried to suppress the urge to vomit. Suddenly, a sense of danger overcame me, and I leaped back. I shook my head to clear it, and saw that the purple tendrils were still there, even with my father being obviously dead. Hope grew in my heart that he was still alive, but what I heard next crushed that before it could even become a bud.
"Ah, finally. I was worried he wouldn't be killed by one of his own flesh,"
said a voice that seemed to pull my deepest nightmares from the depths of my soul.
"A tedious seal requirement, if there ever was one."
It came from where my father lay. His body twitched and twitched again as he pushed up from the ground. A purple ooze covered his face. I tightened my grip on my weapon, not sure what to do. What are you?" I demanded.
Me. What was it again? Ah, yes. Valrudos, General of the 14th Demon Division, at your service,
Volrudo said. "Demon? What is a demon doing here?" I asked, though I knew I should be running.
"Forget that. The air has certainly improved in the time since the war,"
Volrudo said, taking a deep breath. Not wanting to give him a chance to fully form, I channeled mana into another beam and aimed for his head. The beam shot toward its target in a blink of an eye. Volrudos didn't even seem to notice the attack. Right before the beam struck him, however, he backhanded it. The beam bent and sliced through the wall to the right. "What the hell?" I growled.
"That won't work on me. A nice little tip for you. Mana doesn't work on demons of the general rank,"
Volrudo said with a loud laugh. "That's not possible," I said, backing up.
"I could explain it to you, but I don't really understand it myself. You would have to talk to the geneticists," the demon said with a shrug. "Now, thanks to your father's freeing me, and then you're freeing me from him, I will allow you to—"
Before he could continue, the world was tilted even more by a loud explosion. The ground dropped for several seconds before it stopped, resulting in me ending up in a crumpled mess. Without any other ideas, I threw Regan's core to the ground to activate it the way he'd directed me.
"A soul core!"
Volrudo shouted from where he also lay in a pile. He still hadn't regained full control of his body. There was a boom, and it felt like every speck of mana in the area was being sucked into the core. Even the mana that made up Volrudos' body was being pulled into it. If he'd still been forming his body, this would have been the best chance to destroy him before he became a true threat. I steeled myself to defend the core to the death. There was another explosion, and the city started to drop again. Screams from parts of the city could be heard even from the throne room. The desire to help my people warred with the need to protect the core as it was created. Hardening my heart, I turned back to face Volrudos. "You're not getting past me," I said, bracing myself. Suddenly, I was slammed to the ground by a massive amount of energy. At first, I thought it was Volrudos, but when I looked, I found it was the core. I wasn't sure what was going on, but hoped it was Regan saving the city. As I watched the core, I noticed several hairline cracks along its surface. I suddenly heard Regan's voice yelling, "Run!" Throwing one glance at Volrudos, who was struggling to get to his feet, I kicked off and took to the sky. I smashed through a window, then accelerated toward the airship. I left my mystical eye active as I flew, and saw one of the scariest manifestations of mana I had ever seen. Mana from both the storm that was recently formed and from the maelstrom was being sucked into the throne room, into the core. I forced myself to turn back and head to the airship. Slamming onto the deck, I felt the boards crack underneath me. "Get us out of here," I ordered. "Citizens are still boarding," Captain Shido yelled. I jumped and channeled mana into the dock. The metal bent and twisted as it threw all the people on it onto the ship's deck. One person had a bad trajectory, and I shot after him, managing to catch him before he went too far. I turned to the tethers and sliced them clear with 2 beams of energy. The airship broke from the dock and quickly gained distance. We joined and were joined by several hundred other airships. The storm buffering us slowly died as it was pulled into the center of the city. If I'd had to guess, I'd have said the remainder of the gnomish fleet was there. I just prayed that everyone that could be saved was on the ships. Turning back to watch the core, I gripped the railing. A sphere of unimaginable energy was forming around the center column. It had already engulfed most of the inner city and continued to grow. Suddenly, the sphere started to shrink. I thought maybe the worst was over, but then recalled the image Lord Regan had showed me. "Barrier!" I shouted, amplifying my voice with mana so that all the ships could hear the order. Not 30 seconds later, the sphere ruptured. Jade Wind was ripped to pieces, and the center vaporized instantly. I watched as the wave of energy that reminded me of the sun shot toward the fleet. I collapsed to my knees, knowing there was no way to survive. My link to Lord Regan suddenly ripped open, and I felt my control slip away. My body shot into the sky, mana rippling off me. I screamed as more mana than I thought my body could handle was channeled through me. A strangely shaped barrier formed around the massive explosion. The shockwave struck the barrier, but instead of taking it directly, the energy was pushed away from the fleet. Like a sword, the energy carved a path through the maelstrom. One of the whitest lights I'd ever seen poured out from within. My eyes felt like they were bleeding from the massive amount of mana I was perceiving all around me. I barely caught a flash from Jade Wind before almost all my senses went black. It was like being in a room, but knowing what was going on outside. I could barely perceive the fleet. Even with Lord Regan protecting the fleet, several vessels burst into flames from the massive amount of energy in the area. Finally, the explosion from Jade Wind was over. Debris rained to the ocean below, unrecognizable charred masses of rock and metal. Lord Regan flew my body back to the airship, then released his control over me. I instantly collapsed to the ground, completely spent. The last thing I did, as the black closed around my sight, was to order a search for any survivors. As futile as it might have been, I refused to give up any hope.
Chapter 25. Regan. I collapsed in front of my core. When Alara reached over to brace me, I smiled at her and accepted her help moving over to my throne. I was surprised when I heard Azora's prayer, and I was doubly surprised when I nearly passed out from the ungodly amount of mana that had surged into the subcore she placed. The maelstrom was a phenomenon that was not naturally created. I learned that in almost 5 seconds of my core being there. Spell formations unlike anything I had ever seen were inside the storm, and it didn't help that the storm I'd inadvertently created was also channeled into the core. There was just too much mana for the core to handle at such a level. Maybe if I'd been there personally, but the links between my cores were never able to form enough for me to move there. "I'm all right, thank you," I said, smiling toward her. "What happened?" Alara asked with a tiny voice. She was still unaccustomed to speaking, or rather, being allowed to speak. Sometimes she would go into a kind of trance. When I asked her, she told me it was how she kept a small part of herself sane. She would literally tune out the world. If the Buddhist monks back on Earth met her, they would be impressed. Some type of demon controlled the king. When Azora killed him, I guess the demon was freed. That's about all I was able to make out from the memories I saw while I took control of her to create the barrier, I explained, rubbing my head.
She survive? You taking control?
Alara whispered. Barely. Her body was recently changed when she pulled too much of my mana into her. I have a gift for her when she comes back, though. I patted her head while avoiding the metal crown. I turned my mental eye toward the north, where the entrance tunnel to my main dungeon was. Now there was a smoldering city. I didn't have much time to really do the calculations to move everything gently, but most of Jade Wind's living sector was still intact, if a bit roughed up. In the instant the bare minimum link formed, I was able to sense all the life still remaining in the city. Nearly 300,000 people and another 50 or so thousand on the airships. I couldn't just let all those mana batteries die like that. Seriously, since Izora treated me like a god, then I needed to do godly things every once in a while. Alara nodded and sat on my lap. Ever since her core recovered to that of about high Tier 1, allowing her to be able to reform her avatar, she hasn't left my side, much to a certain fairy's disappointment. Lena hadn't left Alara's side for the better part of 2 days while her core recovered, but Alara only stays near me. Alara's dungeon was all kinds of twisted right now, and she was slowly reclaiming it. Given the size and amount of taint, it would take several weeks, if not months, to get it more aligned with the actual Alara. Of the current mysteries left unsolved was the issue of the Spectre Queen. Alara told me she'd never made it down to the bottom floor. Alara had lost track of her, but she wasn't confident in her ability to recall everything that was happening. Many times, the orders from the necromancers had left her in a fog or haze, not to mention the fact that having to restart her compounded the issue, to put it gently. I refocused and tried to feel the link between Azora and me and breathed a sigh of relief when I found it still intact. It was weak, but that was only to be expected. I would have to think of ways to handle her current situation. Preferably, Luella could offer the gnome race sanctuary. What should we do about the North? I asked, more to myself than Alara.
Destroy them?
She replied with more energy than I had heard so far. I patted her head. Of course. My only concern is that with the state Lekazar is falling into, the leadership of the necromancers will be even harder to track down.
Necromancers, puppets, Kassin, real threat, she whispered.
So, our information was correct. We need to hunt a celestial then. I rubbed my chin in thought.
Easy for you,
she said, and turned her face up to me. Even though her expression was emotionless, I could still sense the smile in her words. I grinned at her, then laughed. Easy as pie. I noticed her eyes were drooping, so I picked her up and carried her over to a massive bed, placing her down gently when I realized she was already asleep. She had a lot of recovering to do, in more ways than one. Just the damage to her core would take months to repair. I couldn't even imagine the damage done to her mind, and that was something that I doubted would ever truly be repaired. Walking back to my throne, I did something I hadn't done in a few months. I flooded my main dungeon with my mind so that I could get an accurate read on everything. I was going to have to rebuild as well as expand. My dungeon was really good at testing mortals, but when something that was just too overpowered tested me, they were able to bulldoze through the floors with ease. The upper floors were throwing my senses out of whack, but with a little brute force I made it work. To put it simply, they were completely gone. I would have to completely recreate them. While I had the town automata protecting the entrance, I was glad that Luella had ordered the Adventurers Guild to restrict access for the time being. Moving to the deeper floors, I found most of 11 to 15 were damaged but repairable. I needed to consider when I did the makeover if any new changes would need to be made. I was surprised the fort on floor 9 had survived with so little damage, but was glad all the same. Ignia took control of the dungeon before the invader reached the Goblin City. There was no damage to that, other than the bit that was hit by Nova's attack. After that was the asteroid mine. It had received little actual damage, but the number of asteroids that were lost would take a while to replenish. I ran into another problem. With my mana so slow, my resource floors were taking longer to regrow the materials. I must have never noticed with my mana levels so high. All my sources of mana were flowing into me, but with so many of my forces in the north, large amounts were being siphoned off to keep them from being tainted. From there, the rest of the floors were unharmed and intact. The Beastkin colony that now numbered close to 10,000 was unaware that the dungeon was even attacked. Looking over the various other islands, I could see that everything else seemed to be fine. The only thing that caused me to pause was that Reed's body was missing. The spell script around where he'd been stored was also damaged. It looked like it was from the outside. I frowned as I considered the situation. Surely Morka's attack wasn't a diversion to get his body. I mean, it had been in my possession for months now. I would have to review the dungeon cameras later to see if they caught anything. I decided to put that off for now and move on to something else. "Ignia," I said. A moment later, a little circle formed in front of me. My fairy popped out, looking happier than she had in a while. With this last event, I was truly glad to have her watching the fort. "You called, Father?" she asked, bobbing in the air. "Yes, I wanted to thank you for protecting the core. Without you commanding the home fort, all might have been lost. Even with my sub-cores, I don't want to risk my main one being broken. So again, thank you," I said, reaching out to pull her into a hug. "Father, of course, it is my duty to protect the core after all," she said with a blush covering her metal cheeks. I wasn't even sure how that was possible. "When someone does something good, you should never be afraid to praise them," I replied, patting her head once I let go of her. She giggled and twirled in the air. "Thank you, Father." "Is Nova busy?" I asked. Ever since he'd acquired his new mate, I had been leery about looking in on him suddenly. I feared I would have some interesting children flying around the dungeon in the future. That was also why moving the core down several dozen floors was near the top of my to-do list. "No, he said he wanted Morka to rest for several days. I think he almost broke her." Ignia giggled again. I glanced at her, worried she might have a dirty mind. "All right, let's go thank him while I have the chance," I said, motioning for her to land on my shoulder. "Father, are you sure you should leave your core next to her like that?" she asked worriedly. I looked back toward my core. It had grown since the last time I'd really examined it. Still silver, it was nearly 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width. It had gained a multifaceted design when I broke through to Tier 3. Tendrils of mana floated lazily around it as it hummed with power. When I'd brought Alara back with me, I used some of the little mana I had to remodel the core room. Its previous form had been meant to yell power to people I brought here or that made it here. Now it had the feel of a spaceship's core room. A ball of plasma surrounded my core and was contained by a quadruple phase barrier. The plasma was caused by the fusion reaction that was constantly feeding the core with mana. Nanocarbon plates lined the walls and floor, giving it a soft gray look. I wasn't sure even Starfall could penetrate this room. I had added links to all my other cores in the event something like with Alara happened and my avatar was stuck at one location. There were other defensive measures, but they needed to be charged more before they would be ready. "It will be fine," I said, then teleported us to Nova's lair. Curled around a massive pile of gold coins and slightly glowing armor, Nova snored contentedly. I looked around and found Morka curled into a ball next to him. I could see links of magic between the two, which I assumed were what Luella had been talking about.
the mate link or whatever. "Nova, Father is here to see you," Ignia said as she flew up to smack him on the head. I nearly chuckled at the sight, as his head alone was 4 times bigger than she was. Nova's eyes instantly shot open, and he looked over to me.
"Creator,"
he said with a yawn. "Hello, Nova. Sorry to disturb your sleep, considering how busy you've been these last 2 days," I said, placing my hands behind my back.
"For the Creator, I'm always awake. Thank you for sending such a tasty morsel to me. Please, if you find more in the future, do not hesitate to send them to me,"
Nova said, licking his lips as he looked over to Morka, who shrank back a bit. I laughed. "Of course, I'll make a mental note. I wanted to thank you for defending the core. Though I created you with magic, I think of all of you as my children. I'm glad you protected your brothers and sisters." Nova yawned, then readjusted his position.
"Thank the little one for waking me up before too much damage was done. I might have slept through it and missed my prize if it wasn't for her,"
Nova said with a giant toothy grin. Ignia did a spin in the air, blushing at the praise. "I have. All of you performed wonderfully," I said with a nod.
"Then I am tired."
In a series of growls that my internal translator said was dragonish, he said something to Morka. Roughly translated, it went something like, "Come warm my bed, woman," with a bit more color. "Just don't go too overboard," I said, then teleported Ignia and myself to another part of the dungeon. Floating in the pseudo-space of the asteroid floor, I looked around for Nexus and found him free-floating some distance away. Ignia followed as I willed myself over, and we quickly met him. When Nexus saw me, he started to fly away. "Nexus, stop right there," I shouted after him. Of course, he immediately came to a stop. I hated to do it, but sometimes I had to use the binding control I have over my creations.
"Yes, Creator,"
Nexus said with a raspy voice. "Why are you running?" I asked.
"Failed thee, Creator,"
he replied. "Who decided that you failed me?" I asked, crossing my arms. "That's right, no one did. In fact," I grabbed his shoulder, "I'm proud of you for holding off one of the most powerful beings on the continent."
"Not failed?"
Nexus asked, sounding almost afraid. Ignia flew up and popped him on the forehead. "No, dummy. You and the numbers performed well to protect Father." "That's right. Everyone did well in their duties. It will take a bit, but we will repair and rebuild. We'll be stronger than ever. Anyone that dares to attack us again will be met with a very untimely end," I said with a grin. Nexus nodded, and I let him go back to fly around his floor. Teleporting back to the core room, we found everything just as we'd left it. Alara was still sleeping. I looked around, then cracked my metal knuckles. "What now, Father?" Ignia asked. "Time to get to work," I said with a laugh.
Chapter 26. Dar.
Target sighted. ETA 5 minutes.
The navigator announced, as a little town came into sight. Behind it was a hill that rose 500 meters above the town. Not quite a mountain, but well on its way to becoming one. The town that I thought would be a ghost town was all but that. Hundreds of undead moved about the place, and nicer buildings that obviously belonged to necromancers dotted the area. "What's the enemy's strength looking like?" I asked the radar officer.
Mana readings are all over the place, but nothing over Tier 2. Most likely the reserve or members that need to prove themselves,
the officer said, after examining the monitor in front of him. "What's the highest reading? I want to take that out first," I asked, leaning over his shoulder to see the readout myself. In the center of the town, 3 readings showed Tier 2 end. The main cannon should have been more than enough to deal with them if we caught them unawares. The point defense system covering the ship would be able to protect the ship from the lesser undead.
Orders, ma'am?
Someone asked as I stood back up. Time to make Boss Regan proud he created us. All mech pilots gear up. We will begin with a bombardment of the town, destroy everything. Once that is complete, we will move the ship to a central location. From there, we will drop the mechs and eliminate anything that moves.
Yes, ma'am,
the crew cried with a salute, then went back to work at their stations. Boss's stealth magic was easily able to avoid the eyes of the sentries around the town. We maneuvered carefully overhead, so that the entire target was in range of the weapons. The ship would turn visible once we began to fire the main cannon, which would require us to act fast. I ran down to the mech bay and boarded Bervin. The controls came to life and melded to my body. The display soon activated and showed me my surroundings in better clarity than if I was using my own eyes. Data feeds from the other mechs gave me the status of everyone in the group. I could tell in a moment if someone was hurt or worse. A link to the other 20 mechs in the unit came up. If I focused on one, it would bring up their visual feed. This would allow for greater cooperation on the field. The screen slowly turned green as the other pilots confirmed their status. When they all turned green, I sent the order to commence attack to the bridge crew. We formed squads of 5 that would protect each direction as we thinned the undead ranks. I would assist any direction that looked close to being overrun. The mission sounded simple, but that was no reason to push our luck. We would have to adjust to any curveballs that might be thrown at us while down there. A moment later, the ship rocked backward in the air as the main cannon fired nearly straight down. The feed showed a beam of energy arcing to the spot where the higher-tier readings were coming from. It impacted the ground. Then an explosion blasted out from the spot as debris was sent flying over the rest of the town. There was a collective roar from the undead as more of them realized that there was an airship overhead. Turrets around the airship's hull rang out as they began gunning down the nearby undead that had survived the explosion. The bay doors opened as the airship dropped within 10 meters of the ground. "Go! Make the boss proud!" I shouted, then started forward. There was an echo of cheering as the rest of the mechs jumped right after me. With a lurch, I fell the 10 meters, crushing a zombie into paste when I landed. I turned my machine gun toward the rushing horde, and it warmed up before it unleashed a stream of rounds into them. Booms sounded out around me as the others landed and began pumping lead into the oncoming horde. For the next minute, I was sure every goblin pilot had a grin plastered on their face. Once the surrounding horde was dealt with, we gained a few seconds of breathing room to establish our perimeter.
"Ma'am, Tier 2 reading from the north, showing signs of life. Probability of necromancer 75%, the airship sent."
The target was highlighted for me on my hub, and I moved to join the north line. Sure enough, the undead in this direction were more coordinated than those in the other were. I switched my weapon to laser. It would burn mana faster, but it would allow me to punch through just about anything under Tier 3. A beast of some kind plowed through a building as it rounded the corner to us. The thing was massive at 4 or 5 meters. It looked like an ogre that had died and was reanimated. Carrying a massive 2-handed sword, it roared as it saw us. Green flames that put off unholy mana readings wreathed the creature. Not giving it a chance to gain distance, I aimed the laser cannon at the beast. When I pulled the trigger, there was a moment's pause before a red line streaked down the street. The heated air caused the few windows still remaining in the town to burst into pieces. The energy beam sliced into the ogre's chest, quickly melting it to slag. The ogre looked down at the hole as it came to a stop in its charge. As it collapsed, the beam melted the rest of its upper body. I didn't want to chance that thing getting back up. Shouts sounded out from the line, and I raised my fist to join the cheer, then got back to work. "Target neutralized. Send me the next one," I said into the comms. "Acquiring. Target acquired." This time it was from the east line. 3 dots were highlighted, each reading high tier 2. I quickly joined the line, adding my machine gun to burn down some of the lesser undead rushing us. It wasn't long before I spotted the targets in my visual feed. 2 men and a woman from the shape of their bodies. They were casting spells that amplified the undead, along with sending more deadly spells toward the mechs. The unraulium coating on the mechs resisted much of the intended damage the spell would have caused. The necromancers were using the undead as disposable shields as they funneled most of their mana into their spells. The machine guns were reaching them, but was slowly building a wall of undead in front of them. My laser cannon could penetrate it, but needed more time to recharge. The armor could only absorb so much unholy taint before it needed to be purged. Tossing the machine behind the group, I activated the autocannons on each shoulder and pulled the 2 mana sabers from their sheaths. When I activated the feed, mana was fed into the weapons, and 2 red lines formed over the orichalcum blades. According to the test at the lab, these could cut through just about anything. "Cover me," I ordered, then charged into the fast-moving horde. "Yes!" The other mechs began to spread their fire on the other targets in their sights. The turrets on my shoulders turned anything that got close to my sides into mincemeat, while anything in front of me was cut in half, either vertically or horizontally. Easily covering 2 meters with each stride, I cut the distance between the necromancers and myself down quickly. Not 30 seconds after I left the line, I slammed into the wall that had formed from the continuous gunfire. Undead bodies were flying in several directions as I glared down at the necromancers, who stared back up in horror. I swung my right saber, removing all 3 heads in an instant, even with them putting up their barriers at the last second. "Base, are you receiving all the data properly? Boss will be pleased with the performance our weapons are showing."
"Don't worry, ma'am. We would regret to the end of time if we didn't save this data for future development,"
Terry from the bay replied on comms. "Good goblin. Comms, give me another target."
"Right away."
A moment later, the airship's main cannon fired. The beam sliced a path to the west side of the town. Explosions rang out as various buildings and undead were destroyed by the weapon. A cheer went up through the comms at the destruction. I whistled. Actually getting to see the destruction firsthand was much better than witnessing it from the ship. "Target acquired. Northeast 50 degrees. 6 readings. They are barricaded in a building from the looks of it."
"Understood, comms. Heading out."
Sheathing one of my sabers, I deployed my hex shield. I let the system plot the shortest route before I took off at ground-breaking speed. The street's stones shattered with each of my steps, while undead were thrown into the air. The path led through a building, so I cracked my neck and hunched the mech's shoulder before plowing into and out the other side of the already collapsing building. I pulverized a path through the town before I came to the targeted building. I wasn't sure, but I thought I may have killed a few weaker necromancers in passing. The building in my sights had a thick barrier around it that I didn't want to try to run through. I ground to a stop. "Analyze," I ordered the airship. Multiple mana signatures powering the barrier detected. Unholy mana exceeds threshold. Extreme caution is advised. I nodded, then deactivated my hex shield and pulled my second saber back out. Something thudded on the back of my mech. Pulling the feed, I found a large undead wolf that looked to be made from plates of bone. Its teeth managed to pierce the unraulium armor, if only by a few centimeters. "No free rides," I shouted as I spun. The wolf stayed latched on, even with the violent maneuver. "Fine." Turning back to the barrier, I spun again, then body-slammed the wolf into it. Smoke rose as the little flesh still remaining on the wolf melted off. I felt when it lost some of its strength, and I reached back to pull the beast off me. I frowned when I saw a handful of teeth still sticking out of the cuts. With a few quick movements, I crushed the wolf's head into dust. I checked and found that my journey among the buildings had damaged my left autocannon, a design flaw that would need to be fixed when I got back. After adding that to the log, I then turned back to the barrier. I modified the mana charge on the sabers so that it was concentrated on the point. Rearing back, I plunged both blades into the barrier. A tremendous number of sparks showered me before they burst past it. I placed my arm inside the tear. Activating the grenade launcher in the wrist, I launched one into the building. A moment later, there was a scream as the necromancers inside panicked before the building exploded. It slowly crumbled as I made sure there were no more signs of life. Target eliminated. Send me the next one.
Everything within a kilometer radius has been eliminated, ma'am. A total of 114 high-risk targets had been put down. 30 more readings were pulled during the battle, but were lost during the confrontation. 1 mech lost, pilot is alive.
Gather the mechs. I don't want to leave anything for the enemy to use. Once you're done with that, load up and head for the dungeon entrance. If they have another base around here, we can be sure they will be back with reinforcements. I want to get to the dungeon so we can set up a defense, I said, looking up from Bervin. He had taken quite the beating. The Unralium was doing its job and self-repairing the mech, but it would take some time.
Yes, ma'am.
The officer saluted and ran off to execute the orders. Soon, 2 mechs entered the bay doors, dragging another between them. All of them were covered in rotting gore and were soon being washed off. The downed mech was missing an arm and a leg after an undead worm had burst through the ground next to him and torn them off. Luckily, his squad responded and tore the worm apart with energy sabers and machine guns. Once the bay doors were closed, the airship lifted off and turned toward the dungeon entrance. It was more of a short hop than a flight, as the dungeon was only an hour's walk from the town. By airship, it was a few minutes at most. When the entrance came into view, I had to wonder what kind of resistance the original inhabitants had managed to put up. Craters of all shapes filled the scenery in a circle nearly 200 or 300 meters around the entrance. A solid steel door barred the way into the dungeon, though it was horribly scarred. Half-melted goblin corpses littered the area, though they did look a few days old. Anger still rose in my chest at the sight of our cousins being killed in such a manner. A few undead shambled around the entrance, but the airship easily dealt with them. We sat down in front of the door. With the airship in a more defensible position, we quickly set about erecting permanent defenses around the area. The sensors showed we should be inside the dungeon's aura. I knew the host must be watching us.
General Gursa! We are the ones Boss Regan sent to aid you, I shouted into the night.
When no reply came after a few minutes, I went to help the crew set up the camp. It was probably 2 hours later when a small hatch on the steel door opened. A little goblin squeezed out and trembled as it looked around. I ordered the crew to keep working while I made my way over to him.
Cousin, we are here to help,
I said, hoping he was smart enough to understand.
General Gursa welcomes yous. Wants you stay here till trust yous more, the little goblin said, almost clearly.
I nodded. That's fine. The town to the east has been dealt with, so you should be safe for a while. The goblin concurred and ran back to the hatch and disappeared without another word. I chuckled and went back to work. Just then, my comms suddenly blared.
Warning from boss! Incoming terror wave! Sensors picked it up just after the message. Only it's stronger than the message states. 5 minutes, the comms officer yelled to everyone. Get back in the airship and take it to 100 meters, I ordered, running over to the steel door. Brace your people, General Gursa. A wave of terra mana is going to hit this location in 5 minutes. Message delivered. I ran back and jumped into the open bay door as the airship started to rise and hurried to the bridge. I had them pull up the best image of the wave they could. Several lines of green rippled along the ground as it tore its way toward us. After the wave passed, everything looked fine, but that was only for a few seconds. Then the ground exploded. Area around trees survived with much less damage, but even then it was dangerous. Finally, the wave reached us. When it collided with General Gursa's dungeon, it weakened significantly as the dungeon absorbed a large chunk of the mana from the wave. From there, it was like a stone was thrown in a pond. The wave broke around it, but everything past the dungeon was in less danger. It finally passed out of sight. All right,
The camp received some damage, but we need to get back down there and get to work, I shouted, before ordering the airship back down. I had to make Boss proud. It didn't hurt that I didn't want to be banished from the dungeon. Where else would I be able to build weapons like Bervin?
Chapter 27. Xenio Blackheart. The smell of a delicious source of mana met me as I journeyed through the realm. Travel was different for a disformed soul. When I was a celestial, it only took 30 seconds to move where I wanted. But as a soul, I could be there in 20 seconds, or it could take me months. This time, it had taken months. I looked down into the crater in front of me. The distinct aura of a dungeon emanated from it. But the host was, in mortal terms, not home. Deciding to take the chance, I moved in. The sweet taste of dark mana was all over the crater, but the calling I was sensing was not the cause of this mess. Moving along the dungeon, I found an empty void where 2 dragons were battling. I could tell with a glance who the victor was, so I moved on. The next floor had numerous floating islands. The aura of life emanated strongly from several of them. The source of the calling was located on one that was tucked away in the far side. When I arrived, I found what looked like a ruin on it. I floated through the walls to look around. Whatever was calling me had saturated the place, making it hard to pinpoint. Looking at things in the old-fashioned way, I traversed the ruin until I came upon a sealed room. The dungeon obviously didn't trust whatever was inside, so there was no way to enter the room, and I could sense strong magic flowing off the walls. The dungeon had messed up, however, and had only set it for mortals. I slipped past the wards with ease, my form causing them to malfunction and pop. I finally made it through the wall. If I'd had a month, I would have whistled. The walls were nearly 2 meters thick, made from materials that could buy a small city. Once my vision stabilized, I could finally see what drew me here. A body lay on a stone table. It was still alive, but seemed to be in a coma. The soul had vacated the body weeks, if not months ago, leaving it open for the taking. The body's mana base was a little weak, but a few months should fix that. It was a male by the looks of it. Something had changed the body to one of living metal. If the insides weren't still flesh, I would have turned right back around. This body would be hard to kill. The veins alone seemed to be composed of mithril. I checked one more time to make sure the host was still out before jumping into the body. The sensation of flesh slammed into me, knocking my breath out of my new lungs. I groaned as I sat up. Moving my hand to eye level, I flexed my fingers. A grin broke across my face. Finally, that fucking bitch Laloon is going to pay for what she did to me and my brother. I stood up. The floor cracked when I jumped down. I had used too much strength. Whoops. Well, thank you, good dungeon, for the new body, I said with a bow toward where the core was located. I snapped my fingers, and a pool of darkness formed behind me. I smiled, then fell backward into it. Right as I crossed the border, I sensed something I hadn't since the day my brother was betrayed, if only a little. The sensation of the flame of knowledge. I made a mental note to return here when I was stronger and meet the host personally. Operan's Wanderer. Master Operan's, here are the reagents you requested, said a page as he handed over a box. I could never remember their names. If they didn't reach the next rank in magic by 3 months, they were expelled after all. No point in remembering something that would change in 3 months either way. Thank you, young one, I said, not even paying attention to the boy anymore. I walked back into my laboratory with a serious expression.
After 100+ years of life, I knew myself pretty well. Few things moved me in this city, which seemed to never change. After I set the box on the table, I couldn't help but break into a grin as I observed the materials inside. Rapturous wood from a tree on the surface over 1,000 kilometers straight up. A caw came from the other side of the room, where a raven made of flames glared at me like a wife who'd found out her husband had cheated on her. I chuckled at him. "What, don't want another friend, Kez?" I asked the grumpy raven. "Caw," he squawked with an accusing tone. "I would never. You are the older brother. You need to guide this new sibling when they form," I said with mock surprise. "Caw," Kez squawked again, with a tone that said he wasn't sure about this. "I know, you and nature won't get along, but I would appreciate it if you at least tried." I moved to the next room and placed the wood in the center of a massive ritual diagram. Articles of nature were represented all around the 10-meter circle. I cut my finger and allowed some blood to pool in a circle on the edge. When there was enough, I quickly bound the cut and moved on to the next step. Grabbing my staff, I moved to another section of the ritual. I began chanting, working the spell that had taken me 30 years to create. The 3 gems on the staff began to glow as mana circulated through and between them. Arcs of mana started to manifest as the spell took shape. All around me, motes of light appeared. I looked around carefully, trying to find the one that had the correct hue. Finally, I found one that almost appeared to be hugging the wood. The spell reached a crescendo, and the world around me froze. Kez was frozen mid-flight as he moved to another perch. "Hello, little elemental. Would you like a physical body?" I asked, the only thing still moving in the room. The mote of light floated for a moment before it was sucked into the piece of wood. The world suddenly accelerated around me. I resumed my chant before the spell broke. Mana flowed into the wood as the other materials were absorbed by the central piece. It took the look of melted clay as it started to reshape itself. A wooden creature soon formed in front of me as the spell came to an end. It stood on 4 legs extending from a large body. Deadly-looking antlers emerged from its head, and it shuddered as the elemental took full control of the body. The mana in the air dropped significantly. "See, Kez? No problems like the last one. The body didn't explode," I said, waving the raven off. "Caw," Kez crowed, annoyed. While I examined the body of my newest companion, the room started to shake. At first I just ignored it, as the city experienced minor quakes every few days. But this time the shaking didn't let up. Then a sound that hadn't been heard in 100 years since the last great battle buzzed throughout the city. The loud hum of Rosebloom's city's shield activating meant that whatever was happening could potentially destroy the city. Rosebloom had existed for a millennium since the ancestors migrated here after being driven from the surface. With the population being primarily the high races, little could threaten us. There was a banging at my door, and before I even tried to stumble over, it burst open. "Operans, a wave of terra mana unlike anything we have ever seen is heading for the city. Hell, it's heading for, well, everywhere. All the masters are being called to the central spire to channel mana into the barrier," said the voice from the other room, who I recognized as Kolu. "Let's go then, Kolu," I shouted. I channeled some mana into the air around me and took off, hovering to avoid the shaking. Kolu copied me, and we quickly made our way out of the labs. We were soon joined by every master in the city. The central spire of the Mage District rose above us. I almost stopped and gaped when I saw the barrier that was thought to be impenetrable
cracking from the massive amount of energy slamming into it. The masters gathered around the giant crystal that floated at the top of the spire. Each of the over 200 masters began channeling our mana into the crystal. The shield pulsed with the influx of mana, and the cracks started to recede, as did the shaking the cavern was experiencing. For a moment, I thought the danger had passed. Then there was the roar of thunder, something not often heard in this subterranean world. Parts of the ceiling broke off and impacted the shield. I felt like a great hand was pressing down on me when another wave of terra mana struck the shield, this one even stronger than the first. Even with our massive mana pools, masters started to drop from the sky as they felt the feedback from the shield. There was a pain like a knife driven into my temple, nearly knocking me from the sky as well, but I was able to withstand it. Suddenly, I felt an influx of cooling mana that reduced the pain greatly. Sai, my water elemental companion, wrapped around my neck and infused me with mana. I nodded my thanks to him, unable to speak for fear of feeling more feedback from the shield. I redoubled my efforts to make up for the masters who were incapacitated. This time, we managed to see the wave that passed the city. A rippling, almost alive shockwave of energy crawled over the city's shield to continue past. Its power was reduced, but even several kilometers away, I could tell it was feeding on the natural terra mana of the planet to grow in power. "Quickly, before the third wave, channel all your remaining power into the shield," Grand Master Gulori shouted, immediately following her own advice. We barely had time to return the shield to full strength before the last wave hit. If the second had been like a hand pressing down, this one was akin to a god dropping a mountain on us. All the masters were slammed from the sky from the pressure and impacted the ground, making craters surrounding the spire. The sound of glass breaking echoed around the cavern. I managed to prop myself up, though I wished the impact had knocked me out. The shield was spiderwebbing as it fought to resist the wave. I sent up a silent prayer to any god that might be listening that it would hold out. The wave finally passed as quickly as it came, parts of the shield missing as it broke. Just as the wave finished passing, the crystal on the spire exploded into fragments that began raining down. I could only gape as I watched the majestic jewel of the city vanish right before my eyes. A figure suddenly landed next to me. Unlike the rest of us, she had managed to stay in the air. Soon, 2 more figures landed next to her. They all had a regal force that brooked no argument. "Master Wanderer," Grand Master Gulori said. "Grand Masters," I replied, trying to stand up, but failing. "Rest. It's time for your services. You are the only one who has traveled farther than the wastes and survived to tell the tale, which earned you your name. With the grand shield gone, we cannot afford to leave the city. Go, seek out the source of this attack and return to us," Gulori said with a force that made the air crackle. "As the Grand Masters have commanded," I said, bowing my head, which was about the only part of my body I could move. The masters nodded before walking away. The new elemental companion I'd summoned before this crazy thing had gone down walked up to me, and I felt a soothing flow of mana enter my body. "Thanks," I said before passing out. Chapter 28. 30 years ago. How long have I stared at the wall now? How long has it been since I last saw the sun? I don't even care about revenge anymore. I'm sure my accusers are long dead. What I wouldn't do to feel the sun on my face again. 10 years ago. "Get back here, you street rat!" shouted a man in a splendid robe as he chased a boy that bobbed and weaved among the crowds. The boy was more at home in the streets than a goblin in the forests. Nothing could catch him. The boy didn't even pause. In fact, he sped up. He took corners at a speed that might harm another person, but that was just the extent of his desire to escape the man. Onlookers merely turned away, helping neither the boy nor the man in the robe. The boy whispered something under his breath, and he appeared to go even faster. Finally, after an hour of chasing him, the man lost track of the boy. He cursed before he left. Not 2 feet from where he stood, a homeless man leaned forward, and the boy emerged from a hole in the wall. "Thanks, mister," the boy said without a change in expression. The homeless man sighed when he saw the lack of expression.
"The world's rough out there. Fight. Fight with all you've got,"
he said with a toothless smirk. The boy nodded and took off. He made his way along a complicated, almost maze-like section of the slums until he reached a lean-to. He was careful as he lifted the sheet. The occupant couldn't handle light well. "Sarah, I'm home," the boy called softly. "You know, another day that you return," Sarah said morbidly with a grin. "Too bad for you," Yuno responded flatly. "Once you die, I will be allowed to die," the girl said, never losing her grin. The boy sighed and began pulling things from the inner pockets of his shirt. Food comprised the majority of it, but there were a few articles of monetary value as well. Today had been a good day for Yuno the street rat. He made 2 settings of the food and handed one to Sarah. Her eyes glinted, which, as Yuno grew older, he started to realize was what the adults called madness. Thankfully, his little sister still ate when given food. As the pair ate, Yuno looked over the other items from the day. A few silver coins that would go a long way to keeping them fed. Some type of charm that had a gem in it. From the smoothness, Yuno hoped it was worth a lot. Finally, a parchment that had several different shades of red on it. Something about the parchment made him stop eating to examine it. As he unrolled it, he felt a shock on his fingers, but it quickly passed. Yuno just shook his head, as he sometimes got shocked when he touched surfaces around the city. He couldn't tell anything different about it this time. "Yuno, what do you have there?" Sarah asked. "I don't know." He set it on the ground and slowly unrolled it, being more careful than he had ever been before, as the parchment felt like it would crumble at any second. Once it was fully unrolled, Yuno found that it was a map of the city, only it looked like the city was a lot smaller. The only reason he knew it was the city to begin with was from the Church of Laloon's cathedral in the middle. A path was drawn on it that led to a place Yuno sometimes had to frequent when people grew too aware of him, the sewers. Only the path led farther down. Yuno had once tried to go there, but fear of the unknown had stopped him. "A treasure map," Sarah cried, then covered her mouth, glancing around. After nothing happened for a good minute, she removed her hand, the ever-present grin still there. "Let's go. I want to find the treasure. Let's go tonight." Her excitement creeped through, even though she was still whispering. "Dangerous. I'll go alone," Yuno said with a shake of his head. "Once night falls, you can't stop me. Either take me or risk the gangs finding me," she said with a chuckle. "Which?" Yuno mumbled. "You know what they will do to me if they find me," she whispered into his ear. "Shut up! You are not going," Yuno said, his expressionless face actually forming a frown. "A whorehouse, or worse. I might end up a slave to some fat bastard that wants to use me for his pleasure," Sarah said, getting louder rather than quieter. Yuno growled. His features suddenly elongated as he grew several centimeters in seconds. It stopped, then he shrank back to normal as he regained control of his emotions. He glared at Sarah. "Fine," he said, his expressionless face reverting back. The two made ready, as the sun was soon to set. Yuno and Sarah weren't sure, as they'd never had a chance to ask their parents, why Sarah couldn't handle the sun, but she'd said it felt like someone was burning her the last time she'd attempted to go out. It was a mystery that they knew would probably never be solved. The two checked the area before they quickly ran into the night. Sarah kept pace with Yuno with some effort. She wasn't an invalid, just malnourished. If the gangs of the slums weren't always looking for new blood to throw in the brothels or their own personal harems, Sarah would have tried to get a job at a tavern or something similar. It didn't take long before they came to a sewer grate. Yuno glanced around before he slammed down on it with his foot. There was a minor boom as the grate broke and dropped to the bottom of the sewer. The two looked around to make sure no one was coming to investigate the sound, then jumped in, Yuno first to catch his sister. The sewer was lit by old sunstones, so they had no need for torches. They ran carefully until they reached the section shown on the map. They slowed down as the path grew quite complicated. Finally, 2 hours later, they came to the section that led deeper into the ground. Yuno was surprised that the sunstones were still working in this ancient section. He had to hand it to the Golden Age people for their work. As they rounded a corner, Yuno heard something and raised his hand.
"How can you let some kid steal the map?"
said a man's voice up ahead. "Sorry, messenger, you told me it was warded, and it went to my head," said another voice, one that Yuno had heard a lot this afternoon.
"This is a fool's errand without it, but you're to scavenge this area until you find something of value. I would hurry if you don't want to be turned into an undead."
A green light suddenly appeared around the corner in front of the two. Yuno urged Sarah back the way they came, but as if the fates were laughing at them, Sarah stepped on a bone, which snapped loudly. Throwing caution to the wind, Yuno grabbed her and pulled her down another tunnel. In a repeat of this afternoon, pursuing footsteps kept up with him, no matter how hard he tried to lose them.
"Leave me,"
Sarah said, breathing harshly.
"Shut up,"
Yuno growled at her.
"This way,"
Yuno heard, as if from the wind. He changed his direction and ran down the tunnel. The faint voice whispered in his ear, leading them farther into the maze of tunnels. The architecture had changed 3 times already during the time they'd been running. Finally, they reached a huge door that must have been 20 meters tall. Yuno heard an unnatural moaning from the way they'd come and knew he didn't have much time. He moved forward and pressed his hands against the massive door. He tried to push it, but the passage of time had sealed it shut. He kept trying and soon felt the familiar heat as his body grew larger. With a howl, he slammed against the door and felt it budge. After a grueling minute, he had opened it enough for him and his sister to get through. Yuno quickly ran to the other side and pushed it shut with a resounding boom. He slid down against the door as his muscles released steam. Sarah knelt next to him, breathing heavily.
"I thought that door would never open again,"
said a voice deeper in the room. Yuno jerked his head but wasn't sure what he was seeing. A man was stuck to the wall, impaled through not only his hands and feet, but also his 6 wings. One pair consisted of feathers, another scales, and the third leather. A symbol neither of the children had ever seen before was engraved over the entire back wall, a blooming black flower with vines of thorns from the center of the flower.
"Beautiful,"
Sarah said as she gazed upon the man. As if she had lost control, she stumbled over to him, wanting nothing more than to touch him. "Sarah, no!" Yuno shouted, struggling up before tackling his sister to the ground.
"Boy, you should let the young lady do what she wants. Trust me, I don't bite. Much,"
the man said with an air of humor. "I can only think you are a monster," Yuno said, fighting to keep his sister under control.
"I am perfection, the son of Grand Celestial Lucifer. Nero at your service,"
Nero said. The door shook as something collided with it from the other side. It held, but cracks formed. Yuno glared from the door back to Nero, not sure which was the greater threat.
"Then why are you trapped here, Nero?" Yuno asked.
Alas, perfection is not welcomed in most places. My power scared the others, but I was too much, and they bound me here in this manaless chamber. I would have been trapped forever, since only a high race can open the door. Thankfully, you opened it.
Nero explained with a yawn. "High race?" Yuno asked, confused.
From the looks of it, high beast race.
Nero glanced at the girl.
Siblings, but she suffers from the Lumo curse. So you must be descendants of Laro. Grisly way for a person to go,
Nero said, shaking his head. "Do you know how to cure it?" Yuno asked.
Hard for even one of my status, but a celestial can do it. I happen to know a few, and if you help me, I'll help you. I'll even stop the compulsion,"
Nero said, wiggling his fingers. Sarah stopped struggling to get to him. The door boomed again, and more cracks formed. Yuno clenched his fist until blood dripped from it. He knew the men outside would definitely kill them. He was only partially sure that Nero could kill them. He growled, deciding to go with the lesser of two evils. "I want a mana-bound contract," he shouted. Nero grinned and snapped his fingers, which must have been incredibly painful. Mana streamed from his body and met a stream from Yuno. There was a small burst of sparks as they both agreed to the terms. Once the contract was signed, Sarah and Yuno ran forward to pull the spikes from Nero. It took longer than expected, as the spikes were nearly 3 meters long. Just as the doors exploded in, Yuno managed to remove the last spike from Nero's wing. There was a shock wave of mana as Nero was truly released from whatever was binding him. Mana surged into the room like a tidal wave. He raised a single hand. Then there was a blinding light. Yuno and Sarah turned to see that the door and everything past it had become a blackened burn on the ground.
"So, kids, where can we get something to eat? I haven't tasted food in... What year is it?"
Nero said as he stretched.
"It's 1654, of the New Age,"
Yuno answered. Nero considered.
"So, in over 2,000 years, then,"
he said, thinking for a while.
"How are you still alive?"
Sarah asked with wide eyes.
"How indeed?"
Nero smirked before pacing toward the entrance.
"Treasure enough for you?"
Yuno asked Sarah.
"He is easy on the eyes for a 2,000-year-old man,"
Sarah said with a giggle and took off after Nero. Yuno just smacked his forehead, then finally followed after them.
Chapter 29. Helicilia. A few days ago. "Damn it!" I shouted, kicking a tree. That bitch Morka left me on the path to the valley. That wasn't even the worst part. She ordered me. Ordered, I thought with a growl. No one orders me except the master. I kicked the tree again, infusing it with mana, causing the tree to explode into splinters. "Mistress, we cannot stay here. There are patrols," one of my men started to say, before I whipped around to grab his neck. "Do you plan to order me now?" I growled, lifting him easily several dozen centimeters off the ground. I'd mastered physical enhancement magic long ago. I might look like a slender woman, but I could lift a man twice my height and weight without strain. "Oh!" he gasped out. Not really feeling it, I dropped him to the ground before moving toward the carriage. I delivered the celestial to the target. No reason for me to stay around any longer. "Let's go. I want to be at the capital in a week," I shouted. As I boarded the carriage, there was a massive blast in the distance. Then the ground rumbled from the direction of the dungeon. I smirked. At least someone else is having just as bad a day as I am. I glared at the roughed-up carriage. It had been tossed about earlier in the night when a strange wave of terra mana rippled through the forest, The trees had reduced the impact, but it still ended up killing 2 of my men when the carriage landed on them. They were still with us, of course. You never left a necromancer unless they didn't want you around anymore. Beautiful, I said, as I took in the sight in front of me. As far as I could see was a black, twisted landscape, with undead of all types wandering the charred land. I couldn't find even a trace of life within the borders of the Black Land. The smoldering ruin of the Lekazar capital lay in the distance, unholy mana radiating from it like a heartbeat. The masters used Alara's core in the spell to compensate for the lack of mana. Our help in the castle of Lekazar was a great aid, said a skeleton in black armor. Excellent. I would like to convene with the other masters. I'm sure they have missed their leader. Gather them at once, I ordered, not turning from the landscape. At once, I heard, but didn't bother to acknowledge it. Soon 5 figures formed around me. Where are the rest? I asked, glaring over the 5. Dead beyond the means of the mana. 1 was killed when a weapon tore through the upper half of Alara's dungeon. 2 more were lost in battle while resisting the attackers. Finally, 3 during the ritual of the transformation. The man, Master Hagor, said. He wore a full suit of black plate armor and walked with a girl on his arm. Well, Princess Kyla, glad to see you with us, I said with a smile at the woman.
Helicilia, Kyla said with a curtsy. Thank you for showing me such a wondrous power.
As long as you continue to prove useful to the master, then you're welcome in the cause. Kyla nodded to me, then went back to grabbing a hold of Hagor. I could only think of how stupid she was to move just because Hagor made her fall in love with him. I myself would never understand the calling of the feeling called love. I just shook my head and turned to the other masters.
Mistress, would the Dark One like us to remain here or head back to the capital?
Weiss asked, the master responsible for recruiting new blood to the cause. He was a middle-aged man who radiated his power. It was all part of the show to make people understand what they could gain if they joined.
There are rumors in the ranks the North is no longer safe,
said Master Carmine with a frown. She was older than I, but looked younger than me. I never understood her desire to look like a child and draw in men with that. It did work, hence the reason she was so highly ranked among the necromancers. We may have gained a foothold in Lekazar, but we cannot abandon the North. Too many of our resources are located there for us to forsake it lightly, I said, shaking my head. Weiss, stay here and try to turn more people to the cause. Surely, with such a blatant display of power, we can get many that want to just stay alive in the coming times. Carmine, head back to the capital with me. We will work to fortify the home front against the invader that so obviously has it in for us. Less than 3 days. That was how long it had taken for whatever had attacked the North to free Alara. A century of hard work lost in 3 days. I wouldn't stand to have that happen to our main base of operations. Understood. I promise to double the ranks before next spring, though I won't be able to vouch for their quality, Weiss said with a nod, before he vanished in a plume of smoke.
It's good we still have Selmore,
Carmine started to say. Enough. Just go prepare, I said, waving my hand at her in dismissal. What would you like us to do? Hagor said in a heavy voice. Stay here and deal with her family. You failed to get most of them, right? I asked with a smirk. Clean up the rest of your mess. He nodded, then bowed as he led Kyla away. I turned to look at the last 2 masters. They were a pair of twins that were twisted in their ways, but followed the master with all their being. Perfect for the cause. Jin, Finn, I want you 2 to deal with the church. I doubt they will take a relaxed approach to this.
Yes, mistress,
they answered in unison, then burst into shadow and vanished. I looked to the ruin of the city again before laughing. This is the power of unholy manna.
Chapter 30. Creation and Destruction. Creation and Destruction sat at a table drinking tea. Galaxies swirled around them, but they stared at one in particular. Creation sighed as he picked up the galaxy after a few moments. It quickly lost its light and crumbled to dust. Destruction chuckled at the sight. "You win again, sister," Creation said as he closed his hand around the galaxy. It was one of many that they had made bets on. When you had eternity, you had to come up with something to distract. "It looks like your latest project is well on his way to destroying his new home. Pity that shortly after he left his old one, everything calmed down," Destruction said with a pout. "He did surprise me with, what did he call it again? Starfall? I thought I was going to lose right then and there," Creation said, leaning back in his chair and taking a sip from his tea. "Surprised? You?" Destruction asked with a raised eyebrow. "Figure of speech," Creation said, waving her off. "Have you tried to look at the fate of that universe?" Destruction asked. The future always ended in destruction. Nothing could outrun it, so she lacked the ability to look ahead. Creation was the one that could prolong the inevitable. It was an interesting game they played. Too many paths, with branches from other universes intersecting. After the first 2 million, I decided to just watch and see. "That is unlike you," Destruction said with a grin. "Maybe, but even I like to watch a good show every now and then," Creation laughed. "I don't know if I should call it lucky or unlucky that the dungeons and various other entities on that planet managed to absorb enough of the Terra mana to keep it from ripping it apart. You might want to tell your pet project to be more careful in the future if you want to have any chance of winning this time," Destruction said seriously. Creation shook his head. "Of the paths I looked at, any in which I spoke with him of my violation again soon ended. No, I will just watch." "Interesting. I always find it fascinating that the people from the worlds without direct intervention from their gods usually end up destroying themselves slower than the ones with their gods influencing them." "Free will. No one likes being told what to do." Creation sighed again as he reached over to grab another galaxy from the surroundings, only to have it fade to dust. "And that's 42 trillion for me and 2 for you," Destruction said with a loud laugh. "As is the will of their universe," Creation said. Creation won if the universe lived past half its projected age. Destruction won if something happened that caused it to die before then. Of course, universes are endless, but if there is no life in the universe, there is no point keeping it around. Creation would recycle the universe for a new batch of life. Universes where the planets with life managed to achieve spaceflight were usually the ones that lasted longest. That way, the life could spread its seeds much farther than if it remained on its home planet. Once its sun went out, that was game over after all. Some universes were lucky and got several planets with life. Of the 2 wins Creation had, that was how one of the universes achieved the goal. It had 14 planets spread out among its vast reaches that eventually reached spaceflight and didn't immediately try to kill each other. "I really do like your pet project. Every time he creates something, it's more deadly than the last. Even the things he gives life to are destructive enough to wipe a country out if they tried," Destruction said, gazing at the universe that Regan had gone to. "Oh, you find him interesting?" Creation asked, surprised. "Quite so. It's like he takes after my own soul," Destruction said with a warm tone.
Chapter 31. Kingdom of Lekazar Capital City. A blonde girl with twin tails was walking down a hallway. She would have been called a beauty by anyone who saw her, if not for the scowl on her face. She came to about 156 centimeters tall, with piercing golden eyes, and was the third princess of the Lekazar noble family, Chloe Lekazar.
I can't believe that pig just let her run off his own daughter,
Chloe muttered to herself, walking down the passage. She eventually came to a grand door that looked like it should take at least 2 people to open. She casually pushed it, and it opened without a sound.
"Father, I need to,"
Chloe called, before a rumbling and slight tremor in the floor made her pause. The room shook again, and some books fell off the shelves that made up most of the Grand King's office. There was another shake, and the king came from the other side of one of the bookshelves, looking worried but still regal. "Chloe." The king said her name with concern, then moved to look out the window in the hallway she came in from. The sun had just set, but it seemed as if a sea of flames covered half the city. "Father!" Chloe shouted, alarmed and surprised at the sight. "Go get your mother and sisters. I want you out of the city 10 minutes ago. Use the ancient teleport ring in the basement. If we make it through this, I will meet you." The king paused for a moment to think of a good meeting spot. "The village of Rabia," Chloe said, and quickly voiced her reasons. "My friend is the Viscountess there. She can offer us aid, and it's technically in Thonica territory, so it will be the last place people will think to look for Lekazar royalty." "That sounds like a good idea." He stopped for a second. "I'm very proud of you," he said, warmth filling his voice. Chloe couldn't hold back and threw herself into a hug with her father. The ground shook again, and the sound of guards searching for the king could be heard down the hallway. They quickly came to the pair and stood looking nervous before some of them angered. Chloe couldn't blame them, as they had family and friends in the city, and someone had dared to attack it. The king told 2 guards to escort Chloe to find the queen and her sisters, and make sure they made it to the teleport ring. Chloe and her guards ran as fast as possible, stumbling now and then, as the rumbling and shaking was getting quite bad now. Chloe luckily found her mother and sisters together in her younger sister's room. She had 1 younger and 2 older sisters, as well as 2 brothers who were older, but they were away from the city at the moment, and she could only hope they weren't in danger too. Chloe's mother was a beautiful woman who had aged well, and was just about to hit 40 this year. She had blonde hair and was quite tall, at nearly 2 meters. Chloe's oldest sister looked like a mini version of their mother, with almost all her features nearly copies of the queen's, only younger. The next oldest sister was a bit of a black sheep, who enjoyed learning magic and wore a hooded cape most of the time. She still had the family's blonde hair, but she had let it grow without giving it much attention, to near her thighs. Lastly, the youngest, who took after their father, with very dark brown hair. Luckily, her face still came from their mother. The oldest, Gazel, was 21, followed by Kyla at 20, Chloe at 17, and the youngest, Sophie, at 10. "Mother, Father said that we all need to get to the teleport ring and leave as quickly as possible," Chloe said urgently when she entered the room. "That's what I assumed would be the case. I was scared that would be the case." She nodded knowingly with a sad look. The guards had increased to 10 on the way to the basement, and Chloe's mother decided to bring them along for protection to the transfer location. They had just made it to the room where the teleport ring was, when one of the guards screamed out in pain, followed by the rest, except for the one nearest Chloe. "What's going on?" her mother shouted, looking around.
"Nothing to be worried about, Mother. Just needed to get rid of the extra baggage, though it seems I missed one,"
Kyla said from the back of the group. "Kyla, what are you doing? What do you mean?" the queen screamed.
"I made a deal, you see,"
Kyla said, then lifted her hood, showing 2 horns growing from her head. "After tonight, I will be one of the most powerful necromancers in history, with access to power unheard of in the last 500 years. To Chloe, she seemed deranged. How could you? Your soul will never find freedom now. You've doomed yourself to eternal damnation.
My soul? It's only if I die that I lose my soul. So it's simple. I just don't have to die.
She screamed with a mad cackle at the end and lifted her hand. A magic circle formed faster than Chloe had ever seen before. A lance that seemed to be made of bone shot out and pierced through Gazel, who didn't even get a chance to scream in pain before something flowed out of her and into Kyla. Kyla moved her hand to aim toward Chloe, but the only guard still alive jumped and threw them both into the magic circle. The bone lance passed so close to Chloe's face that she could have kissed it. The queen waved her hand, and a blast of wind shot Sophie into the circle as well, and she activated it right as another lance pierced her from behind. The last thing Chloe saw was her mother's smile and her sister's deranged look of madness and rage. Chloe. Your Highness! Your Highness! Someone said, shaking me. I groggily opened my eyes to look around. We were in a ruin about 1 kilometer from the city. The guard who had survived with us was shaking me. I'm awake. Thank you, I said weakly. Your Highness, we need to move. I have disabled the teleport circle, but your sister knows its location, the guard said hurriedly. I agree. It seems she planned to finish us all off in the chamber and didn't expect anyone to make it through. I got up and made my way to Sophie, who was lying on the ground. Her eyes were open, though. Sophie, are you okay? I asked, as I reached down to check on her. She jerked away from me like I had the plague. Sophie? What's wrong? I asked worriedly. She just stared at me in fear and didn't answer. Your Highness, I believe she may be traumatized by your sister. She trusted Kyla so much that she may not be able to trust us for a while, the guard explained, looking at Sophie with a sad expression. I nodded slowly and turned my attention back to Sophie. We need to move, or Kyla may try to attack us again. Can you walk? I asked, without approaching her this time. She nodded and stood up. By the way, forgive me, but what is your name? I asked the guard. While I knew many of them, I still didn't know all of them. Pardon me for the late introduction, he said, getting on one knee. I am Dylan, a magic knight. Understood, Dylan. We need to get to Rabia. Do you know the way? I do, Your Highness. We made to leave the ruin. It had only been a few minutes, but when you're running for your life, that could mean the difference. I went to reach for Sophie, but she jerked away again, and I could only sigh. It seemed that in one night, I may have lost most of my family. I looked back at the city I had lived in for the last 17 years, and watched as it literally burned to the ground. Tears threatened to fall from my eyes, but I promised myself I wouldn't cry until I was sure of one thing. My sister would pay for her crimes. We made distant time and quickly reached the nearest village about 8 hours later. It was near dawn when we spotted the town, and it seemed like everything was normal for now. Your Highness, please wait here with the princess while I go purchase horses and supplies. Well, I think it should be safe enough. If the enemy has spies, they may be able to track you. I understand. I'll leave it to you. We'll rest here for the time being. Sophie had already sat down on a boulder and was meditating like we were taught in the royal family. She hadn't made a sound the entire trip. I was really starting to worry I would never hear her voice again. I went and sat near her, but at enough distance that she didn't jerk away. I watched as Dylan made his way into the village. Roughly half an hour later, he came back out with 3 horses carrying a variety of bags tied to them. They weren't the best horses in the world, especially compared to those used by the royal family, but they were better than walking. The town doesn't know anything about the capital yet, only that all remote communication magic seems to have stopped working. I see. I hope Father is all right. We quickly left and made our way north to the valley of Rabia. From the capital, it would take roughly 15 days. I could sense that Dylan seemed to be casting some type of magic on the horses to make them recover and move faster. I was more of a melee fighter, so magic was kind of a blah for me. Sophie had basically stopped eating anything unless she made it herself, and she still hadn't said a word to either of us. I was worried, since she was only 10 years old. Hopefully, once we had a chance to sit and calm down, she would recover. We were attacked a few times by monsters along the way, but Dylan was seriously good at his job and quickly eliminated all of them, usually before we even noticed their presence. I'd known the Royal Guard were strong, but I hadn't known they were that strong. Maybe that was why Kyla had eliminated them first in the basement, because they could have stopped her if it wasn't a surprise attack. After 17 days of traveling like bandits, we finally made it to Rabia Valley. We had been delayed several times for one reason or another. Dylan said it was dangerous to use inns and such, so we were forced to camp out the whole way. I seriously needed a bath.
Halt! What is your purpose here?
A guard at the gate to the valley demanded in a "it's my job, so don't get an attitude with me" sort of way. We came to visit friends. Is there a fee to enter? I asked worriedly. We had some gold, but almost no silver or copper.
We just need you to state your purpose and have your carriage inspected if you have one. You will also be judged by the obelisk, the guard explained. Once you're clear to enter, don't cause any problems.
Understood, Sir Guard, I said with a smile that caused the guard to blush. Upon entering the gate, it was like I'd stepped back into the capital. The amazing stonework just at the gate had me gaping as I looked around. The guard led us to a tall stone pillar where a line of people waited. There would be a glow of mana, then the guard would let them enter the valley. It took us around half an hour with the number of people in line. Standing under the obelisk as the light washed over me, I felt like my soul was being gazed into. I wanted to cover myself and squirm away. Finally, it ended, and the guard waved me forward. The others passed as well. Sophie stared up at the obelisk in awe before the guard gently tried to move her on. She jerked when he was about to touch her, and moved forward without any more forcing. We made our way into the valley and toward the town itself. It looked quite big for it only being a town. Buildings taller than many in the central district of the capital rose into the air. The streets were well maintained and clean. I saw markings from what looked like a battle, but they were faded. We passed a tower that rose higher than all the buildings around it by several dozen meters. "Sophie, something interesting about that tower?" I asked hopefully. She blinked, looked at me, and then just moved on without a word, bringing another sigh. We got directions to Luella's castle, and when we came to it, I couldn't help but stare. The castle floated, and waterfalls released water into a pit that I swore went on forever. When I finally broke out of the trance the beautiful sight had put me in, we made our way inside. The volume of guards lining the corridors made me wonder what my friend had gone through. A maid brought us to a sitting room and asked us to wait. I felt self-conscious of the fact that I was currently filthy and was sitting in one of the nicest rooms I had ever been in. Dylan stood next to the door, never letting his guard down. Sophie had already sat down and pulled a book to her from next to the couch. The book was nearly as thick as her hand was wide. "Sorry, I was in the middle of a meeting." "Chloe, what are you doing here? And in such a state? Is that Sophie back there? What are you doing here?" Luella repeated. Luella looked completely different from the last time I'd seen her. It was more than just a year of growth. Her entirety appeared to have changed. I couldn't help but feel like a child next to her. "I will explain everything." I took a deep breath. "The capital was attacked. My sister betrayed us for power from the necromancers," I said simply, before explaining the story in detail. "Kyla, how could she do such a foolish thing?" Luella said with a sigh. "I don't know, and even if there are circumstances behind it, I don't think she can be pardoned. I may have been kind, but I'd been raised to be a queen and knew how to make hard decisions." "I guess that makes the report I just got more understandable," Luella said, glancing to her office. "What report?" I asked, my curiosity getting the better of me. "The Lekazar Pass to the Deadlands has been opened, and the undead march in the plains of Guilez. If they turn west, they will hit the fort of Dead Hill in roughly 10 days. Everything from the pass to the capital is a charred and blackened wasteland. Shardhaven and an uncountable number of small villages are no more, she said, and leaned back. My blood ran cold. There were hundreds of villages between the Deadlands and the capital. Hundreds of thousands of people would or had died, and those who'd fled would be turned into refugees. Their fate could be much worse than those who'd died. I could only pray for the fate of the Empire. I will go to Thonica to plead for help. Even if I have to give myself to marriage, I can't let this come to pass without a fight, I said immediately, standing up. Luella jumped up and grabbed my shoulders before I made it even one step. I understand your pressure, but please, you need to rest and refresh for today. It's already past noon. Even if you leave, you won't make it much farther, she said to calm me down. My tension eased a bit, and I nodded. She was right. Rushing out like a fool would only make things worse. Plus, she continued, I might have someone who can help if you will speak to him. Oh? I have made a friend who is quite powerful. Maybe he could turn this around somehow. All right. I sat back down and closed my eyes for a bit, just enjoying the calm. The next thing I knew, I was being shaken awake by Dylan. Your Highness, the princess is gone, he said worriedly. What? Sophie, I shouted urgently. None of the guards had seen her leave her spot. We rushed outside and looked for her in the nearby roads. Even after a full hour, we still hadn't found her, and Luella said she'd go ask her friend if he knew anything. She came back almost half an hour later with a complex expression. Well, I found her, but I don't know how you'll take it. She frowned. What's wrong? Sophie. She took a deep breath. Sophie bound herself to the dungeon. At that point, everything seemed to catch up to me at the same time. I passed out.
Chapter 32. Gnome Evacuation Fleet. The gnomes' city was gone. The fortress they'd believed would never fall was reduced to rubble in a matter of minutes. Who was to blame? Everyone aboard the wandering fleet, as many had started to call it, wanted so dearly to blame someone. Desperate people were prone to make mistakes. Should they blame the king? Many did, of course. There were also many who regretted the actions of their countrymen and women that had led to the king's fall into madness. Many tears were shed for the lost king by the ones who'd loved him. He would be remembered as a good king that gave in to fear, but still a good king. Should they blame the princess? Some did, the ones who blamed the entire royal family for the situation they found themselves in. They knew, of course, they would likely be dead or mindless slaves had the princess not returned when she did. Everyone knew what the princess had done to protect the people. They knew and regretted that a child was forced to slay her own flesh and blood. On the Ryu, Princess Izora's ship, the mood was grim. It had been 3 days since she had saved the people on board, and basically the entire fleet. She had yet to awaken, however. As the only heir to the throne, this made her the bona fide queen of the gnome people. Captain Shido had ordered the fleet back to Jade Port, only to find it was in ruins from a massive wave. They rescued the people still alive, but they were few and far between. The fleet had a destination, Rabia Valley, but it would take them several weeks to reach it. Many of the airships that composed the fleet were either old or just not built for fast travel. Supplies were also low, meaning hunting parties were needed to gather game and other foodstuff from the land while the fleet moved. They would have stopped at villages, but most were in ruins. "Scout 1 has returned," announced the helm. "They report that the city is still intact, but recovering from large amounts of damage. There is a large number of refugees from the surrounding areas." "Thank you. Please check the east front before getting rest," Captain Shido said through the communication crystal. He was doing his best to keep the fleet in one piece while the princess was recovering. By rights, he was now an admiral, but he felt more comfortable being addressed as captain. Plus, titles meant little at a time like this. Just keeping the people fed was more important than a word said before his name. Captain Shido picked up the report he had been reading before the message came in. Of the nearly 400,000 people who'd lived in Jade Wind, only a fraction of that remained. A grand total of 65,000 and some left over in over 2,000 airships. Barely enough to count as a large town. While that might have seemed like the worst of it, some would argue that the total loss of the gnomes' history and technology was 10 times worse. They went from being a powerhouse that no lord or kingdom would dare mess with to being little more than refugees. The fleet drifted to a stop above a forested area that was roughly 60 kilometers from Eveningdale City. The forest didn't appear to have suffered any damage from the wave. The trees had buffered a large amount of the terramana. The hunters quickly disembarked to find game. "How is the princess doing?" Captain Farino, from one of the few remaining battleships, asked. He'd had one of the hunters' dinghies bring him over, and he wasn't the only one. The captains from several of the major vessels were present. It was the best they could do with the lack of any real leadership. "It was touch and go for a while, but she has stabilized as of this morning. The healers say she should wake up late tonight or tomorrow, though I imagine she'd rather not," Captain Shido replied, rubbing his temples. The fact that she'd left her royal guard, whether inadvertently or because of some other reason, would weigh heavily on the princess. "What are we going to do?" Captain Farino asked the gathered group. Everyone remained silent as they looked around to each other. No one had any idea what the correct response was at the moment. Everyone had lost family and was still grieving. Everyone just wanted someone to step up and save them. Captain Shido stood and pounded his fist on the table. "We'll endure. Every race goes through a point in its existence where they are threatened. We still have the princess. We still have Lord Regan," he said. "I plan to support the princess with everything I have left in my body. What say you?" "I'm with the good captain. If we, the arm of the kingdom, falter now, who will help the people? We still have our ships. We still have our bodies. We will survive," yelled another captain. He was burly for a gnome and looked more like a dwarf. "Aye, we can... No, we will rebuild," another captain shouted. More and more captains stood and shouted their agreement. They pounded the table. The sound carried over the silent night to the other airships. Quiet at first, but growing as the airships nearest the Ryu joined in. Soon, the pounding and cheering could be heard from kilometers around. Suddenly, the airship rocked as something pushed against it. The captains ran outside to the deck to see Azora floating in the air with a giant gear behind her. Mana radiated off her, making some wonder if she was truly a gnome. "I have heard you, my people. We will survive. We will rebuild. Follow me. Follow Lord Regan. I swear to you now, I will do everything in my power to protect you and your families. I swear it." Princess Azora called out, her voice reaching every part of the fleet. The captains who were closest to her were able to see her eyes were glowing, and there appeared to be an aura of mana around her. Their voices had awoken her. Their voices had stoked the desire to protect her people into a raging bonfire. People fell to their knees in reverence. Others bowed their heads in shame. But most stood proudly on the decks of the ships, their faces turned to their princess with tears running down their cheeks. Rarely are a people ever so united. The captains all saluted the princess, feeling proud, feeling ready for the challenges ahead. "Princess, no. Queen Izora, you have my fealty anew," Captain Shido shouted. "Queen Izora! My queen! Queen Izora!" Cheers for Queen Izora echoed throughout the night, even louder than the first calls. The hunters returned as soon as they heard their princess had awakened. Everyone celebrated in their moment of grief. Hope was not lost. Izora looked over her people. She needed to protect them. Tapping into the reservoir that was Lord Regan's mana ocean, she felt her link with him was as thick as a tree trunk. She homed in on his core in the town, clapped her hands, and started to pull them apart with mana jumping between her palms. She focused the portals opened in front of every airship. Izora pulled her hand back, and the portals moved back over the airships. When they were all through, she closed her fist, and they all closed except one, which she dropped herself into before closing it as well. Chapter 33. Yoai Meng. Clouds. That was all I ever saw. No matter how far I traveled the land, there was little change. Never-ending clouds that intermingled with forests of bamboo. It was beautiful, but I wanted to see something new, something different. I stood on the cliff overlooking the ocean of clouds. A few air practitioners had been below the clouds. The ones who managed to return told stories of horrible monsters, things that could tear a man apart in a matter of minutes. I dreamed night and day of being the first to see what was beyond this prison of a land we were stuck on. While I was whistling the song of Desa, the founder of my clan, I noticed something was happening to the never-changing cloud ocean. The clouds were erupting upward as explosions of dirt burst through them. It wasn't long before the ground under my feet shook as well. Not taking any chances, I backed well away from the edge. No sooner was I a few meters away than the entire face of the cliff fell. The clouds rolled and twisted, turning black. Lightning arced through the sky, and the shaking only got worse. Worried about the village, I turned and ran back home, whispering to myself that it wasn't because I was scared. The shaking wasn't as bad inside the forest, but the place I could once walk with my eyes closed was now filled with deadly traps as bamboo splinters, torn apart by the winds, stabbed into the ground. Managing to make it back to the village with only one near-death experience, I found everyone panicking. Only the elders appeared to be a calm in the storm. It was the first time I really appreciated the experience that came with age that the elderly had. Being barely an adult, I must have looked ridiculous with fear masking my face.
"Everyone, calm down. Come to the center of the village, to the all-rain tree, everyone,"
Elder Georl called. He was the most vocal of the elders, after all. We rushed to the tree, where I helped those who needed it, as the ground was shaking so bad it was almost impossible to walk. After a few close calls with collapsing buildings, everyone was gathered at the tree. It was the strangest thing. As soon as we crossed under the giant tree's shade, the shaking almost entirely vanished.
"Is everyone here?"
Elder Georl called as he went around checking with everyone.
"Meng, thank Allrain you're all right,"
I heard from behind me. I spun and saw my mother standing with my little brother. I heaved a sigh of relief and rushed to hug them.
"I'm fine. What do you think is happening?"
I asked. Murmurs and crying came from all around. People were understandably frightened. My mother only shook her head in answer. Suddenly, everyone grew quiet. I looked around and saw Elder Densin. He was being helped over to a spot directly under the tree where he sat, and soon everyone else followed.
"My family, my friends, join me in a prayer to Allrain,"
Elder Densin said, bowing his head. I quickly did the same and felt the wind calm around us. Then it felt like it was being sucked into the elder. I couldn't resist and looked up at him. I nearly fell over. He was looking straight at me, but his eyes looked strange, as if the night sky was packed into them. I knew I would get lost if I continued to stare, but couldn't turn myself away from him.
"A great change is coming to the world. Ancient powers revived, a world torn apart. A great hunger is rising under the world. A soul of metal is the key. A soul of the world is the engine. A soul of flesh is the lock.
Everyone kept their heads bowed. For me, still looking, everything had taken a gray tint. I didn't understand how they couldn't hear this, but no one was reacting. I still couldn't pull my eyes away. Finally, the elder closed his eyes, and whatever power was holding me snapped from existence. I suddenly realized I hadn't been breathing and sucked in a breath. "Meng, it's all right. The tree will protect us," Mother said with concern in her eyes. I glanced at her and instantly understood that she really hadn't heard the elder. I nodded and she patted my shoulder, then turned to my brother. As everyone calmed, I made my way over to Elder Densin. "Elder, may I speak to you?" I asked, bowing when I was in front of him.
"Ah, a Yoai boy. What can I do for you?"
"About what you just said. What did you mean?" I asked cautiously.
"What I just said. So, it has happened again. Keep what you heard to yourself, boy. It was meant for only your ears."
The elder waved me closer.
"I have an aspect of mana that is only seen once every 1,000 years in other races, but is always in my family. Time. The sad thing about this aspect is that we cannot control it as the others do."
"I understand. What does this mean for me, then?" I asked, nervous at this revelation.
"For now, we need to repair the village. We can worry about it after that. Time is a river. You can never stop it. Even dammed, it will just change its course until it has cut through the ground."
I nodded at his words, feeling a bit less nervous. "The clouds, they've gone," I heard from the edge of the tree's shade. I ran over to where the man stood, and sure enough, the clouds that once extended for as far as the eye could see were gone. Several 100 meters down, land stretched now. I didn't know what it looked like before, but now it was a jagged, ripped-apart landscape where only the trees held any semblance of flatness. "What is happening?" I muttered to myself at the sight. This concludes Cataclysm by Matthew Peede, narrated by Eva Kaminsky and Gabriel Vaughn, members of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2020 by Matthew Peede. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Matthew Peede and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.